number 5, Georgie Groves, number 1, Grace Ballinger, and number 6, Catherine McCarthy. Surrey's 11 today, number 47, Sophia Dunkley, 22, Danny Wyatt-Hodge, 26, Alice Capsy, 7, Paige Schofield, 24, Alice Davison-Richards, wearing number 20, keeping wickets and captaining Surrey, Kira Chatley, number 10, Phoebe Franklin, 27, Callie Moore, 29, Rihanna McDonald-Gay, 12, Alexa Stonehouse, and number 19, Danny Gregory. Our umpires today are Sue Redfern and James Treadwell. The match referee is Helen Pack, and the scorers are Lynn Martin and Sue Robinson.
Just a really excited to have my chat with both of you.
We're all set for play to get underway in 5 minutes' time at 10:30. Just before then, a note to remind you that scorecards are available from the entry gates to the ground and also available online at kiaoval.com. If you have any ticketing or membership inquiries, and I'm pleased to say our supporter services team are here today. And if you're looking for food and drink, then on the first floor of the indoor school, the bar is open to all spectators with a range of sandwiches, snacks, and hot and cold drinks for you to enjoy. And next to the bar, on the first floor of the indoor school, pleased to say we have our pop-up shop here today at Beckenham, selling Surrey's 50 over shirts and caps. And one final notice before we get underway, an important notice. Cricket is a game for everyone, and we're committed to providing a venue that is welcoming for all. If you do witness any inappropriate or antisocial behaviour, you can report it via the Kia Oval app.
Hello and welcome to the county ground Beckenham, beautiful Beckenham, where the sun is out, there's not a cloud in the sky, and Surrey welcome the Blaze for this Metro Bank One Day Women's Cup fixture. I'm Cameron Ponsonby. I'm joined by Wisden's Catcher Whitney, and we are moments away from the start. The umpires are making their way out onto the outfield as I speak. Catcher, welcome. How
Hello.
are you?
I'm good, thank you. It's a beautiful day.
It is indeed a wonderful day here, and Surrey have won the toss and they have elected to bowl. We've had runs galore at Beckenham so far. I've got to start you off with a statistic immediately from our statsman Andrew Sampson. The 3 highest scores of this year's competition have all come at this ground. Unfortunately for Surrey, 2 of them came in the same match, and theirs was the 3rd highest and their opponents were the 2nd highest, and that means if the opponent scores more runs than you lose that match.
Top quality analysis coming from
That's what we're here for. That's what we're here for. But as a result, Surrey have chosen to bowl on this occasion. I think the idea is to kind of not have to chase after a mystical target, know what you need, and go from there. There are a number of changes for the Surrey team. Bryony Smith is absent, and as is Alice Monaghan, both with injuries. So Kira Chatley has stepped in as captain. We've seen a move for Sophia Dunkley to the top of the order. So the changes for that Surrey team. Phoebe Franklin comes in, and as does... Goodness me. Is it one change? It's got to be 2 changes. Phoebe Franklin, Callie Moore, beg your pardon, come in for Bryony Smith and Alice Monaghan. 1 change for the Blaze, with Maddie Green coming in for Georgie Boyce. You'll see today the Blaze are wearing black armbands, and that's for after the very sad news of Orla Prendergast's father's passing. She was the overseas player here and then had to return home for obvious reasons, and Maddie Green, the Kiwi international, has been signed in her place. We are moments away from the start. You'll see Surrey just gathering for their final thoughts. They have 2 wins from their 6 matches, the Blaze 4 wins from their 6. What are we expecting to see today, Catcher?
Well, you mentioned the bowl first thing with Surrey, and I think that is a really interesting point to follow. It's not just, we obviously know that a lot of runs are scored at Beckenham, it happens all the time. It's a good ground for batters, but up and down the country with this weather that we've seen, it's really made it difficult to defend. We've seen it up in Southport and across the country. And Surrey, we backed at the start of the season as having, with their England players available before they go away for the series against the West Indies, that they would be the dominant force in this part of the season. But that really hasn't been the case, because quite simply they've just been batting first, and it's so hard to defend. So I think this will be a really interesting point to see just how powerful that is and really see what point Surrey are at. And also with the Blaze have been going really well, and we picked them at the start of the season as ones to watch as well. So it should be a really, really interesting clash. Got Amy Jones and Tammy Beaumont stepping out to open the batting. That's another interesting thread to follow, with Amy Jones opening the batting. So yeah, there's a lot going on here today.
Well, we do have international star quality on show from the start here at Beckenham. Tammy Beaumont, 2 centuries to her name this season, both unbeaten as well. She made 112 not out against Hampshire and 116 not out against Essex. As you noted, Amy Jones at the top of the order with her, just the 1 half century to her name, but still with mountains of runs behind her. We'll have the left arm of Alexa Stonehouse to open the bowling from the City end. Looks like Amy Jones is going to front up and take the first ball. Field-wise, we have 1 slip in place, deep third, 3 fielders in the ring on the offside, 3 fielders in the ring on the leg side, and a fine leg. That's a play and a miss to start proceedings. Not much swing on offer there for Stonehouse, but just sliding across the right-hander.
So on there, Amy Jones opening the batting point. On a shameless plug 5 minutes into the broadcast.
Lovely.
Lauren Winfield-Hill, speaking on the Wisden Women's Cricket Weekly podcast, at the start of the season picked that Amy Jones moving up to the top of the order for the Blaze might be strategic. She also did that in an England intra-squad game just before the start of the season, and she was wondering whether that might signal a change in role for Jones for England going forward as well. She had a pretty difficult start actually as an opener. 2 single-digit scores in the middle, but she got going in the last 2 games. Scored 41 against Essex, and then that half century against Lancashire last time out.
Shorts pulled away, and that should be 4, if not 6. That's cleared the boundary by a long distance. That woman's had a sandwich eating interrupted, rudely interrupted, and a fantastic start for the Blaze and Amy Jones. Stonehouse just dropped short in her length and immediately punished by Jones. See the replay there. Nothing wrong with that from Jones at all.
Yeah, that's set up nicely.
It will be interesting to see. We're expecting the squads for England to be announced for their white ball series against the West Indies pretty soon. Whether there'll be wholesale changes under Charlotte Edwards. I was desperately disappointed to see both Deandra Dottin and Chanel Henry are not going to be playing for the West Indies in that series. Just on full. Just the outside half of the bat. Runs down to Danny Gregory at deep third, whose throw sails well over Kira Chatley's head. Too much power. That's safely backed up by McDonald Gay. I do think the British public deserved and would have loved to have seen Dottin and Henry in full flow. Chanel Henry's had such a wonderful kind of... A reinvention doesn't quite sound right, but kind of a escalation of her career where she's become this wonderful T20 batter. She was picked up at the WBL and played extremely well. Tammy Beaumont to face her first ball. It's full and defended down to mid-on.
Yeah, it takes a very special player to be more disappointed at her not coming over than Deandra Dottin.
Absolutely.
But that's completely true. I was so looking forward to watching Chanel Henry. But unfortunately, she won't be coming over.
But Deandra Dottin was one of the first players I ever interviewed when she was coming over for her first spell in the 100, I want to say back in 2021. It's full from Stonehouse, driven, and that beats mid-off and be 4 runs. This is a wonderful start for the Blaze. 11 runs off the first over. And bizarrely, this is in part why Surrey have chosen to bowl, to suffer for the next 3 hours, knowing that it's a game of keeping the runs down as much as possible and knowing how much you've got to chase.
Yeah, get that pain out of the way early. But this opening pair are very dangerous. Tammy Beaumont's got 2 centuries, 2 unbeaten centuries to her name already this season. 1 against Hampshire and 1 against Essex. Whenever there's any questions over her place, she just goes in and slams that door completely shut again. And that's exactly what she's been doing.
Well, to open the bowling from the county end. Beckenham end, sorry, is Rihanna McDonald-Gay. England teammates here. All three players involved in this. Well, between McDonald-Gay, Jones and Beaumont were away with England during the Ashes. Starts well. Ball thunders into Jones's pad. No, I remember Dotton was telling me about, she was like many cricketers actually, a very good javelin thrower. Is thrower the correct terminology there? Javelin player? Javelin thrower?
Thrower, I think you've got to go with thrower.
She was talking about how she still holds aspirations to one day qualify for the Olympics.
Yeah, well, she did an interview with India's Adia Sharma a couple of months ago when she was in the WBL. And she spoke about trying all range of athletics. I think she tried the long jump at one point. She was also a good, I hope I'm not misremembering this, but I think she was also quite a good hockey player. And then eventually settled on cricket. But you hear so many of those stories of incredibly gifted sports people who end up choosing between sports.
It's a gentle dot ball from the second legal ball of the over. No, you're right, I've just kind of pulled up this kind of chat from back in 2021 with Dottin. So the Cricinfo Games is kind of a junior athletics competition over in the Caribbean. It's incredibly prestigious. And she went 3 from 3. So she first went to the Cricinfo Games when she was 12. And then she won the gold medal a couple of years later in javelin, discus and shot put. Play and a miss from Amy Jones.
Well, there's every chance DeAndre Dotton will end up going to the Olympics for cricket as a cricketer. So
of course. We'll have to qualify. There are only 6 teams going to the LA 2020 Olympics, which a friend of mine did point out means as long as you don't finish in the bottom half of the Olympics, you get a medal.
Well.
Well left by.
I can't tell whether that degrades the medals or
upgrades the qualification. I do have wonderfully exciting news to bring to all listeners and viewers. We have Mark Church joining us on the broadcast today. Treating on, he's over my left shoulder at the moment. I remember the first time I met Mark Church was here at Beckenham, I believe. Driven beautifully from Jones, that's 4 more. Crisply through the covers. The outfield's quick today. It's just looking a little bit more kind of scorched earth, the outfield. A few kind of specks of brown, expecting it to play very quickly.
Yeah, early stages, but there looks very little in this pitch for the bowlers. Looks like it's going to be a hard couple of hours, few hours in the field for Surrey.
Chips behind square. Kalia Moore fumbles, allows for 2. That's going to be an important day for Kalia Moore's spin. At the end of the second over, the score is 18 for none. Surrey's spin options will be crucial in kind of strangling this innings halfway through. They can hunt for wickets now if they get any early swing with the new ball. But as soon as that power play's over, it's sit tight and get through to the end. So Alexa Stonehouse is readying herself for the second over. We're playing a little bit further away from the pavilion today, a few strips over than where we have been previously. I don't know if I'm making this up. I feel like the boundary's been brought in. I don't know if I'm just seeing runs everywhere. Play and a miss from Tammy Beaumont. Got herself in a bit of a pickle with her feet. But survives to live another day.
Yeah, on the boundary I can see what you mean. I think particularly on that far side it looks slightly more drawn in.
Well, against Durham, Surrey scored 348, which I was reliably informed was the 4th highest List A score in history.
Wow.
Exactly. It's full and defended into the offside.
I think there was something in during that game that the 2 highest List A scores in England, or women's list A scores in England, were chased down within about 4 days of each other or something.
Yes, and unfortunately they both came against Surrey in consecutive games. So there has been... Oh, Katya, can I give some numbers to you? I've got so many statistics on this. Driven. That's well fielded by Dunkley at cover point. So, in this year's competition, the top 3 highest successful run chases in women's domestic cricket have all occurred. 2 of them against Surrey in consecutive matches, but we can brush over that.
Okay.
So I was going, surely it feels like there's been so many more runs this year, like as the initial chasing would suggest. Oof. Edged. That flies over slips and will go away for 4. No chance for Danny Gregory. Alice Davidson-Richards at slip lifts her arms into the air majestically and somewhat comedically to infer that she didn't have a chance with that one. We'll see a replay here. Stonehouse has been getting a little bit of lift.
Yeah, that's very deliberately played by Tammy Beaumont. She knows that the fielder out on the boundary there is slightly wider. If she gets anything on that, gets that fine enough, that's going for a boundary. It's in the air, but the outfield's so fast. Either side of that fielder and it'll be 4.
Short, pulls away, caught! Tammy Beaumont splices a short ball and it's simply caught by McDonald Gay at square leg, and that is a bonus wicket for Surrey, who will be delighted to get the England opener out of the way early.
Yeah, and Beaumont's absolutely furious with herself, and so she should be, because that was straight to that fielder. Soft dismissal. Had to get it slightly to one side and it would have been fine, but that went straight to her, picked her out, didn't have to move, simple catch.
That's a tale of 2 pull shots so far this innings. Amy Jones picked up that length in Stonehouse's first over. We'll see here, it just comes off the toe end of Beaumont's bat, and McDonald Gay can't believe her luck. For all money, you assumed that was going to race away for 4. But that fielder was positioned there. Stonehouse has got a very straight field set. 3 fielders in the ring on that leg side.
Yeah, it's a horrible moment as a batter. You see a ball there that's earmarked for a boundary, go to pull it, and you feel it come off the bat, and it just feels wrong, and you look at it and it's in slow motion. And she was absolutely furious with herself.
Well, an excellent start for Surrey. And into the crease arrives the ICC Player of the Month, I'll have you know. Catherine Bryce, the ICC sent their media round email out this morning. And Bryce, for her performances at the Women's World Cup qualifiers, got the nod. It's a good ball she gets first up from Stonehouse.
I've said it before on this stream and I'll say it again, we do not need to bother with the actual World Cup after that qualifier. It just will not be as good as that qualifier.
After the 3rd over, the score is 22 for 1. Well, Catherine Bryce somehow managed to score 130 not out against Ireland and lose. And then, of course, there was the sensational and ever confusing finale between West Indies. Were playing. Remind me who they were playing against. They were playing against Thailand, and they incorrectly hit a 6.
Yeah, they needed. Basically, that they were going to win the game easily, and then on the net run rate calculations, they needed to make sure that their run rate overtook that of Bangladesh.
Full driven, well fielded by Dunkley again.
And they didn't chase the total in the amount of runs they needed, but they'd managed to keep the game going, as it were, so that if they reached a certain amount of runs, their net run rate would have gone above. And essentially they needed 10 runs off the last 2 balls. But in order to keep the game going to the second of those balls, they needed to hit the 4 first. And then hit the 6. But the 6 was hit. And everyone on the West Indies bench was celebrating apart from Hayley Matthews, who was the only one who seemed to know.
Just short of a length, and Jones pushes the ball up to mid-off.
And I've said it before, I haven't said it to anyone who's got the reference, but it really reminded me of the 2008 Formula 1 World Championship end, when Felipe Massa's family thought he'd won the World Championship and was celebrating, and then a Ferrari mechanic came in and punched the wall.
I loved that reference.
Yeah.
That was very much my kind of sweet spot of F1 fandom, kind of 2007 to 2011. We'll add 2012 in there. I don't know how much F1 chat we can really do on the Surrey
No.
match, but we can do our best.
I'm determined to find someone who absolutely gets that reference, because it perfectly fits it, in my opinion.
No, it's a heartbreaking moment. You've got Felipe Massa's dad
Yeah.
cheering, and they look forlornly up at the screen, and they see Hamilton overtaking Timo Glock. It's down the leg side and helped along with 4 easy runs for Amy Jones. That was a lockdown activity of mine many years ago. Found the kind of hour or 2 hour F1 season reviews from about 2001 onwards.
Well, I think what we can take from that is that the ICC World Cup qualifier is just as good as one of the most iconic moments in British sporting history.
Correct. A fine conclusion. I haven't even told you my stat about the runs yet.
Sorry, yeah, continue.
Slightly leg side again from McDonald Gay. Jones plays the ball simply enough. So, I did some maths of my own. I went to Cricinfo. I went on the leading runs scorers page, and I added up all of the runs that were scored in last year's Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy.
Would Andy Sampson be proud of this maths?
He would have been. And then I did the same for this year. Obviously a slightly smaller sample size. Down the leg side again, and it just falls short of the fielder at deep square leg. But aerial, risky from Jones. At the end of the 4th over, it's 27 for 1. And the average number of runs off the bat in the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy last year was 366. The average number of runs off the bat in a one-day cup match this year is 436. It's gone up by 70. That's loads.
That is a lot. I think it comes down to the conditions. From memory, the start of the season was slightly damper, slightly greyer last year. We had that first match here that was absolutely freezing.
So it is a perfect storm of sorts where, in effect, there have been no storms. We have had very dry, sunny weather. We're playing more matches on first-class grounds. You also have a higher kind of calibre of player playing. Shorts pushed to Dunkley at cover point.
Yeah, from memory, there were very few of the England players available because they were all in New Zealand, and then there was quite a quick series, a return series when New Zealand came here, and they needed a break as well.
But I think the number of runs being scored is even caveat less. No matter how you frame it, it is still a remarkable uptick. There's been more centuries this season than there was last year. Wide cuts. And tell you what, Danny White-Hodge was almost interested in another catch for Surrey there. So we've had 13 centuries this year in 25 matches, there were 12 in the whole of last season. And I think Emma Lamb spoke to Nick Friend of the Cricketer, and her kind of theory on it was, I think better players are playing. But, and then in a nod to the depth of the domestic game, there have been 11 batters to score centuries this season, but only 2 of them, Tammy Beaumont and Sophia Dunkley, were out with the England team in Australia. So 9 of those players are currently not in the full England setup. So it's been a very fine start to the year. Driven beautifully through the offside. That is pure timing from Amy Jones, who's just pushed that through the covers and picks up 4.
Yeah, found the gap beautifully there. I think also it comes from, I don't know how much of this you can directly correlate to the run scoring, but when this season started, it felt like a season, or the start of the season was so full of opportunity. Not only because, you know, there's a new England coach, we don't know exactly what's going to happen with the side and who's going to be included or who's going to be retained.
Takes the inside half of the bat, runs down to deep square leg.
But also just the fact that this is a new competition and a new setup and feels fresh, and that injection of freshness, both from having new faces at the top, and also from this new competition, feels like it must have had something to do with the way that players have really grabbed that opportunity by the horns and taken it upon themselves to make a success of it. Up and down the ranges, you've got senior players like Eve Jones, who's currently second in the run scorer. You mentioned Emma Lamb. We saw a century from Grace Scrivens the other week as well. A brilliant century, actually. Complete lone effort.
At the end of the 5th over, the score is 33 for 1.
So I think it's that perfect storm of just conditions, the best players available, and also those contextual factors that have added into this run scoring. And we talk about run scoring, but also bowlers. There have been bowlers who have put their hands up in very difficult conditions. You think about Lindsay Smith.
I'm a big fan of Lindsay Smith's bowling. She found her way back into the England setup last year for the World Cup. She went out to the UAE. You see a smattering of spectators filling the stands so far. It's a beautiful day here at Beckenham, because we are a little bit further away from the clubhouse and the pavilion. A few more people have been able to pop their chairs up on the sunny outfield between us and the boundary rope. It's a play and a miss from Bryce. I've lost my train of thought there. What were we talking about?
Runs.
Runs, always runs. Bryce scampers through for a quick single. Dunkley shies at the stumps. Bryce is comfortably home. And Lindsay Smith combating those runs. She made it back into the England setup. She's the top wicket taker of this year's One Day Cup. The bowler she reminds me most of is the West Indian Akeal Hussain. They both bowl kind of left arm spin, where they kind of roll it off their finger and bowl these massive in swingers. That's loose from McDonald Gay. Sneaks down the leg side for a wide.
Yeah, and she's obviously played second fiddle to Sophie Eccleston for all of Sophie Eccleston's career pretty much, but Eccleston hasn't played a game for Lancashire this season. I think she's carrying a bit of an injury. But even without that, I think Sophie Eccleston and Lindsay Smith can both play on the same side. And you mentioned that Lindsay Smith is also leading wicket taker in the tournament so far. What more impresses me about her stats is her economy rate. Her overs are going at 3.73 at the minute.
Full, and that one sneaks down the leg side again. Just takes Amy Jones' pad, so no wide ball given. We are, when talking about English spinners, we're missing Sarah Glenn today. I gave misinformation at the top. It's 2 changes for the Blaze. Maddie Green and Grace Ballinger have come in for Georgie Boyce and Sarah Glenn. Glenn wasn't named in the squad. We're going to do some investigating as to why. It's well bowled by McDonald Gay. Really tight lines. And Surrey have done very well to pull this back here. The Blaze were on 18 after their first 2 overs. So just the 17 runs from the following almost 4 overs and the wicket of Tammy Beaumont.
If we're talking about the depth of English spin, you can also look at this Blaze lineup and point out Kirstie Gordon, who had an incredible year last year and has an incredible year for the last couple of years.
Driven beautifully again from Amy Jones. That's 4 more. You will absolutely be getting value for your shots today, and Jones has looked elegant for her 27. And she is cruising along. It's a one-woman show so far. 27 of the 39 to Jones's name.
Yeah, that's a beautiful shot.
Well, she almost held the pose for a little bit longer, and I'd have given that a 10 out of 10. That's just stayed a little bit low. Jones has done well to adapt. She shovels the ball into the leg side. That brings it to a close, the 6th over. The score is 39 for 1.
Amy Jones doesn't... If you're asking me to name an aesthetically pleasing batter, she doesn't always come high up my list.
It's so cruel, Katja.
But that was getting there.
If Amy Jones keeps working really hard, as well as the hundreds of England's caps she has.
And the mountains of runs.
She can add Catcher Whitney's approval.
I tell you what though,
yeah.
watching her keep, she's a very aesthetically pleasing keeper.
I feel like you're just trying to recover now.
No, genuinely. Amy Jones is one of the most aesthetically... I would rank her up, not quite, but along near Ben Folkes' level of aesthetically pleasing keepers.
We've got it all to look forward to over the course of what I'm pretty sure will be 100 overs of cricket today. I can't see a world where either team are getting bowled out many short of their allotted 300 deliveries. We also have Maddie Green to look forward to, the Blazers' new signing, listed at number 6. Beautifully bowled by Stonehouse, just angling that ball into the stumps. That left arm angle. Maddie Green's had a genuinely incredible upturn in form. Kind of in a domestic list A season back in New Zealand. Short, pulled. This will be intercepted by the fielder, so it will just be 1 run to Catherine Bryce. So in kind of 9 matches, well, we can go back however many years you kind of really want to with Maddie Green. She'd been short of a few runs. She'd last scored her previous list A century in kind of 2022-2023 time. And in the last year, she scored 5 of them, averaging 80. Defended resolutely. So it's a bit of a coup to have got Maddie Green in at this point in particular, because she is in such fine form.
She did decently well in that New Zealand series against Australia a couple of months back now. It was quite a difficult series for New Zealand.
Short, pulled. Will that beat the fielder? It spins and it does beat the fielder. It just gripped after the first bounce. So add insults into injury. It trickles a long way away, and you see Kaylee Moore having to trot after her mistake, unfortunately. 4 more to Amy Jones and the Blaze.
Yeah, just looking at it again here. That is a mistake, but it's difficult when the bounce is like that. Got to feel slightly for Clearmore there.
She is always patrolling the boundary. She's often, if not perennially, at deep square leg, so it's a position she knows well. Full, driven. But Dunkley once again swoops around. At the end of the 7th over, the score is 44 for 1.
Yeah, not quite timed that by Amy Jones. There is a gap there in between those 2 fielders, but not quite enough timing or power to find it on that occasion.
Well, McDonald Gay trades the essentials with the umpire, and she'll continue ready for her 4th over. Figures of none for 18 so far. Bryce yet to quite hit her straps, just the 7 balls at the crease so far. 3 runs have come off them.
Yeah, hasn't necessarily needed to. Amy Jones motoring along at the other end. Catherine Bryce happy to tick over at the other.
Clipped into the leg side. As we mentioned, Kalia Moore going from deep square leg to deep square leg, getting the miles in, getting the steps in. Tucked into the leg side. Cleanly fielded. Surrey will be increasingly pleased with this start. Jones has been controlling the show for the most part, but overall, run rate of around a run a ball. If Surrey can keep it around there, they'll be more than happy.
Yeah, and that wicket of Beaumont really was a bonus. But taking those chances on a pitch like this, on a day like this, it's going to be essential. When those chances are offered to you, it's going to be hard to create them, but when they're offered to you, making sure that they fall into safe hands, it's going to be really important, especially with a dangerous player like Beaumont. There's a few more of them to come in Blazers lineup. Got Sarah Bryce to come in next, Georgia Elwys, as you mentioned, Maddie Green.
It's been a fantastic over from McDonald Gay so far. Really accurate and strict lines. Just 1 run off the first 4 deliveries. I was doing my regular listeners to the stream will roll their eyes at this because I'm going to mention the Cricketers Who's Who book again, because I think it's one of the finest books in publication. Full, driven, play and a miss. Bit of a waft from Jones there. Quite an aesthetic play and miss, I'll add. But Georgia Elwys, on her kind of hobbies, things she wants to do, she's listed an Iron Man. She's known for being incredibly fit, Georgia Elwys. Played a number of games for England, not for a couple of years now. But still speaks to the international class of this top 6 that the Blaze have.
Yeah, I interviewed Georgia Elwys last month, actually.
Perfect. I didn't mean to tee you up.
I did. Mainly around talking about Charlotte Edwards, as that was around the time that Edwards was named captain, and of course Elwys played for Vipers for many years under Edwards, and I think probably fell under or just after her England captaincy period.
Very possibly.
Or came in while Edwards was in the latter stages of her England career. Definitely in the dressing room together in England. Yeah. And she was talking about the move to the Blaze this year, saving her a 3.5-hour commute.
Wow.
Down to Southampton, or down to wherever Vipers were playing. Which seems mad to me.
That is remarkable, 3.5 hours. So where was she going, where was she travelling to and from?
Well...
Stonehouse starts the 9th over. After 8 overs, it was 45 for 1.
Obviously the regional system, while teams had hubs, and Vipers' hubs was Southampton, they could be playing anywhere really along the south coast when they're playing at home. So they could be playing at Hove. I believe they played 1 game on the Isle of Wight at one point.
Very nice.
So yeah, I think that was just the issue. I don't exactly know where she was going from. Probably somewhere around Nottingham. But for any job to have that kind of commute seems absolutely ridiculous.
So where was it? So talk me through this. So where was she based? What was kind of...
I don't know exactly where she was based, but in an area that Nottingham makes much more sense for her.
I feel like if I was Georgia, I might have been on the phone to the Blaze a bit earlier.
Well, maybe that speaks to the power of playing at the Vipers.
Cut behind square. And Bryce could get 4 here. She does get 4. Once again, a reflection of just how quick this outfield is and just how many runs are on offer out there. That was nothing but a dab behind backward point. Danny White-Hodge very almost cut it off herself. But Danny Gregory at deep third did not have a chance. Watch the replay here, where the ball comes off the bat. Outside half, top half of the bat. No bother, 4 runs. And that'll be 4 more. Clean contact this time. And Bryce, having just been struggling for a little bit of rhythm, scores back-to-back boundaries, is now up and running.
Yeah, I think that just bounced into the turf and just out of reach. But you feel like Blaze are looking to kick on, make the most of the last bits of the power play.
Well, the scorecard tells you that's the 50 up for the Blaze after 8.4 overs. That run rate still just a tick above a runner ball. Paige Schofield gives some words of wisdom to Alexis Stonehouse, considering a field change, but it looks for now like everything's going to remain the same. It's a much tighter line. So 1 ball remains of the 9th over. Even Stevens, these early exchanges. I think both sides will be pretty content. I think the only person who won't be very happy with the start will be Tammy Beaumont, who managed to pull a short ball straight to Rhiannon McDonald-Gay at square leg. But other than that, the sun's out. It's a wonderful day down here at Beckenham. Full, driven, but fielded off her own bowling by Stonehouse after 9 overs. The score is 53 for 1.
Yeah, and I know we keep saying this, but for people who maybe tune in slightly late and are slightly alarmed looking at the amount of runs that have been scored in the first 9 overs, I really do think Surrey will feel they can chase anything on this pitch.
I think that's in effect what their strategy and tactic is, to know what you have to get, to not have to guesstimate what's going to be a good score, because if the Blaze get 320, if you know you have to put your foot down a bit and go at 7s rather than 5.5s, you can do that. That added element of risk is absolutely within the capabilities of both teams, just to be able to control the tempo of the game a little bit more. You can understand why Surrey have opted to chase. It's beautifully bowled and played by McDonald-Gay and Amy Jones.
Yeah, and it's a blow to Surrey that they've lost for this game Bryony Smith, who scored a century last time out. But Surrey have got such depth of players that even missing Smith at the top of the order, there are plenty of players there to put their hands up and take charge of reaching whatever chase they may be set.
It's a little bit of a change up from McDonald-Gay there. The ball's kind of popped out of her hand a little bit on release, slightly fuller. Dot ball. I think Bryony Smith's absence also gives a bit more of an opportunity to that woman on screen there, Paige Schofield, who, via everyone's predictions, will find herself in the England squads for the upcoming series against the West Indies. Swing and a miss from Jones. Big waft outside off stump. Sails through to Kira Chatley. And Surrey have been so flexible with that number 5 position this year. You've seen Davidson Richards back there, you've seen Monaghan back there, you've seen Schofield back there. And with Bryony Smith absent, everyone's shuffled up one. Ooh, an ice cream truck in town.
Wow.
That man knows his business.
I was having sorry, it's completely off topic, but I was having a picnic on Sunday.
Excellent.
And I heard 3 ice cream vans go past and not one of them stopped. I was absolutely devastated.
That's not good. That's not okay. I think I've not yet to make my Mr. Whippy debut this year.
I made my Mr. Whippy debut in March this year.
Wow.
Yeah.
What's your sprinkle sauce combination? Down the wicket from Jones. And she flicks that through mid-wicket. And that is 4 runs. A confident shot. 4 dot balls. Prompted a response from the England wicket-keeper. And she delivered.
Yep. Beautiful flick. Aesthetic as ever.
Well, let's not let the cricket distract us from... He knows what's up. Here we go. Look on screen. Father and son there, eyeing up the Mr. Whippy, and why not? Driven. That'll be intercepted by mid-off.
Straight in there. I think an ice cream before midday probably tastes better as well.
That's the end of the power play. 10 overs gone. The Blaze 57 for 1. I'm a strawberry sauce and, well, just strawberry sauce and the flake. What else can you have? I said sprinkles there. No one has sprinkles on a Mr. Whippy.
On a Mr. Whippy. You're doing it wrong. Controversially, I'm quite a plain Mr. Whippy.
Okay.
Flake.
When you say quite a plain, does that just mean plain?
Just plain, yeah.
Do you have the flake though?
I have the flake.
Okay.
Of course I have the flake.
Thank goodness. Oh, he's going.
Well, he came for that little boy.
Yeah.
Got his ice cream. Job done.
As long as he's parking up, it's all okay.
I don't have quite a routine with ice creams.
We're just going to have a change of bowling for the first time today. Phoebe Franklin is going to come into the attack. Of course, all bowling changes are powered by SSE Energy Solutions. Sorry, I interrupted you.
No, it feels quite trivial to be going back to an ice cream routine.
No, it's not trivial at all. It's very important.
You have to take the flake out immediately when you get the ice cream.
Right, okay.
Otherwise it freezes up and it becomes not nice to eat. So you have to take the flake out immediately, but you have to find the sweet spot if it's a hot day between not allowing the flake to melt and not allowing the Mr. Whippy to melt.
Goodness me, I think we should put this to the test in about 45 minutes when we're off air. Phoebe Franklin back in the team. She played 2 matches early on in the season, but injury to Alice Monaghan has seen her back into the 11. She starts well. It's an optimistic appeal from Surrey there. I was missing 2 sets, but if you don't ask, you don't get.
Yeah, it's going way down the leg side. Probably hit her outside the line of leg stump.
The fielders at cover and point weren't to know that, so they just chimed in for good effect. That's pulled away. That'll be 4 runs. No chance for the fielder out on the boundary. He's going to stop that. And Bryce, 3 boundaries in the last handful of deliveries. The Blaze just quietly about to have 2 set batters at the crease, ready to launch. Short pulled.
Yep, just the one fielder out there. You get a ball like that, that's an easy target.
Pulls again, but this time the sweeper is in place. We'll do the fielding.
Question that I've been thinking of for the last few overs.
Yeah?
If you were a spectator at Beckenham,
Yep.
where are you choosing to sit? Are you choosing to bring your camping chair and have the comfortable seat around side on to the pitch, or are you hoping to get as close behind the bowler's arm in the stands but sacrifice maybe some comfort?
It's a good question. I think I'm bringing a chair. I'm not even bringing a chair, I might just bring a blanket. Because I think the bonus of coming down to watch here at Beckenham is you are able to perch up right next to the boundary rope. And although you've got your seats ready made for you in the stand, you're a little bit further away from the action. It's well bowled from Franklin. A little bit of in-swing to the right-hander. That's 1 more run tucked into the leg side.
I think the correct answer might be to buy one of those flats and have a balcony.
That's a good point. It's the more expensive option, but potentially the more kind of stable long-term option. Would be wonderful. There are a number of grounds across the country of flats kind of built in to the outfield. You've got down at Kent and Canterbury, the county ground at Bristol. It's well bowled again by Franklin. Might be a little bit of nerves for Franklin just coming back into the team. She played the first 2 matches of the season, then after 10 deliveries against Hampshire, kind of pulled up with injury. She shoved a couple of balls down the leg side. So she's been out for the last 2 or 3 weeks. Very wise, that woman there, with her sun cream. Could be a few burnt bodies at the end of today.
That sounds incredibly sinister.
I didn't mean to. In context of sun cream, that's fine. After 11 overs, it's 64 for 1. We've got to pay attention to the UV index. That's the one that'll get you. It's not about the temperature. What is the UV? There's not much shade out here at Beckenham. See those 3 fine gentlemen watching on. Well, umpire Sue Redfern just bowled a beautiful left-handed delivery to McDonald Gay to pass the ball along.
Shouldn't forget Sue Redfern, ex-England player.
Of course. Was she a left-arm spinner?
I can't remember.
Exactly. Left-arm bat, left-arm medium.
There you go. I interviewed Sue Redfern about a tour in India in the late 90s. I think it was her first England tour. She was a teenager. She caught a nasty virus out in India and was sick for a long time when she came back as well.
McDonald Gay continues and shoves that one down the leg side. That'll be a wide ball.
Lots went on that tour of India, actually.
I was going to say, so without wanting to directly disclose anyone's age. So Sue's 47. So if she was touring as a teenager, we're going back to kind of 1995.
Here we go. I found the piece I wrote on it.
Perfect.
1995,
There we go.
1996. Lots happened on that tour. The England team met Mother Teresa.
Very nice.
Yeah, during that tour. There were riots in the crowd.
Blimey.
I think at one
Prompted by
point they
what?
got pelted by just overexcitement, I think. Got pelted by rocks at one point, I think. There was a gun scare in a hotel.
Inside edge. That runs away down. It's a fine leg for one run. Well, if you do want to read this piece, head to wisden.com. What's the headline on it?
Crowd riots and Mother Teresa, the story of England women's first and greatest tour to India.
I look forward to that. Short, that's cut. We're out of the power play now, so a bit more protection on the boundaries. Should be the one run.
I think India at one point sacked their captain in that series as well, but I might be misremembering. It genuinely, I remember this was a couple of years ago I wrote this piece now, and it was genuinely the most interesting piece I think I've ever written.
So how did you find out about this tour? Did you go into it just wanting to write about it and then discovered it was interesting? It's well bowled by McDonald Gay. Straight and defended.
I think so. I think England women were touring India at the end of 2023, and I was looking back over past tours of India, and I found this one and I found bits about it. I was like, wow, there should be a film made about this series.
Driven unconvincingly up to mid-on at the end of the 12th over. The score is 67 for 1.
That was it as well. It was Neetu David's record that I think still stands to this day. Her test match bowling record, her 8 for or whatever she took in the game. I was looking into that and saw how it came in.
I beg your pardon, that's the end of the 12th over. After 12 overs, the score's 67 for 1. Amy Jones is on 37, Catherine Bryce is on 19, and I'm going to make way for Mark Church.
Yep, Amy Jones just slowed down a bit in the last few overs. She's now on 37 off 41. Catherine Bryce catching up on 19 off 23, but Surrey are just keeping a lid on things at the minute. Rhiannon McDonald-Gay's been bowling very, very well. She's 0 for 26 off her 6 overs. Hello.
Hello, Katja. I think Surrey bowled very well here. I think on this pitch at Beckenham, with the amount of runs you can score, I think you're pretty happy if you're going at under 6 and over at the moment. I really do. Because some of the shots we've seen are on this pitch, you can just go through the line of the ball, and if you pierce the field, then actually even stopping it getting anywhere near the boundary is really tough, in the fact that it's a very, very quick outfield as well. So we are getting a change in bowling down at the City end for Surrey. And this change in bowling, as always for you here on the live stream, is brought to you by SSE Energy. And it's going to be Carly and Moore into the attack. So our first look at a bit of spin today.
Yeah, this feels like an important moment. How spin goes in these middle overs. Really see what kind of total the Blaze will be able to get up to. Will they be able to attack the spin of Kalia Moore? Or will they just look to knock it about a bit?
Well, straight on a good line and a good length. Amy Jones has played a couple of gorgeous shots already. 1 wicket to go. Tammy Beaumont for 8. And Surrey would have been delighted with that. Straight away Jones using the feet. It wasn't quite to the pitch of that one. Glorious day here at Beckenham. Genuinely warm, hot sunny conditions. And Surrey are going to have a chase at some point today. Just punched away by Jones out towards a sweeper on the cover boundary rope. And there is Danny Gregory, and Jones moves nicely on to 38 of 44 deliveries. But it's a nice start here from Moore. Nice control. Again, good length on here.
Yeah, I just wonder when as well we'll see that fielder there, Alice Capsy, what role she'll play with the ball today.
Well, as you say, spin will be absolutely crucial. Short and wide cutaway. Fielding done by Dunkley at backward point. Bryce will feel she's missed out a touch there. Because as I say, I think here at Beckenham, if you can pierce the field, even with sweepers out on either side, the outfield's so quick as well. That's nicely bowled. Lovely flight. Bryce tempted to drive, beats the edge. It's a lovely first over. And that final delivery, beautifully bowled here.
Yeah, just looking again, genuinely beaten there. Just held its line. There's not much turn off the surface here.
Well, the lovely thing with that as well was the flight. Was just flight and a little bit of dip as well. So Phoebe Franklin changes ends. So change in bowling for Surrey, powered by SSE Energy. And this is the start of the 14th over. Too short. And this is pulled away, one bounce for 4 by Jones. And that'll bring up the 50 partnership between Jones and Bryce. The one thing you would say on here, Katja, is short of a length is not going to work.
Yeah, it's not a day's dropping short. That was some genuine power from Amy Jones. Just sat up, very little pace in the wicket. Nice shot, one bounce.
Didn't try and hit it too hard. It's nicely taken. But wide's the signal. There has been, unless it's my imagination, there has been a little bit of swing. Not much, but a little bit.
Maybe a touch. I think Phoebe Franklin's just struggling a little bit here. Struggling a bit with her line. We've seen her change ends. Be interesting to see. You'd expect Clear Moore to continue, but was that just to allow her to change ends that over?
She might get one more after that first over.
Yeah, definitely.
Clear Moore. Single here. Again with the sweeper out there. But after that first over, because as I say, that last delivery was gorgeous from Kalia Moore. So I think she'll probably get one more.
Yeah, at least.
As she said, it'll be interesting to see when Capsy comes into the attack. As this is cut by Bryce.
Ooh.
Down to third or no. That's not the best bit of fielding you're going to see today by Danny Gregory. It just spun off the pitch and went past her. It's a horrible moment when that happens. But that is a boundary for Bryce. 78 for 1 the Blaze.
Yeah, just we saw one earlier that just span off the surface and another boundary, but this one was worse. Terrible moment for Danny Gregory. Yeah, just overran that.
Yeah. I think she knew it as well, with a slap of the ground afterwards. And that's nicely taken again, but it's a little short and wide, and Bryce just exaggerating, almost falling over there to try and get the wide.
Yeah, she feels like she's getting a bit more into it at the end of this over, Phoebe Franklin. Struggling for that little bit of consistency.
The other thing on here is, what length do you bowl? That's probably about right, actually, from Franklin there, but But even a good length, as we've seen, you can just go through the line.
I think perhaps it's about going through your variations, not allowing a batter to settle. You know you're going to have to make your peace with you're going to concede runs today. But it's about allowing those batters to settle and really working as a bowling unit, bowling in those partnerships.
That's well bowled.
You know, if Clear Moore's not going for any runs and threatening at the other end, it makes it easier for your job at the other end to hold up those runs.
Well, I tell you what, this impact sub thing, if that comes in as well, I think that's the way forward. Just bat.
You're a fan of it, then?
Well, if I was a bowler, I would be here. Absolutely. I'd be quite happy to have a bat here. Not sure I'd want to be bowling here. Although, as I say, if you do go well here, and I suppose for the Blaze, the other thing is, you sort of look at the scores here, and you probably think you're under a little bit of pressure to make a huge score. Because you've seen the scores here this season, and you've turned up this morning, it is a road, and the sun is shining, so you can almost put yourselves under a little bit of pressure. You're almost going out there thinking we need 300 minimum, which sometimes can make you play a little differently.
Potentially, definitely a good toss for Surrey to win.
I think you've got to chase here, haven't you?
Yeah, once you win the toss, there's no real other option.
That's why I think at the moment Surrey will be quite happy with where they find themselves. A single here for Jones, out towards the sweeper.
Yeah, and just on that point of putting maybe too much pressure on yourself, Blaze bowling first last time out, or bowled out for 222 by Lancashire.
It's a little like if you have a short boundary on one side. It can make you play differently. It can pick you up wickets. Because it's always there in the back of your mind. And I think, as I say, if you've seen that there have been a lot of runs here, and you've turned up this morning, you got off the coach, the sun's shining, you walk out to the middle and you think, I'll see what all the fuss is about now. And I think Tammy Beaumont will have sat there for about 20 minutes and thought, really have missed out today. This is a good over again from Moore. Great control on this at the moment. Really not easy as a spinner on this surface at Beckenham. Be a single here for Jones. As you can see, gentleman there has brought his own deck chair. I'll tell you what, deck chairs have got better, haven't they? He's virtually in an armchair down there. Got all his bits and pieces. Very nice. First reverse we've seen. Nicely played by Bryce. This will run away for 4.
Yep, just a little bit of innovation there. Clear Moore making life hard. Out comes the reverse. Yeah, looks like premeditated, just a flick behind, no fielder there.
Well, thank you very much. Cameron's giving us our wristbands again. 2 means we can use the local swimming bowls, I think, which is excellent. That was the last ball of the over, 85 for 1. This is a very nice day to come down with your deck chair and your picnic.
You're a fan of a deck chair then?
Love a deck chair. Love a deck chair. But as I say, I've still got the old deck chairs. Being an old man now, I did notice that yourself and Cam have your laptops out for your stats and everything, whereas I'm still with a pen and paper.
I find that impressive though, because I don't think I could do that.
See, look at that deck chair there. It's got arms.
I'd say that's a camping chair, not a
Well,
deck chair.
is that what it is officially? And it comes with its own bag. I think that's when you know you've gone state of the art with a deck chair, when it comes with its own bag. But that one looked like it had drinks holder.
Well, I mean, we've gone from ice cream technique to camping chairs very early on here. But
Is there an ice cream van today?
Well, there was.
Have they gone?
There was. Maybe.
This is the dream, isn't it? If you've got an ice cream van, this is the dream now. 2 weeks of this, have the rest of the summer off. Just setting the field for Phoebe Franklin at the moment. A few changes in the field. Out on the boundary. 2 on this leg side boundary.
See, I actually think that group's doing it best over there, lying on the ground, spread out. Feels like a day for that.
I'm not sure about that, because if you want to watch the cricket as well, if you're lying on your front, you can sort of get a bit of neck ache, can't you? It's difficult, and you'll be asleep within an hour.
That's the beauty of it, though. Those off, drop in and out. See, Amy Jones is still batting, not off again. Wake up.
Yeah,
check
that's
in again.
true. I'd prefer to do it in a state-of-the-art deck chair. As a little reverse here from Jones to Franklin, beautifully taken. Behind the sticks by Chatley. I'll tell you what, Chatley, class behind the stumps, and Amy Jones, I am really looking forward to watching behind the sticks.
Yeah, she doesn't quite fully commit to that reverse Jones, or that ramp.
Well, after that, they're going to get deep backward square down below us. Moore's come out to the boundary rope, so she wants to reverse again. There is oodles of space down to third. Well, she's cutting big edge down to third and away for 4. Not exactly where she intended, but picks up another boundary, and it takes Amy Jones on to 49.
Yeah, it looks like it just got slightly shorter than she expected, but no fielder behind square down there on the deep.
Yeah, and that gentleman so confident in his deck chair he didn't get up to get the ball. A few people in the big green seated stand as well. Definitely need your hat and your suntan lotion today. Good length from Franklin.
Yeah, she's found a nice balance here, Amy Jones. Negotiating the threat of clear more, but also managing to keep the score rate ticking over. She's just 1 run short of a half century now. That would be her second consecutive one if she gets there.
Well, she's ticking along nicely. 49 off 53 deliveries. Steps right across her stumps, and this will bring up her 50 with that single. Nice innings so far from Amy Jones.
From 54 balls, including 8 fours and 1 6.
Yeah, this has been impressive from Amy Jones. Feels like she's just found her rhythm just right in the last couple of games. She had a difficult start, a couple of 30s, a duck, an 8. Then she scored 40 against Essex about a week ago now, and that seems to have really got her going.
Well, she'll want 100 on here, won't she?
Yeah.
With this start.
Yeah.
50 or 54 balls. We're only in the 16th over. Almost nailed on, really, you'd feel for her at the moment.
Yeah, and that half century against Lancashire last week, that came amidst a bit of a top order collapse.
It's good over this from Franklin. It's gone past the outside edge on a couple of occasions. Just the 5 off it. So as you say, she's settled a little better at the Beckenham end, actually. I was expecting, because the Beckenham end is the old Crystal Palace football training ground.
So I'm told.
But of course they're in the FA Cup final, aren't they, on
course.
Saturday?
My deep knowledge of football
Well,
tells me
I
that.
don't have a huge amount of knowledge of football, but I sort of saw last night that they are. So I wondered whether we may see them sort of training today. But as it is, it's very quiet over there. This massive aircraft hangar to our right, which I thought was, when it was first being built, was a supermarket, but that turns out to be the indoor training facility. Here's a shot from Jones, and that's the thing here. Moore's again just given that a little bit of air, and Jones, the pitch is so good, has just gone straight over the top, and a couple of bounces down to the boundary rope. Good bit of fielding by the steward, but yeah, I don't mind that from Moore at all. Oh dear, and that gentleman, he sort of went with the reverse hand Ben Stokes effort off his deck chair, but I don't mind that. But it tossed up again, And Jones will get a single this time out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary road. But as you said, I think you've just got to accept that there is a chance if you're doing that you will go for boundaries.
Yeah, and Amy Jones looks like she's really getting into her work now. Briefest shuffle of her feet down the ground. And the outfield is rock hard.
Everywhere is at the moment with this weather. Single here.
Yeah. Speaking to Lauren Winfield Hill, she described diving on some of the outfields as like diving on the M1. So
Well, yeah. Bench is being used as Johan Myberg on the bench having a watch. I think, as I say, I think he'll be quite happy with where Surrey are at the moment. Little bit of turn there for Moore. Played straight back up the pitch by Jones. Yeah, diving on the M1. It is a road out there in the middle. And the outfield, as you say, is rock hard. Nicely bowled again by Moore. Great respect there from Jones. But yes, I think there'll be some scraped elbows, and I'm just seeing that Stonehouse down below us for that very reason is sort of wearing the sleeves under her shirt, which is sensible really.
yeah, we see a lot of players wearing that today.
Otherwise it's grazed elbows, which can be very painful. Single down the ground here. But again, it's a tidy over from Moore. I think, yeah, one lovely shot from Jones over the top, but just the one boundary off the over. Antiseptic will be popular at this time of the year as well, won't it? Actually, it's been. I know this sounds a strange thing to say, but it's quite tough for the ground staff.
Very.
In the fact that we've had this weather since April, and getting anything into pitches is quite difficult.
Well, yeah, you want a contest, don't you? And it feels like a real struggle to create that contest at the minute.
Well, I know at the start of April pitches were dry. They're almost like June pitches at the start of the season. And that is very difficult. Short from Franklin this time, and as we've seen throughout the day so far, anything short's going to go to the boundary, and that's the 100 up. And Amy Jones there had plenty of time.
Yep, just a swivel on the back foot. Behind square once again. It's been a good area for run scoring today.
Yeah, there's
Picks
so
it up
much
early.
time, yeah. And it's just true bounce as well.
Ooh.
Hits straight back down the pitch this time by Jones, and hits the stumps at the non-striker's end.
That must be so frustrating. She hit that so well.
Two straight. The other thing is, I don't know where Bryce was at the non-striker's end, but I don't think Franklin got anything on it.
She looked out of her crease to me.
Yeah, and that is, well, actually, you say that's a horrible way to go, but normally it's down to the non-striker going too far out the crease. That's too short as well, and this will be 4 more.
Yeah, she's really struggling here, Franklin. Struggling to find a way to bowl at Amy Jones.
She looked, her last couple of overs, much happier, didn't she, from the Beckenham end, but a short one pulled away, and this one a little short and wide. Just so much time for Amy Jones there. And just put away for 4 more. 300 is par, I think, today. Slower ball from Franklin. And a single for Jones out to the sweeper on the cover boundary road.
Yeah, plenty of batting to come as well. 100 already up.
I'm sure you want to be a bowler at Beckenham.
No. I wonder whether this will be Phoebe Franklin's last for a little bit.
Well, this is a loopy full toss from Franklin. Gets away with this somewhat. And that will just be the single, and you can see the disappointment there on Bryce's face as she looks at the toe end of her bat. Threw that a little bit early. There we are, some more people in their deck chairs. Photographer.
Just maybe Franklin needs to slow this down a little bit. Just readjust slightly.
Too short again. Yeah, she's definitely not happy at the moment, Phoebe Franklin. It's horrible this for Franklin because it happens to do the best. Just something not quite right today, and a boundary off the last ball of the over, so it's all the ones now. 111 for one. Catcher, thank you.
Thanks.
Catcher's with us throughout the day. Georgie Heath is here, having had the not quite the journey from hell, but actually getting out of London was tough.
Honestly, I think I could have just run here faster.
Yeah,
should have just popped on a bike.
It's a little bit like that when you try and get out of any part of London. Once you're out of London, it's all right. It's lovely to see you.
It's nice to be here. Nice to be back in sunny Beckenham. It's about 20 degrees warmer than when we were here last week.
Yes,
it was.
I heard it was cold.
Baltic.
It was cold. Start of the 19th. It's nicely played by Bryce down to third. It's good work from Stonehouse. And they'll get a couple. Just nicely guided away there.
Well, they need all bits of work like that out in the field at the moment. It's got to save every run possible because they're sort of leaking runs at the moment. A few sort of loose balls delivered, and these two are going to chew those up all day long.
Yeah, until sort of the last 2-3 overs, I thought Surrey had done really well, but they're just now beginning to leak a few.
We've got to break this partnership. Obviously, Amy Jones is the key one to get rid of, 69 from 64. But Catherine Bryce, she can hit a big ball too. And if you break this, yes, there's still batting to come, but just try and put the stoppers on the run leaking a bit.
I don't want to put the curse on Amy Jones here, but when you're sort of in this position on a pitch like this, you can sometimes get a little bit ahead of yourself. But as I said to catch you, at the moment it's a nailed on 100 here for Jones and then some.
And that would make England very pleased to see, wouldn't they, coming into the international season?
Oh, I'm just looking forward to watching her keep wicket. So that's nicely bowled by Moore. Nicely taken by Chatley as well. Moore's settled very nicely.
She has, hasn't she? Just straight into her work. And that one just sort of skidded on a bit.
Well, that's the thing on here. You know you're not going to get much turn. You know it's a very good pitch to bat on. So you've got to have your variety. We've seen her toss a couple up. We've seen her go a bit quicker as well. This one's tossed up. It's actually full toss. And Bryce again will feel maybe just missed out a touch there. Down to Alice Davison-Richards. Stood up there at mid-off on the edge of the circle. Again, tucked away into the leg side. They're thinking about two. They run the first hard, but the sweeper comes up to do the fielding. Just a single, and again, tidy over from Moore there. Just the 5 off it. 116 for one. I was saying, what are your thoughts? I'm an old man these days, but some of these deck chairs you can get these days are magnificent, aren't
Problem
they?
is, I have a problem that once I'm in it, that's it. Getting out again is just the most ungainly experience.
But the thing now is they're a bit like cinema chairs. A drinks holder, somewhere for your TV remote.
Yeah, the drinks holder's the perfect addition to it, isn't it? You can actually, I think the best things, I'm talking about drinks holders, are the little inflatable ones that you can get that you take in the pool. Not that I have a pool. You could probably take in the bath, I imagine, too. But it's like a little,
chairs?
no, it's like a little drink holder thing, and it's an inflatable ring, and you just put your cup in it, and then it floats around with you. And I'm like, that's what I need for the bath.
That is very good, isn't it? I didn't know you could get things like that. We've got to change of bowling. Danny Gregory. Powered by SSE Energy. So Danny Gregory with her leg spin. Into the attack to replace Franklin from the Beckenham end. First up, flat delivery, which is turned straight down the ground by Bryce, and we'll get a single.
I don't mind this as a change, actually. They need to try and sort of use their variations in the bowling. That's where they've struggled a little bit at times this season, just taking those wickets and just getting that, putting the pressure on. Their batting has been phenomenal at times. Sorry, we've seen lots of centuries throughout the season so far, but it's just breaking partnerships like this is where they've struggled.
Well, I think you also sort of say to yourselves, we might not take too many wickets today, but it's going to be all about what the total is from the Blaze at the end.
Yeah, slow that run scoring. You've got a very comfortable looking Amy Jones now in the 70s. Catherine Bryce just doing what she needs to do, keep her company, rotating the strike, keeping scoring.
They're laying a platform though, Blaze. Bryce, oh, that's beautifully timed. I think this will get to the rope. It will indeed.
That's magnificent, isn't it,
Yeah.
from Catherine Bryce? That is absolute precision placement. Easy enough for me to say.
Well, much like the way you said that, it was precision from Bryce. Very nicely played. And over the boundary rope for 4. And again, doesn't try and overhit. That's the 100 partnership as well. And as I say, they're just laying a really nice base here, Bryce and Jones. You see Alice Davison Richards there having a chat with Danny Gregory about changes in the field. Tough to defend the boundary ropes here as well, because as you just saw there from Bryce, as long as you time it and get it in the gap, you're going to get a boundary.
Yeah, and it's been so dry as well recently, hasn't it?
Yeah, we were talking about this, Katya and I, you know, since April, since the start of April. Single here for Bryce. And that does make it tough for the ground staff, because I think start of April the pitches were dry, and you know, couldn't get anything into the pitches, and now the sun's still out.
I'll never complain about the sun being out. No such thing as too much sun for me.
Absolutely. Although you might if you were sort of piling in for your 8th over and nothing was happening. That's all right from Gregory, because it's defending that mid-wicket boundary, bowling to her field there. You take that. Jones has moved on to 72 now.
And they've just put in the fielder to plug that gap that Bryce found earlier.
Yeah, just on the edge of the circle at short third. So Bryce has got to think about going somewhere else, and that's nicely bowled by Gregory, because that is straight to short third. So the fielder put there. Gregory bowls the perfect delivery, and Bryce hits the fielder. Bryce 40, Jones 72.
It must be so satisfying, I always think, as a captain, when you set the field and it just comes off so nicely. Your bowler bowls exactly. It's perfect to take a wicket, that kind of way. You know, bowl to your field, goes out, and you think, you know what, that's my wicket. You feel like that should be written in there somewhere. Yep. Bowling change, well done, captain.
Yeah. Well, the other thing that I think sometimes gets forgotten about is you always talk about batting in partnerships, don't you? But it's bowling in partnerships as well. And a lot of the time you see someone bowling with someone else, and then they're keeping it tight, and then one of them takes a wicket, and actually it's been the bowler at the other end that has sort of had an assist, I suppose you could put in the score. But yeah, I think if you come up with a plan and it comes off, and in this wonderful world of data and analysis and matchups and all that good stuff, but I still like it when you can see the captain spotted something, wanders across to a bowler. What do you reckon to this? Yeah, let's give it a go, and it comes off. It's fantastic. As Jones will get a single here. There's an aeroplane of some description. Oh no, it's a helicopter.
There's a helicopter.
Goes overhead. So, a helicopter in the blue sky. There you go. Might be one of the Crystal Palace team, or the owner, having just been to the training grounders. Nicely bowled again by Moore. Pushed away for a single by Bryce.
Well, having a good season, aren't they, Crystal Palace? They deserve to fly by helicopter.
I was boring everybody with the fact that that's their training ground away to our left.
We got confused a few weeks ago. We found out it's the Beckenham end because we were calling it the Crystal Palace end.
Yes, the Beckenham end. As toe end of the bat here from Jones. Almost hit that straight to Capsy. Now that would have disappointed her. It's nicely bowled again by Moore, because Jones is using her feet, not quite to the pitch of it. Moore dives across and does the fielding off her own bowling. It's good over this, just a couple off it with one ball to go. This is very nice stuff.
Yeah, really nice. This is what they need. Build some pressure.
Looking to slog sweep, doesn't really time it, but it beats the dive of Capsy. It will just be a single. That is a terrific over, just the 3 runs off it. So Jones 74, Bryce 41.
Other matches also going on around the country today. Essex Durham, Essex 115 for 2, just coming towards the end of the 22nd over, and Warwickshire playing Lancashire, Lancashire and 92 for 1 in the 19th over.
Yeah, well, good starts all round the place.
The wicket to fall there, Eve Jones. Oh, they've had a great time opening.
Emma Lamb in the runs again.
Again, yeah.
Yeah. Quality player. Making the most of batting conditions, I think it's fair to say at the moment. Here's Emma Lamb. Gregory with her second over. Oh, that's a nice shot from Jones. That is a gorgeous shot, because again, just waited on this. It's the hands through extra cover. See this again. Just watch the hands of Amy Jones. There you go. It was thrown up by Gregory, but beautifully tight, and again not trying to overhit on here. Don't really have to. Just eased away through the gap onto 78 she goes. As a single here out towards cover.
I think that's the thing with Amy Jones, isn't it? You know, you don't think of her as this sort of big bludgeoning kind of player. It's about timing, placement, and using those hands, finding those gaps. And you don't just think she's going to come out and just... You don't look at Amy Jones and go, she's one that's just going to give it a whack. She's a very smart cricketer.
Yeah, she's playing very nicely at the moment. Single here for Bryce. And they're just ticking this round now. Bryce and Jones. So yes, the Beckenham end, and that is the Crystal Palace training ground. And then there, that you're seeing on the live stream, when it was first built, I honestly thought it was a supermarket. But it's Crystal Palace's indoor training centre. As single here, pulled straight down the ground by Jones.
I can see what you mean by the supermarket thing. I was thinking more...
aircraft hangar?
Aircraft hangar, or looks a bit like...
garden centre?
The snow dome in Milton Keynes, when you can go and do indoor skiing.
Yeah,
which, when it built, I actually thought you skied on the outside of it, and I was confused why there was never anyone there. I was about 6 at the time. Just to...
Indoor skiing?
Yeah, so it's indoor...
Is that any fun, is it?
Well, I think so, but I think it's a bit boring after a while, because it's
not
one
much
slope.
to look at. Although, having been skiing once, and I did the grand total of about 5 minutes on the elementary learning.
And not for you?
Oh, no way. Absolutely no fun. But yes, so there you are. That's the indoor training centre for Crystal Palace. Not a garden centre, a supermarket. Oh, outside edge gone. Oh, that's a huge wicket for Danny Gregory. And turn, and Jones goes for 80. Partnership is broken, and that's a nice bit of bowling from Danny Gregory.
Desperately needed that wicket as well, and they've just been building that pressure in the previous over. We talked about it from Kalia Moore, and then the first one going for 4, and there's just building it again, dotting up the singles, and Amy Jones just finding that outside edge.
Good to see this again on the replay, because there was definitely I'm just wondering as well whether Jones is trying to run this down to third a touch. Yeah, I think she is, but to be fair to Gregory, has got that one to turn. Nicely bowled, but I think Jones, nobody at slip. You got a short third, big space, and just with the turn, just trying to open the face of the bat. Yeah, Jones will feel she's left some out there today. Played beautifully for that 80, but will feel she's left at least another 80 probably out there.
Yeah, it was there for the taking, really, wasn't it? But it does mean that we have the Bryce sisters together in the middle, which I always like to see. Two of the nicest humans in cricket.
Yeah, it must be a lovely thing to be out there.
I always think it's also, if you ever talk to their parents, it's great when they're playing on the same team, except when they're playing against each other in something like the 100 or when they're over in the WBBL. You think, do you have to buy 2 shirts, cut them down the middle and stitch them together?
There is something about when sisters or brothers come up against each other in different teams, though.
Number 27, Talia Moore. Number 47, Sophia Dunkley.
So, changing bowling, powered by SSE Energy Solutions. Sophia Dunkley, I think Surrey are working out that spin could be the way forward here, as this one's pulled away by Catherine Bryce. And 139 for 2. So Catherine Bryce moves on to 47. Sarah Bryce comes on to strike for the first time after that huge wicket of Amy Jones in the last over. But I think Chatley has worked out here that spin could be the way forward. As pushed away through backward point, they'll get a single, and Bryce gets off the mark with that single.
I like the idea of bringing Dunkley on to bowl. Doesn't bowl as much really as actually I'd quite like her. I've seen her bowl a few times and really make a difference over in the Fairbreak tournament.
Well, I'll tell you something, it's not often you see two leggies going in tandem. That one was tossed up.
Yeah, she's not quite hit her length just yet here. Dunkley's just working her way in.
Catherine Bryce on to 45. Sarah Bryce comes back onto strike on 1.
She had a great time down under, Sarah Bryce, with the Sydney Sixers. Helped rescue a few games, actually. Nice place to spend your winter. Is looking to drive is Bryce. That's nicely bowled by Dunkley. Sarah Bryce there, outside edge beaten. Chatley nicely taken. I'll tell you what, actually the catch to get rid of Jones was a good one, because there was quite a thick edge on that from Jones on 80. A little shorter this time. And that's pulled away by Sarah Bryce. We'll get a single, move on to 2. End of this over, Georgie Cameron Ponsonby will be joining you with his copious amounts of stats on his laptop. Stats. He's fueled by some strange looking pancake too.
Yes, as this one's wide outside the off stump and is left alone. So wide's the signal, 140 for 2. But tidy first over this from Dunkley. Nice ball of it. And it's another one. Wide outside the off stump. Wide signalled once more by James Treadwell. He knows his ground very well, of course. Former Kent player. And England. Oh, this is loopy from Dunkley. And driven by Catherine Bryce out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary rope. That's the end of the over. That's the end of me for the time being. A few more thoughts from Georgie, and then she'll be joined by Cameron Ponsonby.
Yeah, that wicket of Amy Jones is really crucial for Surrey, because she was just racing along, looked very comfortable, taking on anything, didn't mind pace, didn't mind a bit of spin, and worked her way to 80. And she will feel like she's missed out a bit there, but Catherine Bryce still out there, 46 from 52, now being kept company by her sister. I always wonder if there's a sort of, not telepathy as such, as we talk twin telepathy, but whether you need to communicate so much when it's your sister and you've been playing maybe backyard cricket together.
I'm still here.
Did you play backyard cricket in Scotland? Sounds a bit cold if you ask me.
I don't know where he's gone, Cameron. Sort of disappeared. Oh, did he? Oh, gone for a... Yes. So I'll do another over. Yes, that's a very good point from you. Maybe.
They had an indoor school that looked like a supermarket, perhaps.
And also, as you said, when they take a single, let's just see if there is a big shout of yes, because as you say, sisters, as this one's down the leg side from Gregory, and Bryce will feel she's missed out there, just looking to dink it past Chatley, got nothing on it. Beautifully taken again. I tell you what, we're going to be treated today. Chatley and Jones behind the stumps, and I think we'll see a lot of spin. That's nicely played by Bryce. Doesn't miss out the second time. Stonehouse, good work again. Diving away down there. That's a terrific stop. It really is. I think she's got the sleeves for her arms, but I think she may have grazed a knee there. But it's a very good bit of fielding. And saved a couple of runs there, and all these runs today will be crucial. Great work. And Gregory will appreciate that as well. That's short, that's pulled. This will be 4. Oh, split the gap. Great placement by Bryce. And there's a gentleman sat there who got the shock of his life.
Shocking, especially with it between his legs.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yes, he's
glad he was watching. We could just say that. Yeah.
But that's the 50 for Catherine Bryce, that gentleman there. He did very, very well indeed. Catherine Bryce moves on to 52 from 55 deliveries. Nicely bowled by Danny Gregory. Again, just gave that one a little bit more air. Good control by Gregory. And that big wicket of Amy Jones. I'm trying to remember the game it was where I saw Danny Gregory bowl one of the best leg breaks I have ever seen.
Oh, really? It's still stuck in there.
Oh, genuinely, I think it was against Middlesex. And this is pulled straight down the ground. And we'll get a single. Not a word of a lie. It must have pitched half a foot outside the leg stump. Perfectly good looking defensive shot. Just clipped the top of the off stump.
Oh.
Beautiful it was.
What I'd give to bowl something like that.
Absolutely. 149 for 2. This is the final ball of the 24th over. And I'll say it again. At the end of this over, Georgie, you will be joined by Cameron Ponsonby. Yes, as this one's turn out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary rope. There's a diving stop there. And they will pick up.
Is that Rihanna McDonald-Gay?
Yeah, it's a good bit of work, isn't it? Ooh, I think again it's just that grazed knees actually. So 2 off that final ball of the over. Georgie, a few thoughts from you, and then Cameron will be back with you.
He will this time. Well, Captain Bryce is having a hell of a day. Now 50 on the board, and after being named ICC Women's Player of the Month as well just this morning. I mean, not bad for a Wednesday in, what month are we in? A Wednesday in May. So she's still out there, 53 from 57, being kept company by her sister. And it's going to be another over from Dunkley, who was pretty tidy in her first, and then just a couple of wides creeping in at the end. But leg spin from both ends seems to be working. They're just slowing that run rate down a bit. It's still up over 6. But when Jones and Bryce were racing along, it looked like we're sort of, it's going to be a very, very difficult chase for Surrey. And we do know that batting really is their stronger suit. Welcome, Cam.
Hello, Georgie. Chipped into the leg side. First of all, I want to address justice. Me and Churchy have compared notes, and I was bang on time. I'd never dream of letting
He was just too keen to leave me. He was just trying to escape. It's okay.
First stint on the stream, trying to sneak off early. Unbelievable. Danny bowls once again. That one's a bit shorter. And cut out to Stonehouse on the cover boundary. No, it's a rare treat to see Sophia Dunkley bowl. She has been known to bowl in the past. She only sent down 4 overs for the Stars last year. She's going to pull up her international numbers as I speak. That short's pulled. The sweep will do well to cut that off, and she does do well. Keeps it to 1.
I saw her in action with the ball actually over at the Fairbreak tournament. Picked up a 3 for, I remember one game quite clearly, and it was sort of everyone going, wow, where's this come from? And well, she can bowl, she just doesn't do it as much as we think.
That's beautifully bowled there. Looped onto a length and prodded to White Hodge at cover. Do you want to have a guess at how many international wickets Dunks has?
Oof. Single figures.
Yep.
2.
Georgie Heath,
Is it?
well done.
Yes!
Exactly 2.
Happy days.
1 T20 wicket, 1 ODI wicket.
Oh, I couldn't tell you who they were though.
I tell you what, if I'm her, I'm a bit frustrated, if not furious, that I haven't been given more of a bowl in ODIs. She's only bowled 3 balls in ODI cricket. A best of 1 for 1.
So are we saying that was the end of an innings?
You know what? We've come this far. Let's keep looking.
It must have been.
Right, at the halfway point of the innings, at the end of the 25th over, the score was 156 for 2. So Baby taking centre stage as it should. Catherine Bryce on 56. She's out of the crease with her sister in 6 off 7. And everyone's going to have a quick break for a drink. And while they have a break for a drink, I'm going to do some investigating.
Oh, yes.
And Sophia Dunkley's 1 ODI wicket. And it came against the West Indies.
Yeah.
On the 4th of December 2022. And what do you know, you're spot on. The final wicket of the innings, caught by Kate Cross. Shakira Selman gone for 3.
There you go.
To round off a 142 run win.
Well, there's one more ODI wicket than I'm ever going to get.
Of course, England are going to play the West Indies. Well, new era.
New era.
Kicks off a week tomorrow.
Yeah, that squad's imminent. It's
a week today
pending.
Begins. I think we are going to have some. We're expecting it to be announced. Well, probably whilst we're on air at some point today.
Breaking news.
Goodness me. Everyone will be tuning into the Surrey live stream to get live reaction from Georgie Heath, Catcher Whitney, from Mark Church. Not from me. I won't do anything.
No, you keep stum.
Exactly.
Which is actually a fantastic word that I'm going to start using more in my life. Keep stum.
I think it's a sound that kind of encapsulates what it's trying to say.
What is that? It's not onomatopoeia, is it? Is that when the word sounds like the...
No. Look, of all the things I fear talking about on live commentary, it's
the English language.
It's the English language and the lack of words I actually know.
Yeah.
Second only to Daniel Norcross, who's now betrayed us.
He has, yeah. He's ventured across the terrace.
He's working for the British Broadcasting Corporation, BBC. I've never heard of those guys. But he's chatting away with Henry.
We'll see him in the car park afterwards.
Exactly. But occasionally on the Surrey live stream, Daniel will test you either by talking about kind of ancient Greek philosophers or darts checkouts. It makes me realise I'll be very bad at Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, because under pressure I cannot work out how to get down from 127. 19 takes you down to 70. 20 pull. There we go. And it's because Daniel's not here.
Oh.
If he asked me,
you'd be nervous.
Be nervous.
Yeah. Or he brings up someone who played for Surrey before the war or something,
and preface it with, of course. He goes, of course.
And you're like, oh yes, of course. I actually was reading about him before I went to bed.
How have your travels of the country been? You've been kind of seeing a lot of county cricket.
Yes. Where was I?
At the moment.
Where have I been? I've been to Sussex since
Lovely.
I was last here. And over at Northampton. So, yeah, just a bit here, there and everywhere. Back at Sussex tomorrow and on Sunday for a T10 disability competition.
Oh, lovely.
Which will be an interesting one, yeah.
So that's down in Hove?
Yes, on Sunday.
And so what's the format of that day? How's that day come to be?
Someone gave me a call, said, let's get involved, and I said, yes, this will be great. No, I think that it's sort of the first of its kind of really putting disability cricket in, it's all the big dogs in one place, basically.
Sure.
So actually getting to put it on display, and it'll be really exciting, actually. T10 format. So yeah, looking forward to that one down there.
Well, you were witness to a moment in history recently down at Sussex. I'm sorry to put you on the spot like this, where a player was timed out.
Yes.
And absolutely no one knew what was going on.
Yes, ourselves included in the commentary box. There was no communication, but the player, she came out and she had just taken guard and she looked up and the umpire was just standing there with her finger up, made no noise whatsoever. She'd just been standing there like this while this player was taking guard, and she looked up and went, oh, and off she went again. And it happened to be also off the last ball of the game, which had also been a wide. So the previous one, someone had been stumped off a wide, so gone. So this player had been like, oh, last ball, and then there'd been a bit of confusion. Like, it's a wide, you've got to go, wickets still happen and there's still another one. So she'd obviously tried to find all her stuff, come out to the middle, and then
taken too long in the process.
Didn't need her kit anyway because she was timed out, and off she went.
It is a wonderful video. A friend and colleague of ours, Nick Friend at the Cricketer, has screen recorded it and is sending it to, I think, everyone he's ever spoken to.
He can actually do it word for word.
It is a genuinely wonderful picture where the batter looks up to take her guard and just is greeted with a finger in the air.
Honestly, it was...
And off she has to go. Right, we have a bowling change powered by SSE Energy Solutions. Rhiannon McDonald-Gay is returning to the attack from the Beckenham end. That was a remarkable amount of drama. That was, of course, in the T20 County Cup, where Surrey are in action for the first time this weekend against Hampshire. This is the rebirth of cricket's FA Cup, as it were.
Oh, I love it. I'm just waiting for a giant slaying.
Again, McDonald-Gay just sneaks one down the leg side. So it's very similar to kind of the traditional men's FA Cup where the big teams enter in round 3.
Yes.
And so Surrey are actually the only all tier 1 round 3 fixture. So basically someone is going to have to get knocked out. Whereas the Blaze, I believe, are playing Oxfordshire.
Yes.
So that's where your kind of giant killing could happen. It's another wide ball. You grimaced when I said that.
I feel cricket is much... I don't know whether it's just me, but I think it's much harder to find giant slaying in cricket than in football.
Yes, because I think, weirdly, this is an incredibly dull explanation of it. There's just more points. More points are scored.
You could just score, you can just get a penalty and happen to, in football. But cricket, there's a lot around. And
McDonald-Gay is just losing a line here. It's the third ball in a row that's snuck down leg side. But it's why kind of football, it's one of the reasons people think football is so popular, is because it's the most high variance sport, because one goal changes, one score, 1 point changes the result of the game, whereas with cricket you're going to, today we're likely to have 2 scores north of 300, so if there's a continued exercise where people are having to do the skill, then the likelihood of a shock is lessened. Beautifully fielded by Davison Richards. A bit of a hero dive, but we'll credit her for it nonetheless.
I'm also on Snack Watch down in front of us. There's a good array going on.
Appeal for LBW. That's sneaking down the leg side. It's a tough ask for McDonald-Gay to get Sue Redfern to agree for that one, where after 3 balls have just gone down the leg side, she thinks, I know where these balls have been going.
Yeah. Gonna need a 5th stump almost for that one.
It's clipped into leg side region, fielded by Phoebe Franklin.
Well, you know what? Wides aside, great over this from Rhiannon McDonald-Gay.
It might be the future, if this is the line that's working for her. And you can also, there's such thing as a good miss and a bad miss. And if McDonald-Gay is trying to angle the ball into the stump, she has 5 fielders on the leg side. It's a very unusual field for a seam bowler to bowl to. It's more associated with an off spinner where you have mid-off cover point out on the boundary, backward point, then mid-on, mid-wicket in the ring, and then 3 fielders protecting the leg side boundary. McDonald Gay is deliberately trying to bowl incredibly leg side, and so if the ball does sneak down past the pads, that's okay. She's missing in the right direction. It's better than a kind of loose half volley outside off. Having said all of that, we now see Phoebe Franklin scampering across to plug that gap at backward point. I wouldn't be surprised to see if the same line here is bowled and Catherine Bryce takes the single into the leg side for an easy one. Bowled! Straight through, the plan does work. And McDonald Gay picks up another crucial wicket for Surrey, who have been excellent in these last 5 to 10 overs. Bryce has to go for 56, 159 for 3.
Well, look at that for an over. Starts off with 3 wides and then just backs it up, dot, 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 and then the pressure building, and finally just finds that straighter line and gets rid of a dangerous player, 56. So that means that Sarah Bryce is out there in single figures and should be joined by a new batter. And this is just what Surrey needed to slow down that run scoring and then start taking wickets.
That ball sneaking through the defences of Bryce. And maybe giving too much credit to the kind of mastermind of Kira Chatley. But whether the moving of that fielder from mid-wicket over to backward point has encouraged Bryce to kind of close the bat face on that ball a little bit more than she would have done, looking for that one run and sneaking the ball through and crashing into middle stump. It's a crucial wicket for Surrey, who have done ever so well here to remove both set batters in Jones for 80 and McDonald Gay for and Catherine Bryce for 56. 2 set batters through quality pieces of bowling. Neither batter has given it away there. They've been got out, as it were. Remember us going through the variations of getting out and getting got out.
Getting out, got out, getting gotted out. Gotted is definitely not the word.
But the result of it is Georgia Elwys comes to the crease and 2 new batters are here for Surrey. It looks like we're going to have a bowling change. Kalia Moore is going to return to the attack from the City end. All Surrey bowling changes are powered by SSE Energy Solutions. And a crucial part of the game here, Surrey, who if they sneak a couple more wickets will consider themselves well on top. And that's wide of off stump and guided down to the third man area, and that's 4. It's so quick, the outfield today. That ball has really not picked up much more above about 10 miles an hour. But it's enough to run away to the boundary's edge.
Well, it's absolute carbon copy of the shot her sister played at the other end just a couple of overs ago. From Sarah Bryce, she moves into double figures.
Tucked into the leg side, and Bryce will pick up a single. I was out at the Women's World Cup in October in the UAE and was there for Scotland's first World Cup match. It was against Bangladesh in Sharjah, and it was about 40 degrees, and Sarah Bryce was on the pitch for every ball. She kept wicket and then she batted through the innings. I remember talking to her afterwards, and she explained that she got goosebumps twice, once when the anthems were playing and once when in 40 degrees under the helmet she started to get goosebumps again, and that was more of a health issue. Elwys paddle sweeps immediately and gets off the mark. She might be able to scamper back for 2, decides against it. And it was suffocating and stifling the heat that day. And there was a Scotland player who I never actually found out the identity of. They kept her anonymous, who did throw up on the outfield.
Ooh.
And they said she was able to kind of catch it in her arm.
I don't think that's where I was expecting you to go with that one. But thank you for that visual.
It was very exciting. They actually lost that match narrowly to Bangladesh, but it was amazing talking to a number of the players within the Scotland setup and just how quickly women's cricket in the country had risen, as it were, or accelerated. And they had a wonderful kind of memento in that they have this flag that they carry around with them, the Scottish flag. I hasten to add. I don't know why it'd be any other flag. And everyone who's ever played for the country has signed it.
Oh, wow.
Cut firmly away to Stonehouse on the boundary. That brings to a close the 27th over. 8 runs off that over from Moore. Scores 167 for 3. And because Scotland only played their first women's international around just over 20 years ago, I think at the turn of the century. See our photographers hard at work, sending off the files to where they need to be.
I remember keeping up with their qualification for this World Cup.
Yeah.
Trying to keep up with all the global qualifiers, and when they knew they'd made it and then they were going into the final to play, who was else? Was it the UAE? No, who
Very
was the
possibly.
other team in the final? Was it Sri Lanka?
You're testing me.
Anyway, but they knew they'd already qualified, but there was also this, then they also knew who would go into which group at the World Cup, which I think is a very strange one to tell them beforehand, because there was this sort of group of death,
Yeah.
it was known as, that if you won the final, you would end up in. It was Sri Lanka in that final because they'd beaten Ireland to get themselves there. So broken
This
Irish
makes sense
hearts.
because Ireland didn't make it to the World Cup, but Sri Lanka and Scotland did.
There you go. But I think it's a very interesting concept, obviously looking at the future of cricket coming back into the Olympics for 28. You know, obviously play as Great Britain rather than England, Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland.
Tucked away for one. McDonald Gay persisting with this very straight plan. They have kind of diluted this a little bit by going to a 5-4 field rather than the 4-5 that had been in place previously. But it was sorry, continue with the
No, so it's just the idea that I'd be very interested to see which of the Scottish players would make it into a British team.
Yes, okay.
Especially on the women's side.
That's short, and will it be given a wide? It will be given a wide.
Well. But yeah, those global qualifiers, I mean, they were absolutely made up. Scotland, first time they've made it to a World Cup. And now, potentially, some of them will get to play in the Olympics too. And that's pretty cool.
It is amazing. The Bryce sisters, you'd imagine, be right in contention for making that GB team. And Sarah Bryce was explaining, because they both made their debuts for Scotland when they were teenagers. Short again, that's snuck down the leg side, and that will be a wide ball. But Sarah Bryce was explaining something that she finds, that she holds quite dearly, is that she played in the same game. She is played with a player who played in the very first Scotland international, so there's only 1 degree of separation to cap number 1.
Interesting.
And how that still exists, and whilst the Bryce sisters are playing for Scotland, that will continue to exist. It's a wide ball again.
And you think they'd both still be around for quite a long time. So, obviously we're both over in Australia this winter. Catherine Bryce with the Hobart Hurricanes and Sarah with the Sydney Sixers. Batted to save a game at one point. Sarah Bryce making a 62, I think it was, alongside the great Elise Perry captaining that side.
Cuts. And that'll be 4 runs. And that's exactly what we were talking about in terms of the good and bad misses. Yes, McDonald Gay had bowled those 3 wide balls that was sneaking down the leg side. But just in terms of where her protection is in the field, when she gets wide, she's able to be cut away. That's 4 runs to Bryce. As Adam, I'm going to really upset myself and him there. That's because that's my friend Adam who works for Surrey, and I can never just pronounce his surname properly. I can't do it at the best of times, not on live radio, and the live stream, as it were. It's a poor effort from the photographer to intercept it.
What is his surname? I'm going to ask you now.
Sophronio.
We'll go with that. If you just sort of mumble it, then no one knows. It's like, you know, when you're doing language at school and you're trying to write it, and I couldn't spell French words, or I didn't know which way the accent was meant to go. If you sort of make it just like a curve or a squiggle, I always thought I'd get away with it.
And did you?
Made it through school, didn't I? Quit French quite early, and Latin. Actually, I was so poor at Latin, it let me quit a year early.
Hey, congrats.
Thanks. I got to study ancient civilization for a year instead. That was wild. Whew.
That is remote. So you went from kind of studying the language to just study the time.
Yeah.
And use your own language to...
Yeah, pretty much, yeah. It was the language that was the problem.
Straight again from McDonald Gay. That brings to an end. It's 27th over after 28 overs gone. The score was 175 for 3.
Can be interesting stuff, though. I love a bit of history. That's why Dan's always good to be around. He's always full of something.
So what falls under kind of,
Oh,
if we're doing ancient
we spent a
civilization?
long time learning about aqueducts, actually. Yeah, it wasn't top of your list, was it? It's just about the only thing I can remember from it.
I do, because I remember I read, we can really get in the weeds here. It's the middle overs, that's fine. Kind of, there's an author called Robert Harris who writes a lot of kind of quasi-historical fictional books, in that he takes a real historical timeline and then inserts a fictional tale into it.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So I remember he wrote a book about Pompeii and the kind of eruption of Vesuvius. It's well bowled by Moore. Elvis is back and defends, and it's from the point of view of the man who controls the aqueducts.
There you
so
go.
That's where I learned about the aqueducts and kind of cut away. 1 run.
Talking of Latin lessons, if you did the Latin lessons that I did, Vesuvius is what killed Caecilius. And the only Latin I can remember is Caecilius est in horto.
Caecilius is in
the garden.
The garden? Lovely.
And Metella was usually in the kitchen. That was his wife.
Sneaks down the leg side. There's a lot of wide balls being delivered by Surrey at the moment. It is kind of not quite a necessary evil, but quite close to it, given their plans to bowl very straight. But we're up to 12 for the innings. And there's another one.
Yeah, this is a shame because Killian Moore had been bowling really well. She'd just been getting some pressure on early, and then they had that sort of combination of spin bowlers going, managed to take a wicket, and now they're just releasing pressure, by giving away 3 runs.
And there's the flip side. A little bit of width cut out to Stonehouse for 1. Moore's really trying to bowl as straight as possible. It's the same field that McDonald Gay had in the previous over. 4 on the offside. She has 1 field in front of square in the ring on the leg side. 2, beg your pardon, mid wicket and mid on. That's perfect. Well bowled from Moore. She's trying to play a game of kind of keeping it within her, the batter, and mid wicket. Ideally, that's the triangle they want to be playing in. Sneaks away for 1, but it's positive captaincy from Chatley. She only has 3 fielders out to Elvis, when she is of course allowed to have 4. Just trying to force the issue, force a big shot and sneak another wicket. If they are able to take a few more wickets in the next few overs, a wonderful bonus. But Bryce, that is beautiful.
She plays that shot so well, doesn't she? We saw it from Catherine earlier as well. Just soft touch, waits on it, plays it so late, finds that outside edge, no one around, and that quick outfield.
She's played this on line rather than length. You can just see on that replay there how full that delivery was. But as soon as it was outside her eye line, she rocks back and knew that if she gets any bat on it at all, will run away for 4. See a picturesque day here at Beckenham. Well, we're going to see Alice Davidson-Richards for the first time today with the ball. She's coming on from the Beckenham end.
Well, she's had a great time of it with the bat, hasn't she? So,
all bowling changes, of course, powered by SSE Energy Solutions. Now, she has indeed. She has been in wonderful form with the bat. She's one of several players across the country who'll be kind of keen to hear these New England squads and find out if she's in either of them. She has she played 1 test for England, made a century, and that was a lot so far.
That's that iconic photo, isn't it, of her and Nat Siver-Brunt both in the ice bins.
That's short and cut away. It's a poor ball to begin with from Davidson-Richards, but gets away with it. It's just the 1 run scored off it.
A new era of women's cricket, especially as we look ahead to the World Cup later on this summer. So, a very exciting few months ahead for women's sport, actually, in this country. Obviously, Rugby World Cup as well, going to be here. Starts 100 days today.
Short again, that's cut away for 1 again. It's been a loose start from Davidson-Richards, but she's got away with it so far. The Women's World Cup, Rugby World Cup.
Women's Rugby World Cup starts in 100 days over here, which is very exciting. Then obviously the Women's Euros going on, not here.
That's 3 from 3 short and wide from Davison Richards. But she gets away with it again. On this occasion, entirely so. No run scored.
Georgia always almost skewers herself with her bat. Actually having a waft at that one. You know, you sort of lose balance, try and use your bat to hold yourself up and it jabs you in the stomach. Now I can see in the distance Josie Groves' mum, and I don't know if you know Josie Groves' mum, but you will. She never ever stand still during a game. I saw her at the Under-19 World Cup, the first one a few years ago when Josie was playing, and she was the loudest supporter I have ever met in my life. And then when Josie was playing at Trent Rockets, I think she ended up on camera quite a few times.
She did indeed.
And I can spot her in a blaze top in the distance.
Short again by Davison Richards and cut for 1 run again by the Blaze. Surrey would shake hands on if that delivery and that result happens for the 6th and final ball of this over. 4 runs off the over would absolutely be a result for Surrey. Now I saw this in my pre-match Blaze research. Kind of seeing all Josie Groves mentioned that her mum's not too far away. Pulls, but this time to the deep square leg fielder, and I'm sure Davison Richards will be the first to admit that's not her finest over, but in terms of a result, Surrey will be delighted. Just 4 runs off it after 30 overs. The score is 188 for 3. I also learned that Josie Groves, as well as being a cricketer, is part of the England Netball Academy.
She is indeed. She has been for a while, actually. I think it's very difficult to sort of still at this age be choosing between 2 sports. You sort of think when you're coming through sort of 16, 17, maybe it's still that opportunity, but I mean, if you've got the time, why not?
We're going to have another bowling change as Kira Chatley continues to shuffle the pack. Alexa Stonehouse is going to return to the attack. Bowling change is powered by SSE Energy Solutions. She's bowling from the City end.
Obviously another member of that Under-19 World Cup at the first tournament back in South Africa. Alexis Stonehouse stayed around the Surrey setup. She's obviously part of South East Stars as well.
We're just having a bit of fiddle with the field. On to a 5-4 offside field. 4 in the ring on the offside, short third, backward point, cover mid-off. Cover point is out on the boundary. False start from Stonehouse. Then on the leg side, we have mid-on, deep mid-wicket, backward square leg, and a fine leg. No, Alexa Stonehouse was educated at Canterbury Academy, which is a school that's I've been learning a lot about recently. Short and swivel pulled behind square for a single. In that it's a state school in Canterbury, down in Kent, that has a kind of specialist cricket programme.
Oh, interesting.
For their 6th form. And in the last few years they've had Stonehouse, Darcy Carter and Jaden Denley all kind of graduate through their ranks. It's been a really impressive example of just what can be done and the opportunities that are being provided at certain state schools across the country. There's also Parkview Academy up in Durham and Backer down the south coast in Brighton. This is a good start from Stonehouse. Again, the plans from Surrey are very clear at the moment. She's coming round the wicket, the ball's not swinging. She's angling the ball into those stumps, keeping all dismissals in play and putting the emphasis on the blaze to try and do something to force the issue. That's well bowled. I say the ball wasn't swinging, that definitely had a little bit of tail. Did that have a bit of tail on it? Am I imagining that?
It's very difficult to tell from side on, but it's just turned away nicely, this by Elwes, but she'll be getting a little frustrated. Just 8 from the 15 that she's faced so far. Sarah Bryce still out there, 24 from 19.
short, pulled, and that'll just be 1 run. Little period of detente happening at the moment. That's a good word.
Yes,
Yeah.
big tick for you for that one.
Thank you very much.
It does feel like that run rate should be lower.
You're correct.
I feel like we've been sat around the 6.23 mark for a long time. We've had a few much quieter overs.
Really well bowled and well played as well by Elvis. No, you're correct in that over the last period of 10 overs, we've been congratulating Surrey for doing ever so well. And yet the Blades continue to tick that scoreboard along.
We'll bring you some news from around the grounds at the end of this over as well. Obviously 2 other matches going on today.
Short pulled, and again Surrey will be completely content with that as a result. 5 singles off the over after 31. The score is 193 for 3.
So Essex hosting Durham. Essex batting first, 147 for 7 in the 34th over at the moment. So Durham looking well on top there. Who's taken the wickets? Let's have a look. 2 apiece for Turner and Thompson, 1 each for Katie Levick and Maddie Villiers over there. So Durham looking comfortable. And the Wags are in the house. Danny Wyatt Hodges' wife Georgia and Piper Cleary, Amy Jones's fiance, deciding what they're going to have for lunch. Oh, that looks nice.
Trip to M&S by the looks of it.
Little couscous salad, that looks good. So that's what's going on Essex and Durham, and we'll get to Warwickshire, Lancashire after this delivery.
Cuts dropped. It was a really sharp chance for Wyatt Hodge. It just splits through her hand. She was diving away to her right. The result is 1 run. Be fascinated to see a replay here. It would have been a spectacular catch had it stuck.
Yeah, this went at quite some pace, didn't it? Thick edge, slashed at it, and barely a moment to think about it. She would have expected her to try to take that, though.
That sneaks down the leg side. Davison Richards hasn't quite found her radar so far.
And Lancashire women are taking on Warwickshire. That's up at Edgbaston today. Lancs batting first, 154 for 4. Emma Lamb still there, 79 from 70. Katie Mack was out for 57 from 86. And I had a message from someone in Australia who was watching that match to watch Katie Mack, basically. And she'd had 3 concussion checks. And she's not the tallest of figures, so maybe just...
I beg your pardon. So she was struck 3 times
3
whilst
times,
batting?
yes.
Well, who was bowling?
I don't know, but Katie... I mean, she's not the tallest of players. But she's a great addition to Lancashire, Katie Mack. She's obviously moving from ACT Meteors this year down to New South Wales Breakers. There's my Australian news for you.
I was across that, yes. In terms of transfers, Maddie Blinkhorn-Jones, who was of this parish when it was of South East Stars, made a debut for Essex today, made 8. Pulled strongly, but out to the fielder, deep square leg. Sorry, whilst that drop catch hasn't gone their way, so to speak, the last 2.5 overs have, and I wouldn't say they've been the tightest of overs. It's just been singles. There's been no boundaries in that. As long as that continues, Surrey will be pretty happy. Short again, pulled. Stonehouse will do well to intercept this, and she does. A slight bobble means that the Blades are able to get back for 2.
Did you catch any of the Somerset game yesterday?
I did catch quite a lot of it, actually.
One of my favourite catches I think I've ever seen, Sophie Luff. She went to take the catch sort of above her head, easy, hands as you like, drops it, and then it bounced out of her hand, and she caught it with one hand, but propped against her hamstring.
That's wild from Davison Richards, wide ball signalled by Sue Redfern.
And took the catch in the end. I mean, she very much should have taken it on the first one, but did well to recover, and I'm sure it's across social media somewhere.
That explains so much, because I was watching it on NV Play.
Yeah.
where you're able to go back ball by ball, but it isn't the stream, so you only have the fixed camera. So you had the fixed camera on the bowler, and you had a wide shot. I think they were using kind of fielding analysis. It's well bowled by Davidson Richards. And, well, you've got it up here. So I'm going to have to tell you guys. So she drops the ball and then somehow reaches around and clings onto the ball against her hamstring.
Yeah.
But I was so confused because you could see the ball just go up for a simple catch to mid-wicket, and on both views it looked like it was just a simple, easy catch. And then the bowler loses her mind and celebrates wildly.
Ah, yeah, I can
that's
understand the
happened.
confusion there.
Cuts, and this time it's comfortably in the gap. That's one more run. At the end of the 32nd over, the Blaze have brought up their 200. Sarah Bryce on 30, Georgia Elwes on 10. And so with 18 overs to go, I'd say both teams would be pretty content with how they're placed. The first kind of 32, the first 2/3 of this innings kind of been simmed to a point where, well, if Surrey bowl well in this final 18, they'll be favourites. If the Blaze bat well, it'll be them instead. How's that for sitting on the fence?
I love it. I love it. That's fine. It's like the pigeons that sit on the spikes outside your house, you know, sitting on the fence. But it was that partnership, really, wasn't it, from Jones and Catherine Bryce that really accelerated them up to this run rate. But it has slowed down.
Edged, and that'll be 4 runs. Just short of length from Stonehouse, which allowed Bryce to go for that cut, which she looks to play so often.
That's absolutely flown off the edge, using the pace of Stonehouse as well. Probably not where she was quite intending or what she was trying to do, but it's bounced up. Quick hands through it from Bryce, and she picks up another 4. So she's on to 34. So nice little innings this from the Blaze keeper.
It's well bowled. What a catch! Superb from Chatley. She covers her face in surprise, but no one else is surprised. She's flown to our left. Emma Jones ready and waiting to celebrate with her teammates, and that's a superb catch. Bryce looking to force the ball into that deep third region once again, gets a thick edge, and Chatley's dived, it's stuck, and Surrey have their 4th wicket.
That is a sensational bit of keeping. Sarah Bryce looks really frustrated as she goes there. I mean, we're talking about how it's 2 of the best keepers around in this game today. Well, one of them has just got the upper hand on the other. She'd be pleased with taking that catch herself behind the stumps, Sarah Bryce. But again, so fast. Again, the pace of Stonehouse had a big slash and just sticks out that right mitt and manages to keep it in. And you can see even there, she couldn't quite believe it. And that's just what Surrey needed, because she was the set batter. Elwes not going along a particular lick at the other end, 10 from 18. And they'll find themselves 204 for 4 on the Blaze.
Well, Kira Chatley's having a day of it so far. She's been very proactive with her captaincy, lots of bowling changes. When the new batters have come in, she's brought extra fielders up, been very aggressive. She's benefited from both McDonald Gay and Danny Gregory producing beautiful deliveries to remove set batters. And there, just when her team needed it, when Sarah Bryce was motoring along, she pulls off a stunner. And the result is that Maddie Green, on debut for the Blaze, is at the crease. Kira Chatley's all smiles at the moment, and why shouldn't she be? I hope this is a replay again of the catch. We've got a reverse angle. That's quick, low to her right. Goalkeepers refer to those as spaces kind of like the black holes of goalkeeping, where it's almost easier to dive further than it is to dive down, because you're kind of almost waiting for gravity to take over. It's fantastic agility from Chatley. Cut away. It's a dot ball to begin her Blaze career. Are you aware of just how many thousands of runs Maddie Green has been scoring of late?
No, and I feel like I should be.
Well, she's basically stumbled into the form of her life, and of anyone's life at that. It's beautifully blocked towards the cover. So Maddie Green's been a staple of the New Zealand team for many a year. But over the last 18 matches, over the course of the last year, she's averaging 80.
Oh.
She scored 5 centuries, 3 half centuries. For every team she's playing for, she's churning out runs, whether that be for New Zealand, her domestic side in New Zealand, or she's off the mark here. New Zealand had a kind of North Island versus South Island series, and she was scoring runs in that as well.
So a great addition to the Blaze. Obviously, they've lost Ola Prendergast, who's gone back over to Ireland. And not a bad replacement.
Elwes takes a couple of steps down the track, nudges the ball up to mid-on. At the end of the 33rd over, the score is 206 for 4, and the game remains in the balance. And I'm going to get up my favourite of all the Cricinfo filters. I hope you'd appreciate this.
The Maddie Green filter.
Not the Maddie Green filter. That's my second favourite.
Ah, okay.
My first favourite is the when you go on the kind of batting analysis, and I think this is a safe place to talk about your kind of ultimate cricketing lows or highs, depending on how much you enjoy to get into the weeds. You go and have a look at reverse cumulative average. You can see how many. What they
You're fun on a date.
It is remarkable. I normally wait until the second drink to bring that
to
one
bring
up.
up reverse cumulative
Have you ever
averages.
looked at the reverse cumulative averages?
What's your reverse cumulative?
Davidson Richards. That sneaks down the leg side again. Surrey, whilst they have been good in the field, they have bowled very well and kind of strictly. Where they've been sloppy, it has been these wides. I know that sounds like a bit of a contradiction. How can you bowl well as a team and also be bowling wides? Because they have been bowling wides, but in general in the direction they've been aiming to, if that makes sense.
It does.
They've not been spraying
weirdly.
it, they've been committing to a plan. They have just been slightly loose with it. Elwes works that down to deep third for 1 run. I haven't even told you what Maddie Green's reverse cumulative average is yet.
I've been waiting with bated breath.
Right, where should we pluck a number from? Why don't we go last five ODIs, averaging 98.5. There you go. So whilst, yes, he's only got 100, he's got 100 against Sri Lanka, but it's been a domestic cricket. I'm not entirely hot on where to find New Zealand domestic cricket scorecards, if I'm honest. She's listed as playing for Auckland. Cut by Green. She might get 4 there, but it's actually cut off by Danny Gregory.
You know, this is where our old friend Hypercourse, hopefully listening, can come to the rescue.
Because I could have sworn she played for someone else, but I might just be wrong. Hypercourse has been in touch across today, and I don't really know what I'd do about Hypercourse.
Nor do I.
If I'm honest. And kind of sent me some statistics about just how many runs have been scored in this competition compared to years gone by. Elwes finds a bit of a pocket there. Players will look for 2, but decide against it. So I was explaining this to Catcher that I did some number crunching of my own.
Oh yeah.
Not in the reverse cumulative section, in the kind of overall cumulative section. And the average number of runs scored in a match in the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy last year was 366 off the bat.
Yeah.
This year it's been 433.
Oh.
And Hypercourse has sent me a table just explaining all these numbers about how absurd the number of runs scored this year have been. So the run rate, and this goes all the way back to the 2016 County Division 1 as it was then called. The run rate of this year is 5.2. It's never been above 5 before. Last year, or 2 years before, 4.88 was the record. We've had more centuries this year than we've had in any other previous year of the competition, and we're only halfway through. And those are the 2 best ones.
Well, it's intriguing, isn't it? That it just suddenly has been such a steep incline. Whether it's got anything to do with, you know, the weather we've had, the drier pitches, the flatter pitches, perhaps. Maybe it's just, you know, stepping up to a new era of women's cricket, which I like to think it is.
Down the track, drive strongly out to that cover point sweeper. And at the end of the 34th over, the score is 211 for 4. No, it's the line I used earlier to catch her is that it's been kind of perfect storm in part because there haven't been any storms. There's been no rain, the wickets are dry, the outfields are quick, more matches are being played on first class grounds, but not all of them, only about 2/3. And then when you're not playing on first class grounds, you're playing here at Beckenham where runs are aplenty, or you're playing at Southport, where again runs are aplenty. But I think what's been such a positive part of it is the runs haven't been coming exclusively from the England regulars.
From the same people, exactly.
So I think 11 players have scored centuries in this year's competition, and only 2 of them were away at the Ashes. So that speaks to 9 other players who are more kind of focused on domestic cricket, and they're coming up against international bowlers now. And all in all, it's been entirely positive. Stonehouse to continue from the City end. That's no run. Sneaks through the legs of Phoebe Franklin, but she did enough to kill the pace and prevent the Blaze from scampering through.
There was 100 from Georgia Adams this week for Hampshire. She's played 100 List A matches or something as well. First 100 she's scored in List A cricket.
It's turned into the leg side by Green. They're coming back for 2. They'll have to be quick here. Appeal to the umpire. Sue Redfern not interested. Kira Chatley was done a mischief there. She appealed to square leg where Sue Redfern wasn't. So she had to complete a 360 to get back and appeal to point.
My favourite. I love it when keepers do this. But actually earned a thumbs up there, did Maddie Green, from George Aylwis at the other end.
I don't know if those stumps are straight. If I was Mr. James Treadwell, I'd be asking Kira Chatley to readjust those.
Yeah, the leg stumps on the wonk.
Is angling.
Leg stumps on the wonk.
This has been good from Surrey. The run rate is still above 6, but Green's on 5 off 10, Elvis 13 off 21. I can't remember when the last boundary was. It was probably that cut shot from Sarah Bryce just before she got out. But otherwise they've been keeping them down to 1s and 2s. Short cut, and that'll be a boundary. Slices away behind point.
Ask and you shall receive, Mr. Ponsonby.
Well, very timely for the Blaze, and very timely for Maddie Green. It is so quick in every direction here. We haven't seen a ball beat kind of the ring and not go for 4 today. And I'm convinced this boundary is smaller than it has been in previous matches.
It does seem it. We've been here a few times recently, and it does seem closer. It just doesn't look that far to the ring from the boundary edge.
It's well bowled. Paige Schofield scampers round and cuts the ball off. Now sometimes the ground staff are listening, and if they are able to give us a hint if they've been made it at all smaller today.
So that run rate's still up at 6.26, it says. Wasp is telling us 319, but you would think they'd put on more than 100 in the next 15 overs.
Short, pulls, back with square leg, has work to do, but it's really well fielded in the deep there. McDonald Gay, superb work, and keeps it to 1. No, I agree. I think Wasp is potentially feeling a little bit sheepish at the moment. At the end of the 35th over, scores 219 for 4. We're going to have a swap. I think you're done.
Am I out? I am. I will leave you in the capable hands of Cameron Ponsonby, and Katya is going to take over from me.
I just wonder if that low Wasp prediction is to do with those wickets that Surrey have taken. 4 wickets. Well, I was about to say one of the more obvious statements that they're 2 wickets away from having the Blaze 6 down. But my point is that with the tail almost exposed, I think for a bit more aggression at the back end of an innings, Surrey able to keep that total down. I think Surrey would be delighted if the Blaze walked off with 319. Touching the leg side for 1 run. Katya Whitney's been here. Is been here? Is here.
Has been, well.
Has been, is been, will be, will be. It's good English.
Feels like a different game from when I was last on commentary. Amy Jones was still in, going very well. Surrey will be very, very happy with the position they've managed to get themselves into.
It's a play and a miss from Maddie Green, who can't believe she's managed to not make contact with that delivery. So yeah, angling to try and force that ball backwards behind point again.
Yeah, that ball just died on its way through to Kira Chatley.
We've seen some superb work from Surrey today. Moments of brilliance from Danny Gregory, Rihanna McDonald-Gay and Kira Chatley. Chatley's latest diving catch. A superb one-handed grab. Down the wicket.
Ooh.
Caught? No. It just evades the grasp of McDonald-Gay, I believe, at mid-off. And a show of aggression from Maddie Green brings her 4 runs. She's hit that ever so well. I wonder if that's just split McDonald-Gay's hands or clipped her fingers on the way through.
Yeah, that looked close. For a minute it looked like it was going straight to her, but we'll see on the replay whether our angles deceived us slightly.
See here, Green. Well, that was the ball before that she's missed out on. She was so angry. She tries to run at the next one. Imagine we will get a replay loaded up. I think that's the first boundary Davidson-Richards has conceded. Short, and that'll be a wide ball.
Yeah, just looking to bang it into the pitch there, Davidson-Richards, but got it slightly wrong. Ball came out of the hand slightly late.
Just going to pull up the scorecard and see. Davidson-Richards is having an unusual spell at the moment. Well, she's only bowled 3 wides. That's fewer than I thought she had done. She's going to run a ball, but she only conceded 1 boundary. That short cuts in front of square, so they scamper through for a single. Immediately, just that little show of aggression. Wasp has hopped up a few runs. We're into 320s now. Hypercourse on Twitter informed me more about the England Women's Test Tour of India in 1995. Tour of India in 1995 whilst we were off air.
The one we were discussing earlier.
In terms of, well, this is a piece Katya wrote a couple of years ago where she spoke to Sue Redfern, who was playing in that series, about how all number of kind of unbelievable events occurred.
Genuinely, there should be a film made.
And it also included Sue Redfern's debut test. Not only features Neetu David's world record figures of 8 for 33, as you mentioned, it remains the narrowest victory in women's test history as England won by just 2 runs.
That was it as well. Honestly, take your pick of what happened on that tour. There are so many amazing things happened.
Well, after 36 overs, the score is 227 for 4. I believe I have 1 more over. They'll be handing over to the great Mark Church. I was explaining when I started my stint, there was some drama and controversy about whether I was an over late. But justice was done. We found out me and Mark had got... We were already synced up.
I was informed of this drama, actually.
Yeah?
Yeah, I was.
Well, I would never let Mark down. That's my MO. We're going to have another bowling change. We're going to have a return of Kalia Moore at the City end. Bowling changes are powered by SSE Energy Solutions.
Still no Alice Capsy?
Yes, well, we got... I got a hint that Capsy was unlikely to bowl when we saw Sophia Dunkley come on.
Yes,
I thought if we're
course.
turning to another spin option, and it's not Capsy, then suggest she's not going to bowl. Surrey have used 7 bowlers today. Charlie's been very happy to shuffle the pack. That's cut firmly for 1 run. Danny Gregory only bowled 3 overs, but she claimed the vital wicket of Amy Jones. 1 for 25 off 3 would suggest kind of not the strongest contribution to this innings, but if that was all her work of today is to remove Amy Jones when she was on 80, that's job done in my opinion.
Yeah, it's going to be a real team effort today by bowling attack. Everyone chipping away and filling their roles.
Cut again, this time comfortably fielded by Franklin at backward point. pulled deep mid-wicket will do well to keep it to 1. She does. Sophia Dunkley with the work out there.
Feels like an important period of the innings at this point. Sense if the Blaze can get through to the last 8, the last 10 maybe, with this pair still intact. They'll stand a real chance of pushing on towards that plus 320 plus mark, maybe even pushing really, really high towards 350 or as close as they can get to that 350. But these two feel like they're a crucial partnership.
I believe that is Josie Grove's mum on screen, who Georgie Heath was referring to earlier. She's a very loud, passionate supporter. Down the track from green. Just takes the toe end of the bat, but they're able to trot through for 1 run. I've got to be brutally honest, I've guessed there that that's Josie Grove's mum. I've assumed because Georgie said earlier, I can see Groves' mum out there with a Blaze top on. She likes to sing and dance and support the team, and I've added those things together.
That's superb.
Yeah. Well, it might be wrong, in which case it's not superb. Right, the end of the 37th over has arrived, just 5 singles off it. The Blaze are 232 for 4, Maddie Green's on 17, Georgia Elwis on 19. I'm going to be replaced by Mark Church. In the meantime, you'll hear more from Catcher Whitney.
Yeah, bit of a holding over. As Cam mentioned, 5 singles from it, but they won't mind that. These two will just want to tick over until they get into that back 10 and then look to attack and see how many runs they can score on this Beckenham pitch. They'll need as many as possible to mount a successful defence. We mentioned before, it's very hard to defend here at Beckenham, and they'll be looking to push on after they've just survived this little tricky period.
Yes, I think, what are they going at the moment? Just over 6, another 13 to go. Up around the 310, 320 mark, I would have thought from here. Gregory into her 4th over. As this is very short, and then this is pulled away by Elwis. And the dive from Stonehouse almost got there, but splits Capsy and Stonehouse, and away for 4 it goes.
That was very well placed, but 2 fielders there looked almost like they were going to crash into each other for a minute. Alice Capsy having to take avoiding action.
Yeah, Danny Gregory, that big wicket of Amy Jones. Do you know what has been the highlight for me so far? Chatley's keeping. Outstanding today.
Well, that catch was immense.
Oh, there's another boundary here for Elwis, cutting this one away. So that's 8 off the 2 deliveries so far from Danny Gregory. It's just been her general glove work has been perfect so far today. And still got Amy Jones to come. So we're being treated to a keeping masterclass today. The catch was fantastic, but it's just been generally up to the stumps as well.
Yeah, and I almost wonder with that extra responsibility for Chatley of captaining today.
Another single here for Elwis. Out to the sweeper.
I sometimes think when you've got another thing to almost, and there's a lot to talk about not giving keepers captaincy because they've already got enough to do behind the stumps all the time, but I sometimes think when you've got that extra thing to think about, so you're focusing slightly less on your keeping, it almost becomes slightly easier because the pressure's almost taken off you a little bit, because that's almost your secondary job, if you were.
Well, they always say that about being an all-rounder, don't they? It's like you've got another string to your bow if one a bit goes wrong. A couple more here. It's good fielding.
I almost feel like it comes more naturally when you're thinking about it less, and I've never really held with the talk of giving a keeper too much to do by captaining.
Yeah, the other thing I suppose with the keeping is it's a great spot to see what's going on. But actually, I always think keepers are a go-to anyway, even if they're not captain, in the fact that they can spot things, and you always see them setting fields from behind the sticks. It's good work again by Surrey in the field, and single for Green to 20. 244 for 4 the Blaze. So as I say, They want up around 320, 330 here. Pushed away into the offside by Alice. It's good over that for the Blaze. That's 13 off the over, so just beginning to accelerate a touch. 245 for 4.
It's a big over that. Clear more bowled really tidily. But conceding a couple of boundaries in that over just pushed her economy rate up and pushed the runs up for the Blaze.
Yeah, so 12 to go. Surrey winning a toss here at Beckenham and unsurprisingly deciding to bowl first. Chasing today on a really good pitch. Really good pitch. That's the catch from Chatley. Again, outstanding bit of keeping. As Moore, start of the 19th over, goes past Alice's edge. Because the other thing there is, she's covering off first slip as well, obviously. As down the pitch comes Alice, nicely bowled by Moore. And there, no run again. So a couple of dots to the start of this, the 39th over. But yes, Chatley had a huge amount of ground to cover for that catch. Pulled away out towards deep mid wicket, and it'll go away for 4. And again, good placement from Alice, just teasing the fielder out there on that deep mid wicket boundary. Alice moves on to 33.
Yep, starting to look really dangerous, this pair.
But for anybody watching today, the other thing with the Chatley catch, the feet, the footwork as well. We tend to, with keepers, don't we? We tend to watch their glove work. We tend to watch their hands. But the footwork's key as well.
Yeah.
And there's the 250 up with that single. As you can see on the electronic scoreboard.
Our offices at Wisden used to be based in the Oval, as regular listeners to the Surrey stream I'm sure will know. Used to watch Ben Folkes train with Alex Stewart for hours.
Unbelievable, isn't it?
For hours on the outfield, just pushing him wider and wider, throwing it to each side to get his feet moving. And that's the key.
Round the wicket now goes Moore, just change of angle. Green tucks this one into the leg side, just be a single.
But especially in the women's game, because so often you're standing up to the stumps with to the pacers as well as the seamers. You've got to really find that balance between being able to move your feet and have those rapid reaction times that we saw with that Chatley catch. Yeah. It's a really, really tough skill. You watch someone like Rihanna Southby down at Hampshire, and she's a master at it as well.
He's cracked by Alice, and that'll race away for 4. Little short, little wide, just threw the hands through it, and knew as long as she hit the gap, that was going to always be racing off to the boundary rope for 4. So a couple of dots, first 2 balls of the over, and then 10 off it. So 23 off the last 2. So just beginning to up gears, Green and Alice. Absolutely. And I think, again, as I say, I'm sure we'll see the Chatley catch again at some point today. It's probably doing the rounds on social media as well now, but it's the footwork as well to get across. And the other thing with the catch is it was always going down. It was always going down, and she covered a huge amount of ground. Oh, bowled. Now that's a lovely bit of bowling from Gregory. Had just thrown it up above Green's eye line. She's looking to work that through mid-wicket. And what Surrey are doing well here is they're picking up their wickets at good times. And Green goes for 21. And Blaze 255 for 5.
Yep, great stuff from Danny Gregory. Struggled a little bit in her last over, but that's a brilliant comeback. And like we said earlier, you've got to take them when you can get them on this pitch. Just looking at this. Yeah, straight through the gate. Did her in the flight. Saw her eyes light up.
It's a nice bit of bowling. Just has gone straight over the top of it. And Green goes for 21. Good wicket, good time to get that wicket as well. They've just chipped away here, Surrey.
Yep, and that the marquee overseas player in Maddie Green as well.
Mm-hmm.
Mentioned before, she's been in brilliant form in New Zealand. Very dangerous player, so it's a good scalp for Surrey to get just before the back 10.
A couple of good ones today for Gregory. Amy Jones for 80 and Maddie Green for 21. Ella Claridge out there in the middle. But you could see Green looking skyward after that, as if to say, what have I done? And there was probably also a little bit of, it's just done me there.
Yeah,
a
fair
touch.
play.
Yeah. So this might just halt progress for the Blaze. Just beginning to slip through the gears a touch, they were. It's off the mark straight away. And we'll get a single out here to deep backward square. Stonehouse, who's been very busy sweeping up on the boundary. And a single. Claridge off the mark. Elvis comes back on strike on 38. Be a single again. Just cut out towards the sweeper once more. Bowling to her field is Gregory.
Good to note that despite that wicket, Wasp is still looking at 328. Still the potential for a big score here.
I'm going to ask you a question now, because I'm not terribly bright. Wasp, yes.
Please don't ask me this question.
You're not going to know the answer
No,
either
I'm not.
then, as this one's pulled away, and they will get a single, and Stonehouse does well, gets round very, very quickly. Because I'm racking my brains whenever I see it to think, what on earth does it stand for? I know it's what they should get in the way they're going. As single again, no, push to backward point, and a tidy end to a very good over. Oh no, apologies, one more to come.
I'm willing to bet that the S and the P is score prediction.
Yeah,
of
very
some
good.
kind.
I like that a lot. Yep, that makes sense to me. Driving for a single. Now it's out there to the sweeper once again. Dunkley does the fielding. That is the end of the over, and at this stage that is a very tidy over from Danny Gregory. So 10 to go. 2:59 for 5. I'll also be very interested to see how Chatley finishes this off with the bowlers and which bowlers she uses.
Yeah, we're looking up and down. Clearmore's got this. Well, this will be our last one. Oh, not quite yet.
There you go. So as you probably heard there on the PA, we do have a change of bowling. Powered by SSE Electric. And it's Alexa Stonehouse back into the attack. Left arm round the wicket. And first up, turned by Elvis out there towards deep backward square.
So you'd think Stonehouse would get through her 2 here. Picked up the wickets well. How much credit being given to her for the Tammy Beaumont dismissal and how much this has to go on Beaumont, debatable, but she picked up Tammy Beaumont and Zara Bryce earlier on. You think she'd get through her 2? McDonald Gay's got 2 left. You'd think she'd get through those 2?
Nothing of Capsy today.
No. I'm slightly surprised unless she's carrying an injury, which we'll look to find out.
Claridge forward.
Or unless there's been a preference from England that she's not to bowl in this fixture. So we'll try and find that out.
Because I was downstairs in between, and I was thinking when they went to spin, and we had a bit of Dunkley, didn't we, as well? And I thought, oh, spin's the way to go here. So Capsy also could work through these overs with spin. Short and pulled away behind square and away to the boundary rope for 4. Wasn't that short, but Claridge has just swung that round the corner and away to the boundary rope for 4 runs. Just on the angle as much as anything, that shot.
Yeah. I think Capsy would have been a very useful asset on this pitch, which is why I think there's another explanation for why she hasn't bowled. And it'll be interesting to see how the Blaze go through with their spinners and how their spinners go. They've got some very good spin bowlers in their lineup.
Yeah, and it's always interesting, isn't it? Because you get a bit of an indicator as pulled again by Claridge. We'll get a single this time, but you always get an indicator, don't you? So the Blaze coaching staff would have been watching this, and it just gives you a pointer of the way to go. And Surrey go out there and chase whatever it is they're going to be chasing this afternoon. Alwis drives, nice looking shot, get a run. It's the fielder at extra cover.
We said earlier that Surrey will genuinely believe they can chase anything on this pitch, and that's true. But how much do you think they'll want, or what do you think their limit is that they'll want to chase?
I think you could chase 340 on this. Anything over that, I think, would then get tough. But I think you could. What you do need, though, is what the Blaze haven't had in the chase, is if someone gets in, they keep going. Because they've all got starts. I suppose Tammy Beaumont didn't really, but they've all got starts. And I suppose that is a way of doing it, putting a total on the board. But actually, I think, I'll go back to Amy Jones. She'll feel she's left. She was on 80. Bare minimum, she'll feel she's left another 60, 70 out there when she went. So I think Surrey have done a pretty good job here. It's just finishing it off now. Gregory, 6th over for her. 9 to go for the Blaze. Went for a little wander around the ground. Everyone's having a lovely time in the conditions as well. I would have thought it's hot in those green seats though, in the big stand, in the plastic seat. As first ball tossed up by Gregory.
Be a great work from home day, this, wouldn't it?
Perfect. The only problem with the plastic seats is if you arrive now, they'd be very hot when you sit down. But a nice place to watch a bit of the cricket. Use of the feet here from Alwis. That's lovely batting. Super placement. And a couple of paces down the pitch and then threaded that between short extra and a wideish mid-off. It's a lovely bit of batting.
Yeah,
and again, not overhitting there.
No, just scuttling down the crease, like down the pitch slightly. Starting to look quite dangerous, Georgia. I was 42 or 43. Senior batter here.
Yep, playing very nicely. Oh, that's well bowled. And I think for a second there, Alwis thought full toss, and then it just dipped at the last minute on her. She's dug it out into the leg side and picked up another single.
Yeah, nicely bowled, nicely kept out.
3 away from what would be a very nice 50. As Claridge comes back on to strike. Forward she comes. Plays this one away into the offside. Yeah, I think there Claridge was just trying to manoeuvre that into the big gap through the covers. Just practicing that bottom hand, just opening the bat up to Gregory a touch. Good over so far, gets even better as Gregory bowls Claridge. Looking for the slog sweep. Little bit of turn and hitting the top of the off stump. And Danny Gregory has 3, and again, Surrey wicket at a good time. Claridge gone for 7.
Yeah, this is immense stuff from Danny Gregory.
Well, it is on here, on this surface. It's terrific stuff. from Danny Gregory. Hugely talented, of course, experienced now. Danny Gregory. Actually, I thought there might have been a little hint of turn, but there wasn't really. But it's hit the top of the off stump. And what do they always say, catch it? Top of off stump.
Top of off, and you can't go wrong.
Yes. And that was perfect. And well, again, it's a good time to get the wicket for Surrey. At the moment, this Blaze innings, you often use this analogy during a 50 over game. It's like an old-fashioned car where you used to have to manually do the choke to get it started, and just when you think you've got it started, you just have to do it again. And it's been a little like that.
I don't think that's limited to old-fashioned cars.
Well,
I think my car can often be like that.
Yes. You used to have to, I'm not old enough where you used to have to put the handle in and turn it at the front, but you used to have a little sort of pulley thing. And it really was just trying to get the engine started, and that's what I mean with this Blaze innings. This will be a wide first up from Gregory. Gordon, the new batter.
Just getting through to the Blaze tail now. Kirstie Gordon capable with the bat, but you wouldn't regard her as proper batter.
They've been 3 good wickets for Gregory, haven't they?
They have 3 important wickets.
Gordon's off the mark in neat and tidy fashion. Out there to Dunkley. It's a good over again from Danny Gregory.
It's been a quick recovery for Kirstie Gordon as well. Played the match last week after leaving that England A tour with a bit of an injury. Blaze will be happy to have her back, so important to their 11, both as captain and as a spinner.
So much talent now, isn't there, in the women's game? Oh, hello. This is interesting.
So Cam reckons that is Josie Groves' mum.
I think it might be. I think I've done a couple of Blaze games over the last couple of years, and I seem to remember having this conversation before. It's terrific with no music as well. I'm not sure those 3 will be joining her for any dancing this afternoon. Stonehouse then. 43rd over. Gordon on strike and beats the edge. First up. But yeah, 3 good wickets today for Danny Gregory. Amy Jones, the big outside edge. And we've just seen hitting the top of the off. So it's been good stuff today from her. You see Alice Davison-Richards there. Very, very experienced as well. A short ball from Stonehouse. And a tight start to the over. One of life's mysteries, cricketing mysteries to me. Talk about Alice there. So makes a test debut.
Yep.
Scores 100.
Yep.
And then hasn't played a test match. So I know there aren't many test matches from a women's cricket point of view, and there should be more, but I thought she'd get another one at some point.
Yeah, you'd think there are a couple of factors at play in that. I agree. I think she could have played a lot more games for England had circumstances been different, but you look at when that test was played, what was it, 2022? 2022,
Taunton,
summer
wasn't it?
2022,
Taunton.
that test.
Taunton.
Just as Lisa Kiteley was outgoing as England women's head coach and as John Lewis was coming in.
That's a very good point. Gordon cannot get the ball through the infield here, and this is why that wicket was important.
And when Lewis came in, looked to take the side in a different direction, and the player right in front of us, Danny Wyatt-Hodge, came into the test setup at number 6, making her test debut against Australia in the Ashes the following summer.
Bit harsh though, isn't it? As that's wide outside the off stump. That'll be signalled wide. That's outside the tram lines. Well, I remember being delighted for her as well when she got that 100.
Yeah, she's a firm favourite on the county circuit.
Oh, hell of a cricketer as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, there's no reason why she won't play more games for England going forward over the next few years either.
As this is pulled by Gordon through the leg side, and that's going to go over the boundary rope and away for 4. Well fielded as well beyond the boundary rope. Great bit of work. Gordon moves on to 5 now. A little bit of relief there for Gordon. Had hit the field 3 times, but that one just pulling away. And watch this bit of fielding as well. Excellent stuff. A couple of steps, round you come. Still on this angle. Oh, well bowled. That's lifted. That's an absolute perler from nowhere from Stonehouse. We haven't seen that today at all.
Yeah, what a ball to finish your spell on.
Well, she's 2 for 65 off her 10. So yeah, the Davison Richards you're seeing, but this again. Watch this. This has lifted just back of a length. It's a cracking delivery to finish with. I feel a bit there for Gordon getting that one, but she didn't get an edge. But yeah, Alice Davison Richards, very experienced and chatting away there. And Alice Davison Richards, I think, is the sort of player that you're delighted to have in any side, really.
Yeah, I think a lot of people would agree with you, but I think if anything that the start to this domestic season has shown, it's that some of the pearl clutching over the winter of there's just no depth in the English domestic setup is completely unfounded. Because from what we've seen over the start of the season, there is plenty of talent out there. It's just a question of getting it all into the squad.
It's always the same when it goes wrong. Instead of saying it's gone wrong, and sometimes it does, there's shout for LBW, I think going down. Oh, well, not even in the races there. It was Gordon. It was called through by Elvis, and I think was umpire watching to see whether the finger might go up, and the throw came in. Yeah, missing leg.
I think she was actually a bit worried about whether that ball was going to trickle back on the stump, so just watching the ball, trying to make sure she knew where it went, and then on the umpire, by which time Elvis was well out of the crease.
Down the pitch comes Elvis, nicely bowled again by Gregory. Just a single, but I think if it goes wrong, there tends to be the reviews and, what's the state of the game and all of this good stuff. But actually, as you say, there's a huge amount of talent ready to go, and the game's never in as bad a state as everybody says.
No, don't get me wrong. I think there was every need for a review after that Ashes performance. Yeah. You can't lose that heavily and not have some kind of investigation. And I think the right outcome has been reached where
I like the word investigation. That's very good.
Thinking about Claire Connor with a magnifying glass.
I am, I'm actually, yes. Yes.
I think the right outcome has been reached, but I also think there was a bit of, maybe had this domestic setup change happened last year, first of all, I don't think that Ashes would have been lost 12-0. And also, the way that it's set up now kind of brings more focus on the domestic game, and people can see the talent out there a bit better rather than just assuming or thinking because we don't hear about it there isn't any. And it also gives the players a stage on which to perform.
And it does in front of a new head coach as well, which is never a bad thing, is it?
And the other outcome of that, I think, is that we do see the England players having played a lot of cricket in the early part of the season, whereas that's not always possible or always been the case.
50 for Elvis with that single. Nice innings. 50 from 49 deliveries for a new head coach, and especially as it's Charlotte Edwards. Tends to focus up your mind a bit, doesn't it?
Yeah, but it does seem a long way from, I remember there was a cursed Zoom call with Claire Connor the morning after the Ashes defeat where the mood was like a funeral in that Zoom call, but we feel like we're a long way on from that now.
It does turn quickly, and I think with new head coach, and as you say, because it went so wrong, actually it can only go up from there. But it's not by that. What I mean is results, but also there is a huge amount of talent. So, yeah, I think you tend to get a bit down on yourselves at any time, don't you? When it happens. Change in bowling, powered by SSE Electric. And Donald Gay is back into the attack in the distance.
Rhiannon McDonald-Gay, obviously one of the positives of that winter as well. Test debut in South Africa, did exceptionally well. And followed up on a very difficult test match at the MCG. And I think held her own really nicely during that game. During that, felt like the wheels completely came off during that game. But a very difficult situation to put a young player into. But I think she handled it very, very well.
Good length here. Gordon doesn't really time this. And round comes Dunkley to do the fielding.
She's the right kind of character for that challenge as well, Rhiannon McDonald-Gay. Very bubbly, up for anything. Type of player to stick her hand up in that kind of situation and want to play.
Yeah. Yeah, and you know, any tour to Australia is tough, isn't it? But as this is swung leg side, it's got quite a bit of this, in fact, and a couple of bounces and away for 4, and it's well fielded again. But that's a well-manufactured shot, that, from Gordon. Just bottom hand into it, swung away into the leg side.
Yeah, we've talked about this outfield being dry and hard, but just a puff of dust almost coming up off of that grass when the ball bounced just shows quite how dry it is.
Well, it's not quite parched as yet, albeit full toss. I think it was the slower one. Actually, toe end of the bat by Gordon. And just a single. So Gordon may feel she's missed out a touch there. McDonald-Gale maybe feel a little fortunate that didn't go further. But just the single. But we're not quite at the outfield looking like a desert yet, but it is dry.
It's getting there.
For May. And you can see round the corners of this ground, there are parched places. There's a single here.
That's the ball she was looking for.
Yep, Alwis drives the way out to the sweeper on the cover boundary. On ball to go this over. The 9th for McDonald-Gay. Tidy figures, 1 for 44. And on this surface, those are good figures. And what Surrey will be desperate to do is finish this off in the last 5 overs. And I don't mean picking up 4 more wickets, although that would be ideal, but keeping the Blaze down under, I think, 320 would be a great effort. They're going to get 2 hits. Good running. Good running between Gordon and Alwis. And they're back for 2, so 5 to go.
Well, the unknown acronym of WASP has been hovering around the 330 mark for the last couple of overs.
I think you're right with the score prediction. That has to be it.
Weighted average score prediction?
Oh!
Potentially.
That is good from you. Weighted average score prediction.
It's probably rubbish, probably doesn't mean anything, but that's my prediction.
Well, I think it has to be, otherwise it's a very strange name to come up with for a score prediction, isn't it? But the 331, the weighted average score prediction is telling us, which basically means what they think, if they go along like this, they'll end up on us. Gregory to start her 8th over, and again nicely bowled because Alwis was coming down the pitch.
I've got an answer for you.
Ah.
We were wrong. Well, I was wrong, as usual. Winning and score predictor. So I got the score predictor part right, but winning and score predictor. I don't know why we've been going on about that for the last few overs when I could have just Googled it straight away.
Winning and score predictor. Is this one slipped out a touch of the hand of Gregory? But she gets away with it because Gordon's pulled it out to deep backward square and just gets the single. Right, so it's winning and... I like yours far more.
Just sounds slightly fancier.
Yeah, when it sort of makes more sense as well. Yes. There's a lot of people here today. All greeting each other. Good afternoon to you all. Everyone's sort of getting ready for their lunch as well now. Elvis on 53. Sweeping. That is a good shot, but it will just be a single again. And they'll settle for this at the moment, Surrey. Singles fine. Absolutely fine. 295 for 6. 3 for 56 for Gregory. 3 very good wickets today. Gordon sweeps this time, and again it will just be a single. This will do, Surrey. And Elvis and Gordon, Elvis in particular, of course very capable of suddenly finding the boundary, but just be a little frustrated with this. The Blaze is waiting once again. Here's Elvis down the pitch. Here we go. Swings this one for 6. It's exactly what we just said. Perfectly capable, Elvis. And down the pitch and swung away over the boundary rope for 6. Elvis on to 60. Nicely played, and the 300 comes up for the Blaze.
Yeah, good use of the feet here by Elvis. Down the pitch, bang. Well timed, good power, well over the boundary rope.
Yeah, good batting. Now happy just to play this one back down the ground. Gregory dives across, gets something on it, but it rolls up to Davison Richards.
10 off that over.
Yeah. So 4 to go. So yes, they've been ticking along at around 6s. So yeah, it would be around 325 if Surrey can keep the boundary count down.
Yeah, you'd see around that 320 mark is probably what Surrey will be targeting to keep it down to, whereas the Blaze will be looking to get as far past 330 as they can.
They will. People enjoying their lunch there. There we are, on the green seats. Gentleman filling in his scorecard there. Couple in deep discussion. Don't move seats though, because on that plastic, oof.
You're very concerned about this plastic.
Oh dear. So the change in bowling, powered by SSE Electric, and Moore is back into the attack to bowl her final over. And a single off the first ball.
Yeah, good from Gordon to get Elvis back on strike.
Yeah, that's really Gordon's job now.
Yep.
And we saw that in the last over with Elvis swinging that 6 off Danny Gregory over the leg side. Swings again into the leg side this time. Just be a single to Dunkley. 1 more to the total. Being produced to my left at the moment, quite rightly. So tidy start from Moore to this over. Just a couple of singles. Driving again and beating the dive of Davison Richards. So Gordon finds a boundary. Not perfectly timed, but got enough on it. And away for 4 it goes. Gordon moves on to 20.
Yeah, good from Gordon. A boundary and over will do it.
Drives again. Is this over the top? Yes, it is. And oh dear. Couple of bounces and away for 4. And Gentleman twice there has had to leap from his deck chair. But that one not only went over the top of Davison Richards, but beat the gentleman in his deck chair. He had to put his lunch down and oh dear, yes. And has had to go to the fence to retrieve the ball. But this is good from Gordon, on to 24 now.
Yeah, you see 2 different ways of getting it done between that last Elvis boundary and that Gordon boundary.
So Moore goes to round the wicket to change the angle. Just be a single out there to Dunkley.
Elvis just skipped down the pitch to go over the top to go for the last boundary, whereas Gordon stand and deliver. Very little foot movement, quite agricultural, but gets the job done.
Yep. I think at this stage it doesn't matter how you get
there
it done.
There you go.
Elvis out there to Dunkley once again. And it's just the single once more. So 10 overs, none for 67 for Moore. been better than that, really. But on this surface, it's tough. It really is.
It is, and 12 off that over, 12 off her last over, and Wasp now has gone up to 341, over 340 for the first time.
Replacing number 19,
So there's a chat between Gordon and Alwis. So, change of bowling. Powered by SSE Electric from the Beckenham end, and it's Alice Davidson Richards into the attack. Gregory 8 overs, 3 for 63 today. Very good. 3 overs to go then. Davidson Richards is in. Driven and well stopped up there at mid-off. Got a hand on it. And has definitely saved a couple of runs there. And all these runs will be crucial today.
Yeah, she's using her feet beautifully at the minute. Elwes down the pitch again. That had 4 earmarked on it, but very well stopped there.
And as we've been saying, it's not easy on this outfield. Diving, but very good work from Surrey. Yes, Elwes is just getting inside the line as well to open up the offside, isn't she?
Yeah. Davidson Richards just adjusting her field there.
Yeah, and exactly for that reason. Brings long off up to the edge of the circle and sticks Dunkley out there at deep extra cover. As well bowled, because down the pitch again, Elwes, and again looking to get outside that leg stump and open up the offside, and Davidson Richards just follows her. It's just a single.
Yeah, you've got 3 boundary riders now in front of the wicket, really limiting Elwes's options to go down the ground, as she's shown she likes to do.
Gordon hasn't really timed this. In fact, it's come straight off the toe end of the bat, but gets away with it. Just looped in the air. And just for a second, Gordon would have thought, oh, that's the end of my afternoon with the bat. But does get away with it. It's just a single. 15 balls of the innings remaining. Slower ball from Davidson Richards. Oh, and this is going to race away to the boundary rope for 4. It's been a busy over up there at mid-off. It really has. But that's the 50 partnership, and there's a shake of hands. Haven't seen that in years. 2 batters shaking hands. It's normally the old glove punch, isn't it, these days? It's rather lovely to see. Nice polite shake of hands. And away for 4 more hours. This is a good innings now. 69 off 60 deliveries. This is short. This is swung leg side for 6. Ooh, she's got a lot of that.
Yeah, that pinged off the face of the bat.
Couple of paces down again. Davidson Richards saw her coming. Swings it leg side after Davidson Richards banged it in. And Moore stood out there at deep backwards go. I thought she was in the game, and it has soared over her head for 6.
Yeah, crunched. This is a brilliant innings from Georgia Elwes.
It is now doing some real damage. Get a single here down towards long off. Keeps the strike, and that's 329 now with 12 balls to go. But this has been the accelerator at just the right time by Elwes.
Yeah, we saw Elwes come in just after that tricky period for the Blaze and really negotiate that crucial period and stay in to get to the point where she's got now, and she's really reaping those rewards. Really powering the Blaze on here.
Yep. I think the crowd enjoying this. So 12 balls to go.
Replacing number 27, Callie Moore at the City end, number 29.
Rihanna McDonald-Gay into the attack with a Surrey bowling change, powered again by SSE Electric. Actually, McDonald-Gay will be delighted to just have the ball in her hand, because in that last over she was diving all over the place at mid-off. So, penultimate over. Ooh, half a shout for LBW, but Elwes has gone down on one knee and has swept this away for 4. That's a great piece of batting. from Alwis, because it's not a bad delivery at all by McDonald Gate.
The signal is that it was off the bat, so we'll just have a look here. Yeah.
Oh, it's a great bit of batting, because
Brave that.
Yorker length gone right outside her off stump and swept it away. On to 80 now, as again hits that length. McDonald Gate, and this time can't get the ball past mid-off.
Yep, and if Elwes can stay in now, Blaze will be eyeing 350. Saying before they'd be good to get up to 330, but Elwes has completely changed the innings here.
Yep, terrific innings. Down the pitch she comes again. This time lost her shape a touch, but bottom hand came into it, but I think she'll get a couple here. Well, the throw is terrific. 2 more to the total.
And a run out.
It's a run out, my apologies, yeah. Oh, it's a great bit of work out there. That's done me. What a bit of work that is.
Yeah, given out straight away. Kirstie Gordon was well short of her ground, but she really sacrificed herself to let Elwes keep the strike.
Yeah, I think what did me there was she was just strolling it, really. But, yeah, terrific bit of work. But she's done her job there, has Gordon. And the other thing is, by coming back for the 2, it means that Elwes is still on strike. We're just seeing this again now. Yeah, not even in the picture. It's good work from McDonald Gay as well, because the throw was the one bounce over the top of the stumps, and McDonald Gay has just whipped the ball back. So good bit of work.
Yeah, it is good work. I thought she'd missed the stumps for a minute when I saw it live. That was hard to pick, and also she was going backwards, so facing the ball and just whipping the bails off back with her back to them. But yeah, it's a good bit of work. I really don't think Blaze will completely mind that though. They've got Josie Groves coming in. Elwes still on strike. 3 balls left in this over to see what damage she can do.
That's so Josie Groves at the non-striker's end. Goes outside her off stump again, does Elwes. Get a single. And 1 more to her. She moves on to 82. Yeah, good out cricket from Surrey there. McDonald Gay did well, because as you say, took the ball in front of the stumps and then went back towards them. So 8 balls left of this Blaze innings. First ball for Groves and beats the edge. Chatley neatly and tidily takes that.
Yeah, pace on again from Rihanna McDonald Gay. She's been taking the pace off in the last few balls, but that was a quicker one.
Yep. And Groves. Funny one this, isn't it? Because Groves actually, her job is just to keep Elwes on strike for the start of the last over. There's a slower ball, which Elwes has got bottom end of the bat on, and there will be 1 bounce out there towards deep mid-wicket, and she's nicked the strike. So Groves will be on strike for the start of the over. 6 balls to go then for the Blaze.
Yeah, and Groves' job here will just be to get Georgia Elwes on strike as quickly as possible.
Oh, it was the Paige Schofield throw for the run out. There the scorecard. Beaumont the first to go for 8. Then Amy Jones, lovely innings of 80. Catherine Bryce making 56. Sarah Bryce making 34. They've picked their wickets up at good times, but this innings from Elwes is pushing Blaze towards a formidable total, really. Well, Groves has done a job. Gets a single and gets Elwes back onto strike. So 5 balls to go. She's 18 away from what would be a brilliant 100.
Yeah, and we spoke about Blaze players not going on, with Amy Jones being out for 80 and Bryce getting that half century, but almost getting a quick 90 odd like this is just as good as getting those 3 figures at this stage of the game. Oh.
She backs away outside the leg stump, slots this one down the ground and is caught at long on. And that brings her innings to an end. And she has played superbly well there. Elwes, but goes for 82. the wicket for Davison Richards. But what an innings that has been by Alice.
Yeah, she'll be disappointed that she can't stay for the last 4 balls of the innings, but that is a completely innings-defining knock from Georgia Elwes. We're thinking that on this pitch, where there are so many runs available, Blaze would be looking at a pass score, but Elwes has really propelled them past that, really pushing up towards near that 350 mark. Absolutely brilliant innings.
And Paige Schofield with the catch. Didn't have to move too much, really. Took it low down. So Schofield with a hand in both the last 2 wickets. So yeah, this is at least a chance for Surrey to keep this total down under 245, you would think, as Cassidy McCarthy is the new batter. Oh, hello, swinging the first ball down the ground, hasn't timed it at all. McDonald Gay takes the catch, and Davison Richards is on a hat-trick.
Wow.
So there you go. Wow. Davison Richards on a hat-trick. Nothing wrong with the shot at this stage. Yeah, but there we go. McDonald Gay with a very safe catch. So, could we finish this innings with a hat-trick?
It must be a perfect innings if we finished with a hat-trick. It would have had everything. Brilliant catch. Kira Chatley behind the stumps. Good Amy Jones 80. Run-outs. Brilliant innings from Georgia Elwes. What more could you want?
Exactly. It's had a bit of everything, hasn't it? And it's going to be a fascinating run chase as well. So Grace Ballinger makes her way to the middle. Davison Richards on a hat-trick. Oh, even at this stage, if you're Davison Richards, surely you're saying to your captain, oh, give me a slip on a hat-trick. What she'll try here with the hat-trick delivery. So left-handed Ballinger, and this is the hat-trick ball, and it's chipped past Davison Richards, who wanders across to Ballinger there because she didn't get any timing on that whatsoever, and gets a single. Oh, it was one of those tantalising.
Yeah, just too wide.
Great over though. Just the 2 runs off it, couple of wickets. 2 balls to go in this Blaze innings. Grove swings into the leg side. Now this could be a chance. No, it's got a lot of that. And that has soared away for 6.
This is a completely mad final over.
It's got a, well, it genuinely has everything. But again, I thought, ooh, fielders will be in the game here, and that's just kept going. Handy boundary that, handy 6, and 1 ball to go of this Blaze innings. And swung again, leg side by Groves, and they should come back for 2. They will come back for 2, and they will make it home as well with the throw. So Groves scampering back for the 2nd, and that means Blaze will finish on 346 for 9. And catch it. We always thought it would be an interesting run chase, but it's a big old total that for Surrey to go after, but it is the pitch to do it.
It is, and they'll maintain. Surrey will feel confident that they can chase that down, but they'll definitely be chasing more than they would have liked to have been. As you said earlier, they'll have been looking to keep it around that 320 mark, but Georgia Elwes saw that wasn't possible, saw to it that wasn't possible, and 347, that's a big total to get. But it'll be a very interesting chase. Be very interesting. They've got more than the batters to do it. We'll have to see.
Yeah, and there's been a lot to enjoy during that Blaze innings, both from the Surrey bowlers and the Blaze batters. So 346 for 9. There's the scorecard for you. Jones outstanding at the top, but we'll feel she's left a lot of runs out there actually. And a nice 50 from Catherine Bryce as well. And then that innings from Elwes at the back end of 82. And the bowling figures. Danny Gregory 3 for 63. 2 for 49 there for Davidson Richards, 2 for 65 for Alexis Stonehouse, 1 for 53 for McDonald Gay. So it'll be a fascinating run chase this. It'll be 347 for Surrey to win. Now Surrey, of course, couple of wins in the competition so far. Beat Durham by 104 runs here at Beckenham, and here again they beat Somerset by 101 runs by Duckworth Lewis. And here during the interval are the highlights of those Surrey 2 wins.
Ready to get started with the boundary. Crashed away through the covers, and that's Bryony Smith for you. She doesn't tend to waste too much time.
Katie Jones has now moved back, not standing up. Short ball, and that is pulled away. Once again, another short delivery to Bryony Smith. First ball of the over, and unfortunately you can't bowl there. Both short, and again, and that is racing away towards the James Hildreth stand, just to the left there. Short again. That's really not an ideal start here for Somerset. You know, 3 4s in a row, and short delivery again. Ooh. And that will go away for 4. Not a convincing shot there from Smith. She's just leant back and a little bit lost her shape there, but a few games in shorter delivery. Great shot there from Wyatt Hodge. She has just sat back onto the back foot.
A couple of those shorter deliveries will help yourself to Bryony Smith, and that one 5 free runs. Oh, that's
Well
delicately played.
Very well played there, as Danny Wyatt Hodge just glancing that down just to break this partnership, you know, before it races away too far. And a good delivery there from Griff. A little bit of a doubt, shall we run, shall we not? But they do get through for a single there. 44 for Smith off 48 and 44 off 34 balls for Wyatt Hodge. Full delivery, and that is a catch caught there by Fran Wilson. Flighted, and she has sliced that Wyatt Hodge. She's looked to go almost over the cover area. I'd like to see the replay of this as that comes on our screens now. Almost tried to work that, open the face a little bit, and she sliced that up.
Bryony Smith, I think, has played really nicely in that post-wicket period.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, that's a great catch there. At the night, a first slip, a reverse sweep. And the former England captain takes a very sharp chance there. Wellington strikes again.
Yeah, what a fantastic catch there from Heather Knight. You see on the replay here, made it look far. Flighted delivery, crashed down the ground there.
Beautiful shot there from Bryony Smith, bringing up her half-century.
It's just got a little gloomier last little while. Pulled high in the air, and it's going to be straight down the throat of Jackson, who drops it. And it's gone for 4 as well. It would have been a real bonus to have taken the wicket that way.
Short to Dunkley, and that is, I'm not really quite sure what that was, but that's going to go all the way for 6. A very good job. Smith 94, Dunkley 46.
And that, I think, is going to be a 50. It just squeaks between backward point and cover point.
Is we'd get a lot of bowlers come in here, and they were instantly, before they bowled a ball, defeated. We used to call it tauntonitis. You know, you get a lot of bowlers come in here who would be like, oh, I've got a little bit of a niggle, and would pull out of the game. Or you could just tell from the first over they knew that it was going to be a tough day. And
who's secretary, I believe, of the Men's Former Players Association. See if we can get some sort of...
Well, that should be a catch. Down at long off and well judged. Nicely held, and Amanda Jade Wellington has struck again. That's the end of a fantastic knock from Bryony Smith. She'll get the acknowledgement of Sophia Dunkley, but also from everyone here. She just had a bit of a hack at that one, as she couldn't get close to the pitch of it, and a tumbling catch taken down there by Heather Knight. Just had to try and make up for some of what's gone on in the field. That should be another catch that's well judged. again running in, and Wellington has got forfeit. Paige Schofield, the latest to perish. Not quite sure where she was looking to hit that, which was part of the problem. I think going for that mid-wicket gap, and it's skewed off towards long off. And if you're just not to the pitch of Wellington, we saw it with Wyatt Hodge earlier on.
Somerset.
Oh, she's gone too far across and bowled. So Skelton back into the attack and takes a wicket with her first ball, and first Somerset wicket not by Amanda Jade Wellington. Well, that looks pretty straight, gone. So a wicket for Charlie Dean, and well, Surrey won't hesitate, they'll continue to go for it. That's a more than useful 18 from 11 from I want 2 here. I might get 4. They won't get 4, but only thanks to sliding work from Emma Corney, and they pick up 2 to end, losing a couple of wickets up front. Can't really happen.
Good shot off the legs there. Heather Knight flicks one through mid-wicket, and that's going to race across the square away for 4.
Oh, straight through.
That one's bolder.
It's beautifully bowled by McDonald Gay. Drew Corney into the drive, and then it's just nipped back through the gate and pegged back leg stump.
Yeah, normally suggests that the wheels are coming off a little bit if the sort of all-rounder gets the nod. You know, it's a little bit of a desperation move from the captain to put a bowler on.
Oh.
Up in the air. I think she's going to take a hell of a catch. She's going to take a great catch, and it was a great catch. That is a fantastic effort there at square legs, spiralling, spinning, blowing in the wind. But she's managed to hold on, and the Somerset captain goes. The informed Somerset captain just turning the face on that bat a little bit too soon. The leading edge. That really is a quality catch there at mid-wicket. Very, very difficult, running over your shoulder.
I think that was McDonald Gay, and what a brilliant catch. 21 years old. I've been very impressed.
Oh no. Oh my word. Oh no. No, that is when you know that you've got up on the wrong side of bed, when stuff like that happens.
That's stumped Gregory getting her first wicket. Wilson going for 23 as she comes down the track and misses that one.
In the air and caught at backward point, and that's the end of Charlie Dean. Catch is taken.
Not good. And then all of a sudden you're asking your 7, 8, 9 to come in and go at 10 and over from the off. It's a big ask. You know, they're not in, they haven't seen it, and then they're asked to go in and score at 10 and over, and that's a run out.
Oh, that's beautifully bowled. What a delivery that is.
Shorter delivery there. Wellington giving that a tap, and that is going to be 6. As Gregory's just got her length a little bit wrong there, and Wellington showing what she can do again.
Bad economic decision for me to even think I'd do it myself. Lovely shot there from Skelton down the ground, pounded past Capsy. When it's a case of she has to swing for the ropes, she general and right on cue. She swung for the ropes. She hasn't got anywhere near enough of it, and it's caught on the boundary. Yeah, same here.
Ooh.
And Skelton walks, a low catch there, questioned by the umpires who collaborated on that decision. Very good umpiring there from the 2 umpires, just making sure that went through to the keeper, and that is Skelton gone. Somerset are now 9 down for 2-0-1, and looking like it's going to be Surrey's day here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. I didn't see the nick. Maybe I have to go back to the opticians and get a new prescription, but you see those things in the, you know, on proper news channels where you think that can't be real, surely. What a lovely shot there from Laura Jackson. She stepped away, giving herself some room, and
hit that one fairly.
quite convincingly, they've won by 102 runs by the Duckworth.
Oh, she's got hold of that. It's going to be the first boundary of the day. A little too short, bang down. And Smith swivels and pulls it away for 4. Oh, that's been crunched away by Danny White-Hodge. She loves it through extra cover. Just a little bit too full from Glenn, who was tipped by. That's nicely played away. And it's going to bring 4. Width of that. Just took it, oh my word, that's been smashed away. That was a little too short. Bryony Smith, as we've said, she's set up to hit the ball through the onside. Yes, well, that was how I thought she might, and she's got it all the way, the first 6 of the match. It's been absolutely walloped by Bryony Smith. I think what we have established early on today is a 50 comes up. That's been beautifully played, just lofted out through deep mid-wicket. Good bit of bottom hand to get the elevation, and it skips away for 4. Now then, yes, first wicket. Danny White-Hodge goes, picks out the fielder at deep cover.
Short once again, Capsy pulls. Will it be 6? No, 1 bounce. And away for 4. Who play the standard below. That's heaved over to the leg side. 4 more for Bryony Smith. Swept out to deep square leg, catching opportunity. Taken. That is the end of Bryony Smith. Top edge on a sweep. Comfortably held in the deep. Chipped. Goes to the right of point. It spins away from the sweeper. Dobson, for all her hard work, is unable to cut it off. Capsy drives and splits mid on and mid off. That's a wonderful cricket shot. Just cut away behind point. And that is 4 more runs. A productive over for Dunkley.
As they've still got 8 wickets in hand. Oh, nice bit of innovation there. It's flicked it away for 4. Haven't seen too much of that today. Saw Danny White-Hodge attempt one off Katie Levick that didn't come off, but oh, it's gone for it again. It's got it even better this time, Capsy. That is wonderfully deft. I saw Lottie, who's now head coach, that evening. I've got a picture of her on my phone, draped in an inflatable Viper. Oh, that's a bit of a moon ball, and it's been given the treatment. Absolutely thrashed through deep mid-wicket. Just wait to see if the umpire's going to signal no ball or not. No, but they may have judged that Capsy, as Surrey's 150 comes up, has advanced so far down. And that's a better shot, if anything, because she's managed to find that gap, pierce the gap between deep mid-wicket and long on, and Capsy's now just starting to motor. A couple of back-to-back 4s. It's 1 shy of it at the moment. And she gets there with just a little nudge out a deep square leg. A ripple of applause. Half century for Capsy. She will think, though, that the job is only half done, if that. There's definitely a big score here for the taking on what is a very accommodating wicket. 50 or 45 balls. Dunkley's on the verge of a half century. And with that, she will get it. Slight misfield at mid-off. So 50 to Dunkley, which has been larruped for, well, again, it's so close to the rope. Up go the arms. 6 is signalled.
Chipped into the air. This should be out. Fielder circling underneath it. And it's held by Susie Bates, and a very fine innings from Alice Capsy comes to an end. Driven, beats Armitage to her left, and that is the gap. Skips down the wicket. Leah Dobson's in action again, and caught. 3 out of 3 for Dobson, and Dunkley's innings comes agonisingly short of a 7th list day century. Well, slowly on a length. Swept. Dobson once again interested, but it's over her and it's 6. Monaghan gets all of it, just about.
Dobson in the deep.
Hit down the ground, should be caught by long on, isn't, because it's gone for 6. Monaghan goes to the scoop, and she's going to be out. It was a fantastically well executed shot, but unfortunately just not enough pace on the ball to clear the fielder. Victory. It's a fantastic shot from Schofield. It sounded good. I can't see where it's gone until it's landed just in front of us for 6 runs. See here on the replay, stumped by Bess Heath.
1 ball remaining in the Surrey innings.
She goes again. They're going to scamper through for a single. Bates has broken the stumps with her arm, and so that will be the end of that.
She's fragile and precious. That's a mighty shot. A beautiful straight drive, and that gives you an idea to the opening batters. So, oh my word, has that got away for 4 as well?
Yeah.
Oh, it's got a first ball. Spectacular middle stump out of the ground. And that has nipped back from McDonald Gay. There's not much anybody can do about that. A little bit too wide. And that's what allowed Maddie Villiers to pick her spot between extra and mid-off, all along the ground. Well, I'll tell you what, in order to have gender parity, that has been parried over the rope by a diving mid-on. Good firm stroke from... Oh, now then, is there a little tick on that? There is! Up goes the finger, and it's Susie Bates. It's a massive wicket. McDonald Gay banging it in short. Bates goes for the hook. And the umpires are...
Given. Villiers on the sweep. Forward to having a replay. It's Beth Heath, beg your pardon. And beautiful shot from Villiers, but she strikes it cleanly, but she strikes it straight to Paige Schofield at long on.
But without taking too much risk.
Oh, that's a play and a miss to end the over. It's more than a play and a miss, it's out, it's bowled. Such was the lack of reaction, it's tricked us up here in the commentary box. Pulled short, away to the leg side. Is the fielder underneath it? No. We're waiting for the signal. That's a fantastic pull shot by Catherine Fraser.
Fine shot from Dobson. And that will bring up her half century. They're coming back for 2. Will comfortably beat the throw with Catherine Fraser. Oh, she's got her. Goes across the stumps. Tries to bring the onside into play, and Dobson's splendid knock comes to an end. Kelly Moore. Where's that gone? Oh, beautifully taken out at wide long on. An 8th wicket falls. It's a wicket of Fraser, and Gregory has reward.
An appeal given. Caught down the leg side. Very good work by Kira Chatley. Gregory turns away in.
That's 1,083 feet.
That's driven very convincingly for 4. Glenn. It was a very fine average. She's a very good batter to have all the way down at number 9. Glenn strikes down the ground once more. That was a beautiful strike, reminiscent of Davidson Richards earlier on today. Struck straight, and that'll be 4 more. Glenn is playing a fine little hand just at the end of Durham's innings here. They need to win by 87 runs or 83.
Yeah, it drives me mad.
That's another beautiful shot from Glenn. That's 4 more. She's given herself space. Oh, I think she's got an inside edge on that, and it'll run away for 4 more. We'll wait to see umpire's signal. And James Treadwell signals 4 runs. It was off the bat. It's cut. Is it caught? It is caught. Game, set, match, Surrey. They're on the board. As Rihanna McDonald-Gay claims the winning catch at backward point. A fine effort diving forward. And Monaghan gets a deserved wicket as well. Surrey win by 104 runs.
Surrey as well. They haven't got Bryony Smith up the top, and obviously she's in really good form. A century for her. So change in the batting lineup. They're looking to try and pick up an early wicket.
Dunkley forward.
And I think Surrey, I mean, they bowled well, but then they also bowled a hell of a lot of extras, and it was just seemed very chalk and cheese at times. They were sort of spraying it down the leg side. We got the idea of what they were trying to do, just weren't quite executing it. And I think 20 odd extras in there, and it's just, well, it's 3 runs, isn't it?
It is. I think the key thing here is to get off to a good start. Solid start. Ballinger left arm over. Ooh, gets this one to bounce, and a little bit of swing back in to Dunkley, opening in the absence of Bryony Smith, and Dunkley just indicating there to Wyatt Hodge what that one did. But yes, they kept picking up wickets at good times, did Surrey, but I think Blaze will be quite happy with where they finished up, as Dunkley looks to get off the mark, turning this one in towards mid-wicket. Won't get a run on this occasion to get started. The innings for me was Georgie Elwes though. 82 off 67 balls with 7 4s and 2 6s, and really got the momentum going for the Blaze. Everybody just making their way back into their seats around the ground after having their lunch, as Dunkley's had a cut at a wide one.
Yeah, she's had a big waft at that one, hasn't she?
Almost fell over trying to reach that, did Dunkley, and wanders off towards square leg. But yes, the crowd just getting back into their seats now after getting a bit of sustenance during the break. So can Ballinger start with a maiden for the Blaze? And she can't, because this one has been pulled away by Dunkley over the boundary rope and away for 4. So a boundary off the first ball of the over means that Dunkley is up and running. Surrey are up and running, and on this chase of 347 after the first 4 without loss. And I was saying, Kira Chatley behind the stumps was outstanding, and now we get Amy Jones as well, so we're being treated. And there was a gentleman there in his British and Irish Lions shirt. Excellent. They're on tour, of course, in a month's time. But that looks like about a 2013 edition to me, sat in his deck chair. But yes, Chatley was outstanding behind.
She was, wasn't she? That grab to get rid of Bryce, sticking out the right mitt. Even she was shocked by it, wasn't she? She sort of covered her face with her left hand.
It was a brilliant catch, but also standing up to the stumps was absolutely watertight. And now we've got Amy Jones as well. So from a pure keeping point of view, it's almost like being at a masterclass today. So it's going to be Cassidy McCarthy to get us started from the Beckenham end. And Wyatt Hodge waiting for her first delivery, and it's way down the leg side. And thank you, Amy Jones. Oh, there are times where I just want to go out and shake a player by the hand when you're commentating, because as I said that about Amy Jones, it's a lovely take down the leg side, but very wide from McCarthy. As you say, there were quite a few extras in that Blaze innings as well. As this one's down the leg side as well. Ooh, and there's a fumble there from Amy Jones.
She's just trying to prove that she is human.
Yes, exactly. It's gone down as a wide.
It's the exception that proves the rule.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, that's what I like to say when I do stuff wrong.
Yes, yes, yes. Actually, that's a bit of a collector's item early on. But another run to the total.
Nice looking 80 from Amy Jones today, but you do feel it was there for her to go on and make 100, wasn't it?
Oh, I think she'll feel she left 70 or 80 out there, really. Because without even breaking sweat, she was on 80. But it was a nice bit of bowling from Danny Gregory to get rid of her. As That one's very short and very wide outside the off stump. So McCarthy just trying to settle down here. Hasn't bowled a legitimate ball as yet. And at the moment, we have had 3 wides. Dunkley gets another short wide one, but nothing signalled here by Sue Redfern.
Yeah, we were watching her avidly, weren't we there? There was a little twitch, and I thought, is she going to put her arms out again? But finally, a legitimate delivery on the board for McCarthy. She's just struggling to get her radar right.
Yeah, I'm sure she would have turned her head very quickly round there to look at Sue Redfern, but yep, legitimate ball. And they're getting a slip in now for Dunkley. Interesting move, as this is hitting the thigh guard of Dunkley, rolls away into the leg side. Wyatt Hodge set off and got about halfway down the pitch and then decided there wasn't a run there and turned around and came back. A little bit of swing there for McCarthy, but yeah, Wyatt Hodge has virtually run a single there, as Dunkley looks to cut, nip back at her, beat the inside edge of the bat.
I think she's done for pace a bit as well there.
There is a little bit of movement out there at the moment for McCarthy when she gets it right. But I think it didn't bounce as much as she was expecting either. This time she is edging. The slip is in there, and it's 1 bounce, 2 slip. And Dunkley again there, I think, looking to open the face and guide that off down towards third. And actually almost guided that to slip, and they've just got the slip in there. But again, there's movement for McCarthy there.
Yeah, it's really nipped back in, hasn't it, Dunkley, that one.
Well, after the first 3 balls were wide, it's been very good from McCarthy, as this is a good shot from Dunkley. Width, and didn't move her feet, just threw her hands through it, and that has sped away through cover point for 4. Her second boundary. And as we've been saying, Georgie, the whole way through this, if you beat the infield, you're going to get 4 every time. In fact, the spectators have been very busy today beyond the boundary rope. Dunkley on 8, as this is down the leg side again from McCarthy. It's the 4th wide of the over. It's been a funny old over, this. Because in between the wides and the boundary, there's been a couple of cracking deliveries.
Well, we saw that final over, didn't we, as well? Alice Davison-Richards on a hat-trick at one point and then got tonked for 6. Nearly got the hat-trick, actually. Could have been caught and bowled very nearly, and then got bashed away.
I had a bit of everything in it. Again, just gets that one to come back at Dunkley, and very respectfully played the final ball of the over. So, second over does come to an end. 13 without loss. Surrey, 3-4-7 is their target.
Yeah, 13 on the board, but only 8 been scored off a bat so far. The rest all coming in extras.
Yeah, experienced opening pair, these two. May not have opened much together, but they're an experienced pair.
Yeah, they've batted a lot together as well for England.
Ah, look, that's sensible, an umbrella up in the green seats.
It's like being at Wimbledon when it zooms in like that,
Yes,
the green seats.
Yes, it is. Plastic, those. I'm saying if you sat down now, they'd be hot, wouldn't they, in the old plastic seats. Ballinger to bowl the 3rd over. Wyatt Hodge still looking for her first run. That's a very nice way to bring it up. A square drive, beating the dive at backward point, and over the boundary rope for 4. So Wyatt Hodge starts with the boundary, and all the scoring shots off the bat from Surrey so far have been boundaries.
That's a lovely looking shot. It was just too wide on the half volley, and Danny Wyatt so strong. Such an experienced campaigner, just balanced, waits for it. Doesn't even have to set off a run. It came off the bat fast and then just accelerated across the ground.
Yeah, that did speed away to the boundary once again. Wyatt Hodge on this occasion in behind this delivery. They've got a slip in as well for Wyatt Hodge. Playing that one back up the pitch. A couple of the stewards, I think this is a shift change by the sight screen there for the stewards in their fluorescent tabards, bright orange. I do like to see a steward near a sight screen, Georgie. I know I'm old, but I do like to see that, stopping people walking in front of the sight screen. As Hodge, nicely played by Hodge, just tucks this one away off her pads for a single. Out towards deep backward square.
I got in trouble at Northants on the weekend.
You didn't, did you?
Because I was standing up inside the press room.
Ah, yes, but that's right above the
Yeah, and it just had I was barely standing up. I didn't realise how big I was, and yeah, I was waving, and I was like, oh, sorry.
Who was batting at the time?
I think it was Keaton Jennings.
Was it? Yes, you see. Oh, there they are, you see. Two stewards in their bright orange tabards. One's got a ball. Excellent. They could bowl to each other, couldn't they? But I do like to see stewards near a sight screen. There's nothing more frustrating. Dunkley, it's almost played on here. Trying to play it late, I think. And got a thick inside edge past her stumps. Gets a single, moves on to 9. There are certain batters who genuinely a wasp could land on the top of the sight screen.
Honestly, yeah.
And there are others.
Steve Smith is the first one that comes to mind.
But there are others that even if you didn't have sight screens, they wouldn't even know.
I sometimes think you need to practice with just as many distractions as you possibly have. Someone in a sort of duck costume flapping around.
Oh, that would add to it. Oh, that's well bowled. It's the one that goes across. Wyatt Hodge beats the edge.
It's the kind of thing they do in films, you know, when someone is suddenly going to become the pro basketballer at the school. There's someone pressing an air horn or something. You need all of that while you're training and practicing. Have as many distractions as you possibly can. You know, the bowler is wearing Morris dancing bells around their ankle or something. Every distraction, and then when you get out there and play in an actual game, seems easy.
I see your thinking on that, especially the Morris dancing. As this is cut by Wyatt Hodge, and we'll get a single down to third. She'll move on to 6. Dunkley comes back onto strike on 9. That's the end of the over, in fact. So 3 gone. Solid start, this.
Would have had her heart in her mouth for a moment there, wouldn't she? Falling just short of Josie Groves at point. Did go aerial briefly. So 20 on the board after the first 3 overs, but just trying to recover from a lot of early extras. These two Blaze bowlers. McCarthy went for 9 from her first over, but a lot of those coming in wides. Just needs to find her radar.
And the funny thing was, in between those, a couple of really good deliveries. So if you can put 6 of those together at the start of this 4th over. Wyatt Hodge on strike. Nicely played. Again, just opens the face, guides it away for a single. Down to deep third. So Wyatt Hodge moves on to 7. I remember playing in a game where for once I was actually scoring some runs, and then my mum arrived, and bless her, do you know what she did?
Oh no.
She sat herself right in front of the side screen. Yeah, and I didn't know whether I should have the heart to ask her to move. Really. I think she wanted to try and get the best view, which is understandable, as this one beats the edge. As Dunkley looking to cut a ball that's probably a little too close to cut. Dunkley here looks like she wants to play a shot a ball at the moment.
She doesn't. She's in T20 mode. And yes, what, 327, fair target, but they've got a strong batting lineup, and you get yourself in, you then can accelerate and push up that run rate.
Well, the logic says, as this is a short ball, that got on to Dunkley much quicker than she was expecting. That's well bowled by McCarthy. Top edge, it looped away safely for a single.
Yeah, there was a cry of catch early, wasn't there? Sort of 3 fielders plus Amy Jones behind the stumps, all thinking about converging in on it, and managed to just plop into the safe zone between all of them.
Good bit of bowling from McCarthy. That was on to Dunkley quicker than she expected. Wyatt Hodge cuts this time. Should be just a single. Down there to third. It is indeed. Well, the logic here is, if Dunkley batted for 35 overs, the way she plays, she'd have a very good score to her name. But as I say, she seems to have come out and almost wanted to play a shot of ball. It's a long old time, 50 overs.
It's interesting. So we saw her here last week, week before, whatever the day of the week is. Anyway, score that 100. And at the beginning of it, it was really scratchy. She really struggled, couldn't get herself in, wasn't reading it well, but dug in and saw through the difficult period and then went on to score a pretty good 100 in the end.
Well, you'd think here for Surrey to get close. It's again, she's feet aren't going anywhere. She's just reaching for that.
She is, isn't she?
And it beat the edge of the bat. Now, she'll think that was wide, but it wasn't. It's just her feet didn't really go anywhere. Just hung the bat out there.
I love that we already have a wasp percentage this early. If we had one in sort of the second over, said 6%. At this point...
Again, she's looking to cut a very wide delivery.
This is really good from McCarthy. She's just hitting that spot so well. She knows that Dunkley is going to have a waft at it.
That's why she's got the slip in there.
It's this sort of wry smile grimace as she heads back to the top of her mark.
Yeah, that one was signalled wide, but there's only one place that's going to go if she does get any bat on it, and that's either in the keeper's gloves or somewhere near slip. Again, well bowled. She'll get a single this time, will Dunkley. She's pushing that one away into the offside. So, good over that from McCarthy. 25 without loss after 4. And after 4, the Blaze were 27 for 1. So, not a huge amount of difference. Now that's a nice place to sit and watch cricket. That little mound there.
I love a grass mound to sit on.
Yes. 3 gentlemen there sat on the grass mound.
I used to go to Northampton would sometimes play at Campbell Park in Milton Keynes.
Oh, look, that's...
The afternoons
they're
is...
Not, well, they're not mesmerised, those two, are they? Seeing they were both asleep. Those two gentlemen look a little more awake with proceedings, but... start of the 5th. Shot. Just lets this swing back in. It's good work in the mid-wicket region. Nice shot from Dunkley. Good work from the Blaze.
Yes, Catherine Bryce
no run.
chucking herself around in the field.
Yeah, terrific bit of work that. And there you go. I reckon they'll wake up with probably 15 overs to go. That couple. No idea what's going on or probably where they are. As down on one knee here is Dunkley. Swings this out towards deep backward square. And they will take a single. There we go. Look at that. I reckon 15 overs left. One of them will wake up for probably a minute and a half. Not actually know where they are. Oh, there we go. We're on it now.
Morning.
Maybe they're listening.
It's next week,
Maybe
actually.
we have just woken them up. I feel a bit guilty now. Wyatt Hodge. He's driving up and over the top. Cracking shot that from Danny Wyatt Hodge in complete control there. Just going across her on a length, and she's just thrown her hands through it and hasn't gone after it, has just eased it up and over the top of the circle and away for 4 towards the ice cream van.
What I love as well, fielded magnificently with one hand, gets down in a full long barrier, a man with an ice cream in one hand, uses the other and chucks it back.
Also wearing
a winter, full down winter coat.
Must be very warm there. I would have thought it was a good bit of work, as just turned into the leg side for a single. Good batting again from Wyatt Hodge there, the boundary, and then just dropping the ball into the leg side, taking the single. And they've gone back.
Back to sleep, yeah.
They have.
They woke up for the excitement of the 1 bounce 4, fielded by Ice Cream Man.
Probably get more confused now when they do wake up with 15 overs to go. We've all been there.
Oh, you know when you wake up and you're a bit discombobulated and you
it's
don't know who
horrible.
you are, where
I did
you
it
are.
once on commentary.
Fell asleep on commentary?
For an over.
Sounds like a great game.
And then when I woke up, I didn't really know where I was. It was, yes.
It was a riveting match.
Horrible experience at Canterbury once, that was. As driving is Dunkley up the ground, little misfield, and that will allow them to get a single. Dunkley on to 13. I've, during the Ashes, fallen asleep with the radio on and have dreamt that England are doing well and scoring lots of runs and taking lots of wickets, and then woken up and heard the scorecard, and it's sometimes been the complete opposite of what I've dreamt. As Wyatt Hodge.
And sometimes you wish your dream could be the truth.
Yes.
If it's a through the night Ashes, meaning it's down under.
Yes, yes, yes.
Fielder coming in at slip to Hodge.
As Wyatt Hodge goes forward and plays this very neatly and tidily out towards cover point. Into the over. 5 gone. 32 without lost that target. 347.
So other matches going on around the country today. Essex hosting Durham. Well, Essex were all out for 178 in just over 40 overs. Durham now 95 for 3 after 20 in their chase. And Upper Edgbaston, Warwickshire chasing Lancashire. So Lancashire put 276 for 8 on the board in their 50 overs. Warwickshire, just at the end of the first over, are 2 without loss. Oh,
The ice cream van there. Do they still do? And I'm trying to look at the pictures. They used to do an ice cream in a sort of plastic pot.
oh, I
At
know the ones.
bottom,
And a screwball.
Yes,
Screwball.
I wonder if they still do those. But those look magnificent, whatever they were.
But you've got to take a mortgage out for an ice cream these days, though.
Oh, yeah, they are expensive.
Cost you about $4.50.
Yeah, they are expensive. But this is the dream time if you've got an ice cream van, isn't
It was my dream job when I was a kid. Wanted to be an ice cream van lady so badly.
Start of the 6th over. Oh, McCarthy has gone past the outside edge of Dunkley's bat once again.
And you know what? If someone told me I could go off and do it for a week next week, I think I'd probably do it.
Well, especially in these conditions. Just watching this again. Yeah, again, that back foot hasn't really gone anywhere. She's just throwing her hands at that. Here's Dunkley. Still there, though, on 13. There's a bouncer from McCarthy, like that. It's hurried her up with one hook shot. She top edged and then just bunging the bouncer in as well.
Yeah, good variations coming in here from McCarthy. Love to see if she had a slower ball in her armoury as well. Really play with Dunkley's head. Well, she's struggling a little bit to read it at times.
It's been an interesting start, this, from McCarthy. None for 14. First over had 4 wides in it. Dunkley drives into the turf and up again. Tammy Bowman, I think that is, doing the fielding there. But yeah, if you take out the 4 wides into her 3rd over, number 10, and she's caused Dunkley a few problems so far. Kept the slip in there. Turned by Dunkley into the leg side, won't get a run. Just a little bit of pressure building here from McCarthy.
Yeah, it's really good recovery actually from the opening bowler. As we say, she really struggled to get her radar right. Spraying down the leg side and then 2 wide. Outside off stump.
Where's that slip going? To the edge of the circle. So still a catching position, but bang on the edge of the circle now. Short one outside the off stump, and Dunkley thought about playing a shot of that, then let it go, but that's not wide. So, can McCarthy finish off this over? Will Dunkley try a big shot off the final ball of the over? All will be revealed. There's a big cloud coming over, I've just heard behind me. As well bowled right up there on the toes. Now it's a thickish leading edge. That shows what a good pitch this is, and the outfield's quick because that was a leading edge. It's beat the dive on the edge of the circle and has run away for 4. So Dunkley does find a boundary, but that's an excellent over from McCarthy. And 36 without loss after 6. So going at exactly 6s at the moment, which is sort of where you want to be really in a run chase of 3-4-7.
Yeah, I think so. That was just a blemish on a very fine over in the end, and it wasn't exactly out of the middle, out of the screws from Dunkley, who's rehearsing that shot. And I think for a moment she wasn't quite sure where it had gone either. She sort of looked into the leg side and then set off running, and actually by this point it had passed the fielder inside the ring and was just accelerating towards that boundary.
Yeah, I was saying it shows what a good pitch this is, but actually it was a full toss But it did show how quick the outfield is. Thick outside edge, absolutely shot off to the boundary for 4. Ballinger to bowl her 4th, the 7th of this Surrey innings. Wyatt Hodge shot again from Danny Wyatt Hodge. Just again waiting for this on the front foot, opening up her hands a touch and going over the top deliberately. Again, hasn't tried to overhit that.
Yeah, you can't be bowling a half volley wide outside the off stump to someone of Danny Wyatt's experience and calibre, because that's the kind of treatment it's just going to get.
Yeah, up and over and away for 4. So 17 to both Wyatt Hodge and Dunkley now. You're spot on. To somebody like Wyatt Hodge, there's only one place that sort of delivery will be ending up, and that's over the boundary. This one's down the leg side. Wide will be the signal from James Treadwell. Of course, James Treadwell played a couple of tests, a few ODIs and T20s as well, now doing the umpiring.
Really can say been there, done that, got the T-shirt then.
Absolutely.
All the different T-shirts as well.
Yes. Well, they get a lot of training kit, don't they? Wyatt Hodge is forward. Nicely bowled by Ballinger. Ballinger does the fielding off her own bowling and there's no run. Yeah, there he is. James Treadwell. Very fine cricketer in his own right, he was. Kenton, England.
Did he captain England once in a T20 that then got rained out? Is that somewhere in my brain?
I'm not sure. Slower ball from Ballinger, nicely bowled. Just pushed away by Wyatt Hodge. And just remember, he was a very canny bowler, off spinner, James Treadwell. And could bat as well. And now doing the umpiring.
What's the next line of succession after that? Scoring?
Oh, I think just a bit of match managing.
Oh, yeah, match management, or just watching with a beer.
Yeah, lovely. Lovely, filling in some forms. Hoping for no controversy as this one's down the leg side. Something on that, I think. Amy Jones dived to her left. Got a bit of a paw on it. No signal, so bit of bat on that from Wyatt Hodge. I'd like to see that again. Let's see this again, because Amy Jones tumbled away to her left. It was off the bat. I think it possibly just bounced in front of it, but it was off the bat, so Wyatt Hodge moves on to 19. Wyatt Hodge is beaten by a cracker from Ballinger. That's beautifully bowled. Got it to bounce.
You can even see Grace Ballinger there. She's just almost flicking her hands out. Couldn't quite believe it. That's managed to just beat the edge of Danny Wyatt Hodge.
Yeah, even Wyatt Hodge had a little smile back. That's a beauty. Absolute beauty from Ballinger. And I think if you're Danny Wyatt Hodge, you just think, well, I didn't hit it. That's the key thing.
Yeah,
but please,
done well to miss that.
Please, no more of those this afternoon. Paper match 3. I want to score some runs, please. This time Wyatt Hodge is forward. And that squirts off down towards backward point. So tidy over from McCarthy once again. That boundary off the first ball of the over, but came back very well. So yes, I would say match managing perhaps.
Yeah, okay.
Be,
there is a lot of form filling, isn't there?
Yes, and you're just hoping for no controversy, really, because that's when you do come into the game as a match manager, and you don't really want to. You just want to sort of watch the game, if that makes sense.
Yeah, but still be paid for it. Otherwise, you could go and just watch, I guess, but then you've got to buy a ticket.
You have to buy the ticket.
Yeah,
yes, I see
not
what
quite
you're
the same.
saying. See what you're saying. Dunkley will be on strike here. Sue Redfern, of course, our other umpire today, highly experienced, as this is cut away by Dunkley from McCarthy, and we'll get a single, so it gets Wyatt Hodge back onto strike on 90. 44 without loss.
Well, they don't look too worried out there in the middle at all, these pair. Going along at, they're sort of almost keeping up with that run rate at the moment. There's always chance to accelerate earlier, sort of trying to see off these two opening bowlers.
That's been an interesting battle at the start. Not having it their own way, Wyatt, Hodge and Dunkley. There's another bouncer from McCarthy.
Yeah, she's into that today, isn't she?
Yep. It's good effort on this surface as well. Really having to go in short to get it up and over the top of the batter. Tour manager as well. That you could do that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that would be quite a good one. What? I think that is a good one actually, because you obviously get to go on tour. As this one's coming back from McCarthy, and that just cramps Wyatt Hodge up for room. And I think it hit her glove and then the thigh guard and rolled away into the leg side.
It's again another one that's just sort of jagged back in on her, isn't it? McCarthy's finding something in this pitch to make it talk.
This is short. Wyatt Hodge is not completely in control of this. Will get a single and moves on to 20. 45 without loss. There's a few photographers around the place today, I've noticed. Gentleman down there on one of those clever little photographer type stools with his long lens camera, getting some action shots just in front of where we're sat in the academy on the balcony. As here's the shot from Dunkley, very nicely timed, very well fielded in there at short mid wicket, and it'll just be a single. Georgia Elvis, who played a lovely innings. There we are. So that's a proper camera lens, that, isn't it?
I actually learnt about how much those are worth.
I bet they're worth a fortune,
They're sort of 15 grand.
Are they really?
Astonishing.
Ooh.
I was like, can I carry it? It looks really heavy. And then once I heard that,
that's a proper lens.
I decided I didn't want to lift it up just in case.
Yes.
I thought I would just leave that to someone who can afford to break it.
Yes, well, McCarthy finishing with the bouncer. Just a 3 off that over. Good one from her. 8 gone, 46 without loss. Oh, it must be a cracking view through that.
I think it must be, but then I also think you're sort of just watching the whole game through a lens. It's like when you go to a concert or fireworks or something and people film the whole thing on their phone and all they then do is watch it through their phone, which I think is very sad.
Do you know what I've taken to, because I'm getting old and my eyesight's not what it used to be, is binoculars.
Oh yeah.
Oh, they're great.
Yeah, I love a pair of
you
binoculars.
You can get some absolute crackers these days. Almost feel like you're out there in the middle. Either that or a telescope for a bit of commentary. But yes, I borrowed some at Edgbaston in the week. Oh, and they were like telescopic. You could almost see what was in the player's pocket. It was fantastic. Start of the 9th. Dunkley on 19. Dunkley's down the pitch to Ballinger and then can only turn the ball into the leg side.
I think binoculars were perhaps used more in commentary in the days before red ball cricket had numbers and names on the back of shirts. And actually, it's one of those things you realise just how difficult it was, because especially when it's men's cricket and they've all got the same haircut anyway, and similar kind of physique.
Yeah.
It's tricky.
It is. Again, as Ballinger is in, it's a nice looking shot from Dunkley. Quick singles taken, safely through. She moves on to 20. I'm old enough. When I first started, there were no names or numbers at all. And I remember when they came in, actually. I remember when they came in, and especially in Test cricket, people were up in arms.
I remember when they brought them in Test cricket. Yeah, there was a lot of...
People were up in arms, but actually...
It enhances the viewing experience for everyone.
Absolutely. It really does, especially for the crowd. As that's down the leg side from Ballinger. And that's actually going to run away down to the boundary rope because Jones can't get to that. So away for 4 it goes, and that brings up the 50 for Surrey. A little bit of bat on that from Wyatt Hodge, took it away from Jones. It's always going down the leg side, and Wyatt Hodge moves on to 24. I think as well, if you ask the players, sort of, especially in sort of international cricket, etc., it's a lovely thing to have.
Yeah.
With your own name and number on the back.
And then any good pictures as well of your back.
Yeah. No, I think it sort of fits in perfectly, I think. As forward goes Wyatt Hodge. Oh, might get runs here as well. There was the dive on the edge of the circle at third. Got something on it, did McCarthy, but it's beaten her down to the boundary rope for 4. So a couple of boundaries for Wyatt Hodge, takes her on to 28. And Surrey 55 without loss. Also good for sort of auctions.
And also good if you're the person who does the printing on the shirts.
Yes, so absolutely. But I think it's a nice thing as a framed one.
Oh yeah.
With the name and number on the back it's a lovely thing to have actually. Wyatt Hodge is forward. It's good batting again. Just pushes it to the right of the cover point and takes a single. That's one more to the total. But I remember people were up in arms when that came in.
Yeah, but we're cricket people. Everyone loves to be up in arms about anything, don't they?
Yeah, absolutely.
If someone doesn't like something, you'll know about it.
The only thing I would say with that, being an old stick in the mud, is I am still quite pleased. Surrey, for example, still wear the cable knit sweater without names.
Oh yes, but I love a cable knit.
Yes, you see, you can't have everything. As driving here is Dunkley, won't get a run. Tammy Beaumont does the field. End of the over, 9 gone, 56 without luck.
The thing is, I actually really like a cable knit just as a normal jumper.
Day out.
But I can't really do it because then I feel like people will judge me that I'm wearing sort of what work cricket things in my normal life.
I see what you mean. Yes, I see what you mean. I don't think they would. I don't think they would.
I feel like there's just
no. I think a cable knit is a lovely item of clothing. Whatever the time of year and whatever the weather.
I do like a cable knit.
Short sleeve especially.
Don't know if I can quite rock a short sleeve.
Oh,
I like the really long sleeve when the sleeves are too long and the whole thing is just too big, basically.
Yes. But yeah, I quite like that little bit of tradition still.
Yeah.
I think that's nice.
Better than when England had the sort of hybrid, modern, old-fashioned.
Yes, those weren't very good. As McCarthy starts the 10th over, Wyatt Hodge plays this one down towards there. We'll get a single. So I think they'll be fairly happy with this start, Surrey. No great alarms. There's been some full shots in there, but you get that at the start of an innings.
Yeah, and they're sort of looking to see out the new bowlers as well. You wonder how many more Ballinger or McCarthy might have, or whether 5 apiece will be enough.
Wyatt Hodge has 30 to her name. This one's wide outside the off stump. Dunkley has nothing to do with that. Unsurprisingly, I'm no mathematician, but as Surrey's start continues to be solid, Wasp continues to go up. Funny that.
Yeah, funny. It's when it says Wasp after about 2 deliveries and it says sort of 3%. You think
I quite enjoy a predicted score as well.
Oh yes.
Especially if the first ball goes for 6.
Yeah.
And then suddenly the predicted score as driving 1 bounce up towards mid-off is Dunkley. And again, there's no run. But yes, if the first ball of a 50 over game goes for 6, then obviously the predicted score is something record breaking. Dunkley 20, Wyatt Hodge on 30. Short ball, got an edge. It was always coming from Dunkley. Looking to cut. I think McCarthy really deserves that. And Dunkley goes for 20. And we were mentioning it earlier. They brought the slip in. She had a couple of goes at deliveries like that. And that time, big edge. And Jones taking the catch, and McCarthy with the first wicket. Dunkley gone for 20, 57 for 1.
Yeah, she's earned that one. She's bowled really well. Started with a few wides in that first over, but really mixed it up and just had that little extra bounce. Dunkley's had a waft at a few of them outside off stump. This, she just had a waft at and got the top edge, and well, she knew straight away. Amy Jones is not going to make a mistake with that one behind the stumps, and that's just what they need. Break this opening partnership that have been going pretty well. We've got Dunkley struggling a little more perhaps than Danny Wyatt Hodge, But she's on her way now. Yep, and Alice Capsy is making her way out to the middle. Yeah, that was a proper age, wasn't it?
Incoming batter for Surrey, number 26.
McCarthy deserves that.
Capsy.
1 for 22. And again, worth remembering that she bowled 4 wides in her first over. So, bowling very nicely. So here's Alice Capsy joining Danny Wyatt Hodge. So Dunkley gone for 20. What Surrey did well, I thought, during the Blaze innings until the sort of back end was they kept taking wickets at good times. I know there's never a bad time, but they kept breaking partnerships just as they looked as if they really could take the game away from Surrey. And again there, that's a good time for McCarthy to take the wicket. But then of course we had the Claridge innings, which was outstanding. They got them up to that 346. So it is Alice Capsy ready for her first delivery. And she's looking to cut now as well. And that's beating the outside edge of the bat. And that's taken by Amy Jones, moving away to her right-hand side. Gentleman with the big coat's taking it off now. And I think he's using it as a bit of a cushion. Very sensible. Got a slip in for Capsy. She's letting this one go, but that will be signalled wide. Taken by Jones down to her right. Maybe a few more. It's that sort of time of the afternoon, isn't it, for a bit of a snooze?
Yeah, that's why they have siestas, isn't it, over in Spain?
It is warm.
Yeah,
we're getting the sun now.
We are.
And I'm never one to complain, but it is quite warm as it's punched off the back foot by Capsy. And she won't get a run to get off the mark. So the end of the over, McCarthy with the first wicket in that over. 10 gone.
10 overs bowled, Surrey 58 for 1.
Yep, and as you heard there, Surrey 58 for 1. I think this is a great ground, Beckenham.
If you're a batter, yes.
Yes, but I mean from a cricketing point of view. And I was saying I'm surprised touring sides don't use it a bit more, because there's so much space.
Yeah, and it's nice because you can just do a lovely lap of the whole thing.
That's a really good point, actually. There's nothing like a lap,
I love being up. That's why I like going to Utility Bowl, actually.
That's a good one.
Because you can do a lap. Sometimes I go down there and I work, and I think this is where I could bring my roller skates, and you could skate around the outside.
That's an interesting idea. Although there is a bit of a slope.
That's all right. Go faster.
Well, I'm sure you're very good at your roller skating.
Go faster.
I personally wouldn't.
Josie Grove's mum.
Yes,
she's
well,
finally sat. She's having a sit down. It must be hot. Josie Grove's mum is not moving.
Well, she's danced through the whole of the first 50 overs, so I'm sure she.
I'd love to see her step count at the end of the match.
Well, I was very impressed with it as well. Catherine Bryce is into the attack. Power play done and dusted. 10 gone, 58 for 1.
Yeah, ICC Player of the Month, Catherine Bryce.
And Wyatt Hodge will be on strike on 30. And you know the other good thing about this place is wherever you are, you've got a pretty good view of the action.
Yeah, love that.
Haven't you?
Always.
And I do like a ground with a fence. And we have a fence where the car park is. As first ball from Bryce, and punched into the offside, and single taken by Wyatt Hodge. Jones up to the stumps to Catherine Bryce.
Yeah, it came quickly at Josie Groves, that one, and then the throw a little bit wide, a bit wayward. He thought about coming back for a second one. But means Capsy has the opportunity to try and get off strike. Phase 2 so far, yet to trouble the scorers.
Yeah, and there's a long chat between captain and bowler about the field they want for Alice Capsy. Capsy just having a little look at the field. Catherine Bryce just waiting, just moving the backward square a little squarer, just behind square on the leg side boundary rope. Right-handed Capsy turns this one off her hip, down to short fine. Quick singles taken. It's good running from Wyatt Hodge. Capsy just took a little bit of time to respond, but she's through for the single. And that will get Capsy off the mark. To strike comes Wyatt Hodge. Of course, there's the written press tent as well, away to our left. I've commentated from there before.
I've commentated from there before too.
It's pushed away by Wyatt Hodge into the offside. It's good running again.
But now
it's the single.
We've been upgraded.
Yes, it's nice.
We're now side on. I think it's something to do with electrics. I think that was the story.
Yes, I can understand that.
Up on our little balcony, although it is warm, and I am.
It is. I'm going to have to just move my car keys from my pocket to the other pocket because they're heating up at the moment with the sun beating down on this balcony. Capsy gets a short ball, pulls away, couple of bounces. It's a deep mid wicket. We'll take a single, moves on to 2. It's very English though, isn't it, that we start complaining as soon as it gets warm, and then we'll be complaining when it's cold.
I'll always complain when it's cold.
Yes,
only has to drop below 20 and I'm complaining.
Yes, I'm the same. Oh, we haven't had enough rain. Then it rains. Oh, why is it raining?
It's too wet.
Wyatt Hodge turns this one from Catherine Bryce out towards the backward square. Just ticking it along at the moment is Wyatt Hodge.
It's funny because then Wasp goes back down to 4%. There's some mathematical equation that doesn't really take the intricacies of cricket into account. That's the thing. When it's all just numbers and whatever the equation might be.
I didn't even know what it meant or what it stood for. There's driving. Nice looking shot from Capsy. Won't get a run. Out there to Shaw's extra. Tidy first over from Catherine Bryce.
So what does it stand for?
Oh, I knew you were going to ask me that.
Because I've got no idea.
Katya and I went through it. Then she found the actual. It's something score prediction. Oh, what was it? She said.
Winning.
No, it wasn't
analysis.
winning. It was something else. When she comes back on, I'll get her to remind us what it was.
Jared Kimber behind us. So
Jared probably invented it.
He's actually doing the equations.
Probably wrote it. There we are. That's the written press tent I was talking about. It's on its own scaffolding. So it's a very nice little tent, that.
You just feel like you should be serving strawberries and cream in there, don't you?
Yes, I'm sure it does the rounds when it's not at the cricket. But it's a nice little tent, that.
Crystal Palace training ground just behind.
Yes, indeed. Can sort of double up if they're training. Nip across, get an interview, come back, do the cricket.
Need a little door through the hedge.
Yes.
Like secret garden.
Well, McCarthy is continuing here. I'm not surprised. She's got the wicket of Dunkley. This will be her 6th over.
There's 6 on the bounce.
Yep, 12th of the innings. Rolling to Wyatt Hodge. Short and wide, and Wyatt Hodge is cutting that one for 4. So Wyatt Hodge doesn't miss out. And away for 4 it goes. Wyatt Hodge on to 37. Nicely put away.
Yeah, this one just too short and just sat up for Wyatt Hodge. Gives herself room nicely. And there's a huge gap out there. And it went so fast, only a couple of bounces. And took to someone in the crowd again to do the fielding. The crowd have been on their toes today.
You tend to be at outground sometimes, don't you? Oh, that one beats the edge. It's almost like McCarthy's got this mesmeric presence that makes you not move your feet to that delivery.
She does, doesn't she?
Yeah, it was exactly the same with
Dunkley.
Yeah,
she just suddenly she makes the glue stick on the bottom of your shoes.
Just makes you not move your feet. In again, that's short. That's just out round the corner by Wyatt Hodge. One more to the total. Wyatt Hodge moves on to 38. 68 for 1. Guildford as well. If you're in the crowd at Guildford, you really have to be on your toes. There isn't a lot of space between the boundary rope and the crowd, but it's beautiful ground here at Beckenham. There's the pavilion there, and then there's the written press tent, the perfectly manicured hedge. McCarthy is in. Oh, and looking to cut this time is Capsy. That one's beaten the bottom edge. As I say, it's good stuff from McCarthy.
Really good stuff from McCarthy, actually. She's got batters in all sorts of a twist. Especially if you look at the contrast between the beginning of her first over when she couldn't find her radar and it was just wides. This has been great stuff.
Capsy's forward, thickish edge, just a single. And to third. Capsy will tick round to 3. I will leave you, Georgie, at the end of this over.
Oh.
Cameron Ponsonby will be
You have
back.
to find some sun cream.
No, I'll be honest.
Have to cool down your car keys.
We're past that.
Oh,
point,
okay.
Yeah. I'm actually only 25, but
yeah,
this
yeah.
is what happens if you spend too long in the sun. Short ball again, and this is White Hodge cutting away for a single out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary rope. End of the over, 12 gone. Surrey are 70 for 1 in pursuit of 347. A few more thoughts from Georgie Heath, and then she'll be joined by Cameron Ponsonby.
Thanks, Georgie. Well, Danny White Hodge is just getting nicely into her stride here. 39 from 31 opening today again. Obviously, Dunkley, the wicket to go in the absence of Bryony Smith, was pushed up the order. But it has been great stuff from McCarthy. She's really had the batters confused, got their feet stuck at times, and has brought out some really nice variations. That bouncer has looked really good so far today. So it says they're behind on the run rate at the moment, but they won't be too worried about that. These two out there in the middle, they know there's always the opportunity to accelerate and push on as Catherine Bryce starts her second over. Just 5 from her first for the ICC Women's Player of the Month, Catherine Bryce. As Cam Ponsonby pulls on his new sunglasses.
I've made it. It was a bit of a faff. I realised I'd brought my cap and my sunglasses for a reason. It's this time of the day. Starts with a couple of dots. Also, it's quite disappointing. I have a very flash corduroy cap that I'm very proud of, which you saw.
Oh yes, it's a nice one.
University of Sydney Cricket Club.
That's the one.
I couldn't find that this morning.
Oh.
It's beautifully driven. Out to the sweeper.
It's always when you're in a hurry as well, I can't find things. I think, oh, I just need that, but I also need to leave the house.
Correct.
Yeah.
And as a result, I've had to bring my own cricket club's cap today. A very
No, it's a sort of maroon colour. Was it navy when it started?
I think so. But it's kind of, I've had some time gone into it. Just flicks Capsy's pad. Now scamper through for a leg by.
Well, I've got a few in the ground as well today. Catherine Bryce just taking her time here.
Drifts down the leg side. Deep square leg, almost interested in a catch, but it just bounces through to the fielder.
White Hodge into the 40s. She's had a few starts this season as well. She'll be looking to try and push on and make a mark, especially as we sort of look ahead to the beginning of the international summer, and whether she makes that squad, which is to be announced imminently, I would have thought.
Well, believe, if the rumours are to be true, we're expecting it around 4:30, so in just over an hour's time. After 13 overs, the score is 74 for 1. Looks like we might be having a look at Kirstie Gordon.
A change of bowling at the Beckenham end, replacing number 6.
Skipper bringing herself on.
Number 24.
Yeah, not surprised. McCarthy's bowled 6 on the bounce, done really well, 1 for 30. Started off a little expensive at the beginning of that first over, now changing to the captain in a fancy, snazzy pair of shades. I could do with those, actually.
No, I remember interviewing Kirstie Gordon a number of years ago, and she played her cricket up in Scotland for a club called Huntly Cricket Club, which is a tiny little village kind of in Aberdeen. And one of their, well, not one of, their most famous overseas player played Kirstie was none other than Pakistan's Azhar Ali.
Oh, that's a great crossover. It's another one of those, what do Kirstie Gordon and Azhar Ali have in common? Or what connects Kirstie Gordon and Azhar Ali?
So, Surrey will be content with their start so far, going at 5.5 and over, but given the rate at which the Blaze amass their runs, do you need to keep an eye on that run rate required? 7.5 already. Swept away, and that finds the fielder. That's a great dot ball for the Blaze. A real bonus. The Wasp down at 5%. I don't think I'm having that. I think that's too pessimistic for my liking. Sweeps again, and this time the fielder once again does brilliantly well. I believe that's Grace Ballinger, who's dived away to her left and saved 3. Scampered through for 1. Capsy on strike. You mentioned she started the season very well, but just tailed away a little bit of late. A couple of single-figure scores in a row. It's getting very warm here at Beckenham now. It's down the leg side again. I think it's just clipped White Hodges' glove on the way through. Being impacted. But they're able to come back for 2. The score is 9 for 1. The end. We're just having a, we might be having a technical substitution here. Well, we're back.
Oh, never even noticed we'd gone. And during the intermittent moments, Sarah Bryce put down a catch off her sister's bowling. Obviously, she's out in the deep today because we often see her, well, usually see her behind the stumps. Sarah Bryce, but Amy Jones keeping. And actually, we saw her out in the field a lot for the Sydney Sixers over the winter/summer, whichever part of the world you're in.
We see the replay here. It's a very simple chance at deep mid-wicket.
And she'll be disappointed herself for that, but she's actually a very good outfielder as well. She was out in the field for the Sixers with Alyssa Healy with the gloves.
Capsy knocks the ball up to long on for a single. Now we are out on the gantry here at Beckenham. I've never been at Beckenham when it's been a normal day of weather.
We've never had normal weather. It is honestly a day of a place of 2 extremes.
We've had it being really windy and cold. That's wide, chipped, caught. Capsy drops, but White Hodges taken. And the Blaze have their crucial second wicket, and wickets are going to be so key across Surrey's innings, with runs aplenty out there.
Yeah, it's well taken in the end by Josie Groves. And I can't see her mum up and dancing yet. She's still sat down on the picnic blanket for now. But Wyatt Hodge, another start for her. We saw a few of those at the beginning of the season as well. And that means now that both the Surrey star openers are back in the hutch, in the dugout. And this one, it went hard, it went fast, but it went straight to Josie Groves. Didn't have to move an inch to her right or left. Hands up, taken well. And she gets a high five from Amy Jones and second wicket down. And Danny Wyatt Hodge looking like she could have been dangerous. And there's Josie Grove's mum. With all the Blaze merch. I think that's a homemade Blaze.
So that's what you
It's
explained.
a flame. It looks a bit like a bear paw, but I think it's a little fire, and it just says Blaze on it. And she uses it as a sort of clapping mechanism. And I think
Foam finger.
It's similar but louder. Foam fingers don't make a noise. They're
just visual aids.
They are just visual aids. Yes. It's like I don't know if you've ever been to the netball, but at the netball they have these whacker things, and they're like a long. Looks a bit like a stump, but it's hollow, like a balloon thing, and you hit them together. They are some of the loudest items you've ever come across, and you don't need them because netball fans are the loudest fans in the world.
Paige Schofield gets underway. It's a dot ball to begin with, but solidly struck to cover after 15 overs. The score is 82 for 2. So that kind of description of noise and hitting things, the word I'd go to is like a cacophony of noise.
Cacophony, yes, it is very much so. Especially when netball's inside as well. So you've got the roof.
Echoey,
yeah. It's echoey, and it's the only sport I've ever been to really when you can have sort of 8-year-olds all in their netball kit with their coach or something, plus hen parties, all in the same kind of place, just enjoying the same experience.
It still rankles with me. I was in year 5 and failed. I missed the netball trial for the primary school team because I was a bit poorly. And Miss Abrahams never let me back in.
Oh.
Well, Kirstie Gordon's going to continue from the Beckenham end. Notice that's a continuation of, I'll describe Danny White-Hodges' season as frustrating.
Yes.
In her kind of, well, it's now 7 matches old this year, and she has kind of 3 scores. Well, her scores are 33, 2, 34, 20, 21, 44. Another score in the 40s today. So a lot of starts and a lot of opportunity for runs out here at Beckenham. Well fielded by Kirstie Gordon. When we talk about opportunities, it's a real opportunity for Paige Schofield. Up at number 4 in the absence of Bryony Smith. And a big run chase ahead.
And she's been there and thereabouts, hasn't she? She's all in the discussions, but just not quite in that, what you pick as your sort of top straight into an England team. But she's been performing well for the A side and domestically of the last few years.
It's really well bowled, and judging by Gordon's reaction, I think that might have just kissed the edge on the way through.
Drops to her knees in sort of hailing the sky. Why is this happening to me? Kind of situation that's just not played on, or so close. Paige Schofield had no idea where that had gone.
It's tucked into the leg side for no run. It's a very fine over from Gordon. She started bowling very well. She was injured and missed the first 5 matches of the season. Came back in the last round. And once again, Schofield yet to get off the mark. 0 of 6 deliveries after 16 overs. The score is 83 for 2.
And captain Kirstie Gordon will be pleased with her start with the ball. She's only gone for 4 runs from her first 2 overs, so starting to dry up that run rate and then building the pressure at one end, the wicket falling at the other end. And now Capsy just 9 from 16. Schofield, she's faced a whole 6 balls and still to get off the mark. So this is just what the Blaze would have wanted after a pretty good start, actually, from Dunkley and Wyatt Hodge up the top. They're both gone now. It's now down to the rebuild from Capsy and Schofield while not getting behind on that run rate.
Capsy walks down the wicket, and that's a beautiful strike straight and for 4 runs. It's a brave option from Capsy. Jones is up to the stumps, but no bother.
It's a great looking strike. As you say, just walking down the wicket, no need to shuffle.
This time defended into the offside. That ball was retrieved incredibly quickly.
Well, I think it did thud into the one piece of advertising board.
I looked up and I assumed there was a replay gracing our screens. I was about to say, look how she shuffled down the wicket. But no, stayed still. Back and across again from Capsy. We've seen this field to the seamers a lot today, where they're bowling to what can only be described as a more traditional off-spinners field. They've only got 4 fielders on the offside, mid-off cover, cover point out on the boundary and backward point, and 5 fielders on that leg side, with 3 on the boundary. This time it's tucked away It's backward square leg. They pick up a single. And that run rate is just creeping up, ever closer to 8 runs and over.
Yeah, but then you think you just need sort of 2 big overs. Problem is they're struggling to get Bryce away, and she's picked up the wicket. And then Gordon at the other end's only gone for 4 from her 2 overs. And they can't really afford to, they don't want it to be pushing up over 8 at the moment. And we'll ignore Wasp for now because it's still so early in the chase. 2% is sort of irrelevant.
That's another dot ball for the Blaze, who've bowled very, very well in the last few overs and across the innings. Wonder if those wide balls that were sneaking into Surrey's innings just may come back to punish them. Driven straight. That should split the field as it does, but long on is in place and able to scamper around. But Schofield is off the mark. She pinches the strike for the following over. After 17, the score is 89 for 2.
Yeah, so that run rate, they're going at just over 5 at the moment, needing up at 7.8. It's 347. That's a hell of a target, isn't it? And I think a lot of that, we can talk about Amy Jones's 80, sort of set the benchmark early on, but it was Georgia Elwes down the order, obviously moved over to Blaze this season, has been at Vipers for a long time. Is just making her mark on this Blaze lineup.
Gordon continues. She hasn't missed yet. She's been incredibly accurate, kind of dropping the ball onto middle stump. She has beautiful shape and curve on her slow left armers. Goes again. Long on interested. 6 runs. For a second, we thought Josie Groves might just be in with another catch, or Maddie Green, beg your pardon. The ball sails over her head, and Paige Schofield taking a very necessary risk for Surrey there. They're getting a bit downtrodden.
Yeah, finally gets off the mark and then goes, right, I'm in now, here we go. That's definitely going down leg this time. Just a muted appeal from, well, pretty much just the captain with the ball in hand. So .6.
Short, pulled away, and that'll be 4 more. The impact that one aggressive shot can have. Schofield took the attack to Gordon, who's been so consistent on her length. And then a couple balls later, Gordon loses her nerve, drags one down, and concedes another boundary. See nice pockets of supporters here today, enjoying a sunny day out at Beckenham.
I think the ice cream van's been doing a roaring trade. I keep seeing them go past. I saw someone carrying 2 earlier, and I was hoping it was both of them, actually. I'd say you go.
That'd be the power
you have
play.
2, yeah.
It's driven firmly to mid-off, but it'll be no run at the end of the 18th over. The score is 99 for 2. No, I think I might have to go and pay a visit to that ice cream van, because I haven't seen it. I've only seen it kind of in passing on the screen, but you can go and hunt for it, because you are now swapping out, and we're going to be joined by Katya Whitney. Thank you very much, Director Mark, who's found the Mr. Whippy van ready and raring. I think I'm off up to 25 overs. I'll be right there.
Did I hear more ice cream chat?
More ice cream chat. Weirdly, I hadn't mentioned it at all in the intervening period, but we did speak about it earlier, so what can you do? Clipped up to long on for 1, and that'll be the 100 up for Surrey. 18.1 overs. They're still behind in this game, but with these 2 at the crease, it's far from over.
Yeah, we said it with Blazers innings. You need someone to go on in a chase like this, in a score like this. Saw in Blazers innings, Amy Jones and Georgia Elwes. Brilliant innings from Georgia Elwes on 80, but in a chase, you really need someone to take that responsibility and convert into a big score.
Sorry. Just trotting along at the moment. There was that one display of real aggression from Schofield in the previous over. But otherwise, both batters playing within themselves. defended into the ground. We're expecting both these players, assuming both these players will be named in the England squads, are now just an hour away. I've very much enjoyed being on commentary on a day when squads are being announced. I appreciate we are having different days. You're working twice over today.
I just feel like there's been so much anticipation over the last 2 weeks of like, when are we going to get this England squad? Who's going to be in the England squad? And the first time in my memory that there's been so much uncertainty.
That's wide, cut, but just the one run.
Normally you can pretty much predict who's going to be in a squad, bar 1 or 2 names.
So after 19, the score is 102 for 2. But you're right in that it is such kind of pastures new. There's a new coach, there's a new captain, there's been a new competition. There was the traditional Ashes blow up, and now we are waiting to find out what the kind of new era of English cricket is going to look like.
Yeah, and we've had the announcement, obviously, of Nat Sivabrunt as the new captain. He feels very much like, well, the only candidate, but also the continuity candidate. And we're not expecting too many big name.
Capsy's down the track.
Too many big name changes, but there's definitely the possibility that there could be a few. And also, so many players, as I said earlier, have stuck their hands up from this domestic competition. It's a struggle to see how to fit them all in.
Pulls just wide of mid-wicket. Bryce scampers round, keeps it to 1.
You know, you've got players on the field here who questions might have been had over their places in the squad, like Tammy Beaumont, Sophia Dunkley, Alice Capsy, but it feels like in the last few rounds of the competition they've really nailed those doors shut.
Oh, Schofield gets in the way of her own teammate's shot. Kirstie Gordon gives her a polite pat on the back to say thanks. It's quite interesting. Gordon's bowling to different plans to these two batters. For Capsy, mid-off is in the ring and deep square leg is back, encouraging her to take the single into the leg side and have that sweep. But I assume that Capsy is a bit more of a keener sweeper than Schofield, because what I imagine we'll see here with Schofield on strike, although they're very unkindly not doing it. Well, they're currently deep square leg and mid-off are having a conversation across the pitch. Kirstie McCarthy's now been instructed to come up into the ring, and long off goes out. And Schofield takes the opportunity for the sweep. Could it be caught? 6 once more. Catherine Bryce interested not only in watching the ball sail over her head, and having encouraged Schofield to take on the sweep, she duly obliged.
Yeah, it's a terrific stroke from Schofield. Real power on it, putting a group of spectators in danger when it falls over the boundary. Yeah, well timed.
Struck out to long off. That'll be a single. At the end of the 20th over, the score is 112 for 2. Alice Capsy on 18, Paige Schofield 20 off 19.
Paige Schofield's story breaking into the England squad over the last year, it's really a success story for the women's game, I think. In her late 20s, having moved around the county, she was involved in the KSL.
So how would it be in terms of a success story, not just, why is it a success story beyond a Paige Schofield success story? Did you think it...
Well, I think what we've seen over the last decade, well, to be honest, throughout history with England women, is that they select players very young and then those players tend not to get dropped. You look at the core group at the minute, I'm not suggesting for a minute they don't deserve to be there. But a lot of players tend to filter out quite early and then don't get picked again. And players who are in their late 20s or late bloomers, as we sometimes call them, don't necessarily get that opportunity. And Paige Schofield, forcing her way in, has played that brilliant innings in the 100 for Oval Invincibles.
Sweep, appeal for LBW. James Treadwell says no, sneaking down the leg side. Schofield again looking to sweep.
And finding a way to thrive and stay in the game for that long, and then earning that England call-up. Just looking at this replay here.
That's wide, cut. Will just be 1. I tell you what, I'll file that LBW appeal under seen and given. Probably was a bit leg side. And one goes in Surrey's favour.
Yeah, that looks slightly tight.
Hoy into the leg side. Is the fielder underneath it? No. Once more, it sails directly over the head of the boundary rider, and this time it's Alice Capsy takes on the sweep. And it's 6 more. Cassidy McCarthy below us, bellowing her support. It has been a little bit block 6 from Surrey of late, but so far, all those 6 attempts have sailed over the boundary rope.
Yeah, you feel like this was the time for them to press the accelerator. That required run rate just slipping above 8. Or near to 8, but being brought back down by those couple of 6s.
It also speaks to the strength of, well, it's the way the domestic system is meant to be working, that someone is able to score mountains of runs and demand a place, or command a place, in an England squad. This time Capsy clips the ball up to long on. She'll take a single.
Yeah, I think the point is it hasn't been working that way. At least before the regional system and before the expansion of professionalism, we had that group of 40 first full-time professionals. Expanded now, I think there's 80, 100 professionals in England now. And that's someone in Paige Schofield who that professionalisation has really benefited.
21 overs gone, 120 for 2.
And hopefully we'll see more stories like that, like, I don't know, like, let's suppose at some point this year or soon someone like Alice Davidson-Richard makes a return, or other people who are in their later 20s, someone like Emily Arlott, or others who have been, I guess discarded is maybe the wrong word, but outside of England setups for a long time, but have been constantly in or around there, making their ways back in, rather than the young, exciting player, or as well as the young, exciting player coming in the likes of Alice Capsy or Izzy Wong a couple of years ago, or Rhiannon McDonald-Gay.
So Kirstie Gordon is going to continue. So that's lofted straight. That is perfect from Alice Capsy. It's gone all the way for 6. A couple of skips down the track, and this has gone directly back over the bowler and umpire's head. This is a beautiful shot. It's wonderful from Capsy. Kirstie Gordon has a bit of a decision to make now. Her first 2 overs, she conceded just 4 runs in total. There's been a 6 in each of her last 3 overs now, and Capsy deliberately targeting the first ball of the over to attack. Schofield safely in her crease. And with Surrey able to take that early risk, can now knock around these last 3 balls of the over, safe in the knowledge they've got 6 runs in the bank. What time are we on? How close are we to this final big reveal?
Is it definitely happening? It's definitely happening today.
It is. I've been told 4:30, but I really don't know anything. It's back and prodded into the offside. They're able to skip through for 1. But these are the risks that Surrey need to be taking. Because if the ball of this over, if the last ball of this over goes for a single, that's 8 runs off, and that's pretty much a draw. Big sweep, that's 6. A fantastic shot from Paige Schofield. Kirstie Gordon just gets a little bit leg side. Schofield opens up, smashes the ball over the deep mid-wicket fielder.
Yep. Different from Schofield this time, stand and deliver, no use of the feet. Power. Straight over the boundary rope, straight off the bat, no worries, that was always going for 6.
Well, the first 3 sixes of this innings kind of teased the fielders. The last 2, they've not given them a chance. Well, the umpires are going to talk about the ball, which is always very exciting. Have a chat. See if something's gone wrong with it, see if it's scuffed up, see if it's landed in a drink. Yep, that's a cricket ball. Yep, okay. All good. We'll carry on playing.
Just an easy meander over there from Steve Redfern.
I feel sorry for umpires because they do have to do some incredibly mundane things. And by the book, it's necessary, it's required, it's correct. It is silly. Right, 1 ball remaining of the over. Beg your pardon, it was 7 or 4 balls before that boundary. And this time a dot ball. This ball is toe-ended to cover. So, after 22 overs, the score is 133 for 2. Surrey's run rate has just ticked above 6 runs and over. I imagine we might be seeing a bowling change from the Beckenham end because Schofield and Capsy in the last 3 overs decided they fancy a bit of Kirstie Gordon.
On the umpires checking things, I quite liked earlier on when Kirstie Gordon came into bat and her bat was put through the checker. It kind of reminds me, and I don't mean this in I don't know the right word. I don't mean this in any kind of way. You know when you've got little kids' toys and they have to fit the shapes through the different holes?
Oh, lovely, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's pretty much what it is.
There's a simplicity to it that's actually quite pleasing.
Maybe they should bring out one where there's 4 kind of silhouettes or like ways you could put the bat through. You've got to work it out. Well, we do have a bowling change. This time at the City end, Georgia Elwes is coming into the attack. Georgia Elwes has a bit of an unwanted stat next to her bowling this year, yet to take a wicket. And she has bowled in pretty much every game. Not heaps. Her figures are not kind of by any means ugly in any of those fixtures, just yet to add a wicket to that column. That's short, pulled away, and that's going to split the fielders and go for 4. Very comfortable boundary to start Georgia Elwes' spell. And immediately, just a little bit of pressure is being put back on the Blaze here. As Capsy and Schofield are settling in. Are you not believing me that she hasn't taken a wicket? I promise you.
No, I was actually just looking up what I remember Elwes did very well with the ball in the last stages of the Rachel Flint Trophy last year, so I was actually just looking that up. I fully trust in your stats knowledge.
I'll forgive you, that's okay. Got to do my 4 every game. Have my little trawl through Cricinfo. Write down my stats, and then at this stage in the afternoon my laptop gets too hot so I can't look at them. That's short of the length again. This time Capsy's able to clip the ball into mid-wicket. They think about 2 but decide against it. This brings Schofield back on strike. More gentlemen underneath us have found the ice cream truck. I don't know how much ice cream chat's too much. Probably at this stage.
Well, I think the only way we can stop this ice cream chat is by actually getting you an ice cream.
I do need to go and have one, yeah. It's a staple of the British summer. Here we go. Elwes to Schofield. That's cut. And half a job done there in the field is enough, actually. I think that was racing away for 4. Can't quite make out who the fielder is from here. We should be able to get down and get a hand to it and save the boundary. I think the Blaze have potentially the best kit in the domestic game, and their gold numbers, whilst very aesthetically cool, practically I can't see them, which is a real issue. Pulled. That'll be 1 more run.
No, I'd back that. I've always been an admirer of the Blazers kit.
And their fielding get-up. Their training get-up this year has been one to keep an eye on. Orange and black.
It's also quite nice to have a slightly separate kit from the men's team. Of course, the Blaze have kept their regional name.
That's Hoyd into the left side, into the leg side for 1 more run. 5 balls gone of this over. 8 runs have come off it. Elwes just hasn't been able to find her length quite yet. Seeing Wasp just sneaking up into double digits now.
Yeah, you'd argue under the regional system that Blaze established probably the strongest identity of any of the regional sides.
Again, that could go for 4. Picked up from a length by Capsy, and this outfield is so quick. Takes a hop, skip and a jump and goes for 4. At the end of the 23rd over, Surrey are 145 for 2, and they're just getting a bit of a motor on at the moment. Capsy stepping across and targeting that leg side. Yeah, I know the numbers exist for a reason, and I'm not doubting that the weight of history suggests that Surrey have an 11% chance of winning this game, but it doesn't feel like that at the moment. Now, do we have a bowling change at the Beckenham end? We do indeed. I beg your pardon, I was thrown by the change number. Kirstie Gordon, the skipper, is going to continue. She started the job and she wishes to finish it. Schofield on strike, mid-on in the ring. Goes to that sweep, that's 6 more.
Huge.
As soon as that came off the bat, you knew exactly how far it was going, and it was a long way.
Surrey's 150 in the 24th.
Shot brings up the 150 for Surrey. It's also a little bit of a gamble that Gordon's taking there. She knows that these two batters are targeting the spin, her left arm spin at the moment, so she brought long on up into the ring, dared Paige Schofield to hit it over her. And the only problem for Kirstie Gordon is she did exactly that.
Yeah, long conversation here between Kirstie Gordon and Georgia Elwes, that looks like. Though the sun is on our screen, so I might be mistaken.
It was definitely Georgia Elwes.
It was.
Maddie Green. All the luxuries of being an overseas player, just had to scamper off into the bushes and find the ball. Here we go, Sue Redfern's going to have another look at the ball. Yep, that's still cricket ball. Play on.
Fitted it through the right shape, didn't try and put it through the triangle.
Long on's dropped back out now. So very loopy delivery from Schofield, and it sneaks through the fielder at cover. I believe that's Tammy Beaumont doing the fielding. Now for the last 2 or 3 overs, every time the new batter has been on strike against Gordon, they've really targeted their first delivery. I'll be interested to see if Capsy continues to do the same. An appeal for LBW, but that's leg side. I don't think anyone believed in that one. So we have 4 fielders out on the boundary. Cover points out, long off, long on, cow corner. It's well bowled by Kirstie Gordon, but she's unable to prevent the single from being taken. Another fine over for Surrey. Well, I keep on thinking that the overs have 5 balls in. Malfunctioning.
Probably. Might be the heat.
There's still another one to go.
Yeah, but if Kirstie Gordon can get away with a single or a dot of this ball, she'll have got out of that over well after conceding a 6 off the first ball.
It's true, we're having a distinct field change here. Pack the ring on the offside. Capsy takes that vacant leg side invitation, accepts, takes the 1 run, and that is the end of the over. And after 24 overs, scores 155 for 2.
Yep, Surrey definitely pressing the accelerator pedal here. That required run rate is coming down ever closer towards 7. It was up around 8 a few overs ago, but flurry of 6s.
This would be a superb run chase because they've got to do it all. They've got to be perfect at the moment. They've got to keep ticking along at well over a runner ball, and they've also got to keep wickets in hand. So if Paige Schofield and Alice Capsy can keep producing what they have done for the past 5 overs, once, twice and 3 times more, Surrey will then consider themselves in good position. Elwes will continue. 12 runs off her first over. They're just having a little discussion about where to exactly place their fielders in the deep. Mid-wickets has moved a bit more towards long on. Marks a spot on the ground. That short just takes the outside portion of Alice Capsy's pad, and they scamper through for a leg by. Have you played at all this year yet? Are you looking to play?
Asked this question, but I've actually not played cricket for 2 years.
I think the only reason I keep asking you is because I think maybe 2 years ago we played together, so I just assumed you...
I've never played cricket with you in my life.
I'm lying then.
Like, don't get me wrong, I'm open to the possibility.
Well, that's kind of you.
I'm not specifically quitting cricket because of the possibility of playing with you, but
that'd be fair.
I
I'm sure you played in a cricket media game of sorts.
I did not.
Oh well.
The possibility's been floated, but I played for winter. I trained with Wimbledon Cricket Club, who I
Yes,
think
I'm
you
familiar
are familiar
with those. With those fine. Does that sound with those? I'm familiar with that club. Skied in the air. Could that be caught? Long on's coming in. Well caught. A great catch. An important catch as well as Schofield goes for 37. And a vital, vital breakthrough for the Blaze just when Surrey were thinking they were getting on top. Elvis had dropped short again. But this time Schofield did not get a hold of her pull shot. That was well held in the deep.
Yeah, very good catch. Just holding their nerve there, Blaze. Georgie was keeping on inviting that shot, banking that 1 point Schofield wouldn't time it, and she didn't. And the result is a good catch and a breakthrough, crucial breakthrough.
See the replay here. Fielder tracking it all the way. I believe that's Catherine Bryce. We need confirmation. 10 out of 10 for the dive, 10 out of 10 for the catch. And of course, Catherine Bryce, the ICC Player of the Month, no less. Got to keep name checking that. Schofield knew immediately. Throws her head back in frustration. There were a lot of runs left out there and she was batting beautifully well. But it means Alice Davidson-Richards comes to the crease. She's been in very fine form herself. She's got a smile on her face, as she often does. Oh, and Capsy have a laugh and a smile. I think let's get 200 more runs and head off home.
Job done. You'd expect a few players will be coming away from here today slightly disappointed that they haven't cashed in.
Absolutely. It's a surprise we haven't seen a century yet. We are taking drinks at the fall of that wicket. There would have been drinks in 3 balls' time. But instead, everyone will take a quick break now. It's a chance for the Blaze to regroup. And most importantly, most excitingly, Georgia Elwes has her first Metro Bank One-Day Cup wicket.
Of course. How could we have said anything else before that your stat is now broken?
I'm just happy to have been here for it. I saw it, I noted it, and I looked forward to being able to be on commentary when the moment arrived.
I'm sure she was waiting for it. Because I would be willing to bet that you're probably one of the only people who would have known that stat.
Aside from her.
Aside from her.
Because it's one of those things that just, sometimes things don't fall the way they should. They're just bizarre anomalies that happen and continue to occur. Georgia Elwes has bowled thousands of overs across her career. And to not have a wicket across the first 6 matches of the season would have been an oddity.
Well, it's an important wicket. That's the most important thing. So she's chosen a good time to take it. Paige Schofield was looking very, very dangerous. Capsy, you'd think now is the key. Well, this partnership, really. This
is the end of kind of Surrey's blockbuster batting lineup at the moment. The top 5, all 5 are international cricketers. And then you've got Kira Chatley standing in as captain at 6 today because everyone's shuffled up 1 position. The absence of Bryony Smith. Alice Monaghan had been in fine form with the bat as well. So there is pressure on these two to get themselves as close as possible. And then you're handing the reins over to Kira Chatley, Phoebe Franklin, Rhiannon McDonald-Gay to kind of chip along and get those final, say, 100 runs.
Yeah, well, we often talk about the star power that Surrey have got in their lineup, but it's also about just how far down they bat, and without Bryony Smith today, that does feel slightly... Is concertina the right word?
I'm going
to use a word, I don't know what it means, but... Squashed.
Squashed. I like squashed. That works for me. Davidson-Richards turns the ball away into the leg side to get off the mark from our first delivery. I imagine we'll see a slight slowdown from Capsy now, just to cement Surrey's position in this match and allowed Davidson-Richards to bed in with a few fielders running around. We have mid-wicket moving to short 45. The player who was at fine leg now runs around to deep square leg. That's pulled into the offside. It splits the 2 fielders, but they will cut the ball off. I think it's a plan that the Blaze are very happy to use here to the set batters is they give the entire leg side as an option for a single. So you have short fine legging the ring, then deep square leg, deep mid wicket, long on, and you basically say there is one free run, because you know that if they score one run a ball, they will lose. Driven up the ground, and that brings an end. That brings to an end the 25th over. The score is 158 for 3. We're going to hear more from Capsy Whitney, and I'm going to make way for Mark Church.
Yeah, if Blaze were to do it, it would be a rare victory for a defending side as well. So there's another interesting point there, where whether it's a Surrey specific, well, not just Surrey specific, but some kind of Surrey specific issue about the defence, if Blaze are able to defend this target, but it is a big, big target.
I think this is the game right here, this partnership. Capsy's got a start. Davison Richards has all that experience. I think this is the crucial partnership now. I think the slight issue here for Surrey is everybody's got a start, nobody's going on at the moment. And as I say, Capsy has got the 45, looked very good so far. And Davison Richards, with all that experience, these two have to do the bulk of the work, I think. So Josie Groves into the attack. Start of this 26th over. Just a reminder, that target, as you can see down in the bottom right hand corner, is the key one. 3-4-7. Single here for Capsy, just nudges the ball into the leg side, moves on to 46. Brilliant catch to get rid of Schofield.
Yeah, outstanding.
Actually got a lot of it, did Schofield. Went for a little lap of the ground. It's very warm out there. There's Davison Richards. Oh no, she's danced down the pitch and she's looked to drive that, and she's just driven, missed the ball completely and driven straight into the side of her foot.
She looks to be in quite a bit of pain there.
Oh, that is painful.
Hopefully that's just a short, sharp shock.
That is so painful. That would have been the inside of the bat, straight on the ankle. And that really is painful when that happens. You'll see it again now, but tossed up. She's gone down the pitch and she's driven straight into the side of her foot. Hopping about the place is Alice Davison Richards. I think she'll be okay. I think she will have a little bit of a hobble for the next few deliveries and then it'll wear off, but that is so painful when you do that.
Yeah, when it's right on the bone, when there's no padding.
Oh,
but hopefully she'll just have a nice shiny bruise to show tomorrow rather than any structural damage.
She certainly will. It's probably when you're glad you haven't got bigger edges on your back. This time she's down the pitch, driving, gone, caught and bowled, straight back to Groves. And Davison Richards goes for one. She punched the back of her bat after that, came down the pitch and has just chipped it straight back to Groves. And now it gets tougher for Surrey. 159 for 4.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate for Alice Davison Richards, and you would guess that the previous delivery had more of a hand in that dismissal than the ball or Alice Davison Richards' error. Her flow was interrupted, she's in considerable pain, just lost concentration and hit that ball straight to the fielder, and that's really unfortunate. But that could be the game.
Well, I think it's going to be an uphill climb here for Surrey. Out comes the captain, Kira Chatley, who kept beautifully today. Now they need the captain to do something with the bat, because Capsy looking good. The problem as well is, at this point, we're past the halfway point, you can't take too long to get yourself in. So Groves in her first over the wicket of Alice Davison Richards. And a bit more of the pressure heaps on the shoulders of Alice Capsy.
Yeah, and Alice Davison Richards has been in fine form this season. Before that wicket she was averaging 64, strike rate over 100, 1 century, 1/2 century. Been a key player for Surrey so far, so that's a big, big wicket.
Well, you can see how frustrated she was as Chatley's off the mark straight away. Down the ground towards long on. As I say, she punched the back of her bat. Good job she didn't punch it too hard, because she's had a sore ankle and a sore hand tomorrow. Now, Sue Redfern's just out to Grove saying get off the pitch. So it's not an official warning, it's more just a polite be careful there.
I think a polite be careful from Sue Redfern would scare me more than an actual warning, to be honest.
Absolutely. But, yes. There's an aeroplane away there in the distance. We had a helicopter earlier. Is that going towards is it going towards Heathrow?
Oh,
I suppose it could be, couldn't it? As short ball is pulled by Capsy down the ground, and she will get a single here. It's tidy first over this from Groves. Play's been good in the field so far. All their bowlers doing a job at the moment. Chatley drives, and we'll get another single out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary rope. So, good first over from Groves. The wicket of Davison Richards for 1. 26 gone, 24 left. And Surrey, 162 for 4.
Yeah, that required run rate's just creeping up towards 8 again. It was down to 7.3 a few overs ago. It's now up at 7.71.
I wonder if that couple have woken up yet. There was a couple who were fast asleep earlier. I was saying if they wake up with sort of 15 overs to go, they'll have absolutely no idea what's going on.
I'm more concerned they've put sun cream on, to be honest.
Well,
it's absolutely blistering.
Very warm up on this balcony.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I'm struggling a little bit.
No, I
here.
know. It really is very warm. Although our cameraman is cleverly using his hooded jacket to cover his head. Outwist it is, coming in over the wicket to Chatley, and Chatley's playing this one up towards mid-off.
Yeah, I can't get this.
No run.
Sorry, I can't get this balcony right, because last time I was here it was absolutely freezing, and at the end of the day, Dan Norcross very chivalrously gave me his coat for my final commentary
Very chivalrous chap.
And now I'm absolutely boiling.
As all beats the edge. Beautifully taken by Amy Jones behind the stumps. As I say, Chatley behind the stumps was outstanding today. Took one of the best catches you could ever wish to see during the Blaze innings. Now, with a job to do with the bat, as this is turned into the leg side by Chatley, we'll get a single out there towards deep mid-wicket. But yes, on my stroll round, there was a lady making her order to her other half, boyfriend, husband, I'm not sure, but for the ice cream van.
More ice cream chat, love it.
Yes, but she was really very specific in what she wanted.
Go on, what was her order?
Well, so it started off with a 99 flake type number. Single here for Capsy. 1 to 48. But then she started on the have they got any with sort of double cone. I think that was an affirmative. So then it changed slightly, and then I think it was whether to have a flake in each of the cones.
Wow.
And I thought by the time he gets it to you, it will have melted.
That's always the issue, isn't it?
Yep. Forward goes Chatley. Nice looking shot, but straight back to the bowler, and Alwis is backing up the over from Groves here. Groves with the wicket, and then Alwis has gone for just the 2 runs in this over. It's the crucial time of this run chase now from a Surrey perspective. Last ball of the over on the legs of Chatley, just turns it away into the leg side, and they will just take the single. With a good over from Alwis. Got through that over very quickly as well. Actually, that's the other thing I've noticed with the Blaze, is they're nipping through their overs. They're getting round very quickly in between overs, and it's one of those, I think, where as the batter and as a batting pair, you look up and suddenly think, where on earth did those 5 overs go?
But it's also the mark of a confident side. Blaze currently sitting second in the one-day cup table, 4 wins from their 6 matches completed so far, only behind Hampshire, who are a game ahead, so they've played 7.
Yeah, they look a well-run unit. Chatley just pushing the first ball of Groves is over. This the 28th, down to backward point. Nice control from Groves, bowling in her sunglasses. That's something else I need, is some sunglasses. Chatley on this occasion is forward, gets a bit of bounce there, does Groves. Amy Jones likes that behind the stumps.
We actually welcomed my pair of sunglasses because I've picked up, annoyingly, my non-prescription ones.
Ah, there you are. Turning into the leg side is Chatley. Will get a single, gets Capsy back onto strike. It's so English though, isn't it? Us complaining about how hot it is.
I'm not complaining.
No, when you're sort of working though, it's actually quite tricky. As this is pulled by Capsy into the leg side. This will go for 4. No, the fielding is quite superb by Sarah Bryce down below us. Terrific stop. And that is Capsy's 50. She's played very nicely here as Alice Capsy. And she gets a warm hand from the crowd. She'll know she's got to keep going.
Yep, that's Alice Capsy's 3rd half-century of the season so far. She scored 57 against Hampshire and then 79 against Durham in consecutive games.
She's the glue that's holding this together at the moment. She'll get a single here as she comes down the pitch, tucks the ball down towards long on.
A couple of low scores in the last 2 games, 1 against Lancashire and then 4 against Somerset, but generally been in really decent form over the last couple of months.
Chatley's forward just chips this into the leg side. Groves gets across to do the fielding off her own bowling, so again tidy over from Groves. Seen a boundary for some time now. 22 overs remaining. Target 347. I don't know what this tells me, but Wasp isn't even on the screen now. That would make it was down to 2%. So I don't know whether Wasp has decided that's it for the day.
Winning and score predictor Wasp.
That's what it was. I couldn't remember. That's how my mind is like a sieve, because Georgie asked me. It's going to be Elwes to bowl this the 29th over. And a single here for Capsy. Just playing it straight down the ground. There's a lovely block of flats away in the distance, opposite side of the ground from the academy, with a gorgeous clock tower on the top. I wouldn't mind having one of those. Wake up in the morning with the game on. Great view of the cricket. As this is swung leg side by Chatley, and she will go. Caught on the boundary, and the Blaze are putting the squeeze on here. They're doing it very well, and Chatley goes for 5. Elwes has a second wicket, and Surrey a 170 for 5.
Yeah, never really got going there, Kira Chatley. You could sense this could all happen quite quickly from here on out. Blaze on a roll. There's a little bit of batting to come, but not that much. Capsy standing firm at one end, but she needs someone to stay with her, and after Schofield's wicket, after Davidson Richards' wicket as well, she just felt like no one's going to be able to go on with her. Could be a rare victory for a defending side here.
Well, Elwes and Groves have combined beautifully.
Sarah Bryce off the bowling of Georgie Elwes for 5.
Sarah Bryce with the catch, but as I say, it's just the squeeze here from the Blaze.
Georgia Elwes determined to prove Cam Ponsonby wrong, having not taken a wicket in the one-day cup before this season.
I heard him say that.
She now has 2 to her name. 2 in just over 3 overs.
Number 10, Phoebe Franklin.
Phoebe Franklin is out there, joining Alice Capsy. I also heard your brilliant description of the back gauge being a little like that toy you had when you were younger, with the shapes, the plastic shapes that you had to to put into the box. It is a bit like that, the old back cage.
Well, it would make the whole exercise more fun if you had to differentiate.
They look like they were having a nice time wandering around the boundary. First ball then for Franklin. And she's forward, driving firmly up to mid-off, but there's no run. It was nice having a little lap of the ground. Don't get to do that very often these days.
Well, it's a good ground to do it as, because you can really just walk around the boundary rope.
Get a view from different angles. It's down the leg side. Wide will be the signal. To the total.
If you hadn't been required to jump back on here, where would you have set up camp?
Oh, do you know what I found? I found the ground staff's tyres that they use to weight down the sheets.
So you would have...
Very comfy. That was over by the flats, on the other side of the ground. As forward comes Franklin. Howis does the fielding off her own bowling.
See, now I'm imagining you getting yourself into one of those tyres and having a race around the boundary.
No, I'm not sure about that. Quite heavy. But yes, that's what the ground staff use to weigh down the sheet. There's some old tyres that are all piled up. Very comfy they are. Cut away by Franklin. Little misfield there at backward point. That'll enable her to take a single and get off the mark. Gets Capsy back onto strike. The other thing that Capsy has to do is manoeuvre this so that she sees as much of the bowling as she can. Only the 29th over, but the issue for Surrey is they're 5 down. Howis into Capsy. Capsy just works it leg side. Will take a single. One more to the total. One more towards that 3-4-7 target. Do you know what I enjoy more than anything these days? Is how players work out a run chase and manoeuvre their way through it. And there are times in a run chase where you think, oh, they're way behind where they need to be here. But all they're doing is weighing up, when are we going to go, who are we going to go against, and who's going to be on strike.
Well, that's a true marker of gaining experience in the ODI format, how to master a chase, because in T20s you don't really have a choice, right?
No. As Groves in over the wicket to Capsy, pick up a single. But I remember the first year of T20, 2003, when sort of teams went out there and thought they had to whack every single ball out the ground, whereas you have got a bit longer than you think. Wasps back. 1% it's telling us at the moment. So very much in Blaze's favour. Down the ground goes Franklin. She's got a fair amount of this. That's going to soar away for 6. So tossed up by Groves. And Franklin straight back down the ground. Almost took a cameraman with it. He did well to get out the way of this, because I thought that was going to hit him straight away. Look at that. That's very casual, isn't it? Just gracefully got up off his seat and moved out the way. Could have got a photo of that. As sweeping is Franklin, and it's got underneath short fine, and it's away for 4 more. So 6-4 for Franklin. Just a little upturn here for Surrey with those 2 deliveries. Nicely played, because just been driven straight back over your head, so going a little wider outside the leg stump. I'm just wondering whether that may have come off the back of Franklin's bat, that shot, but it's still got down to the boundary rope for 4. Couple of balls to go in the over. Then we are into 2020. Sweeping is Franklin, and she'll get 4 more here. So Franklin has gone 6-4.4. So good stuff from Franklin. It's a lovely sweep shot. Down on one knee, struck beautifully.
Yeah, we've been praising the Blaze in the field, but the last couple of deliveries just could have been slightly tighter.
Drops a length for touch here, does Groves, unsurprisingly. Franklin can't find a gap in the field. So it's a dot ball, final ball of the 30th. Franklin has 15 off 8 deliveries now. So Franklin 15 off 8. Capsy 54 off 51. This gentleman there with a, talked about binoculars earlier. He's got a pair around his neck. I do like a binocular now. Great to watch with. I'm often surprised that they're not on your phone. Most things are these days, aren't they? Start of the 31st over. Single here for Capsy, moves on to 55. Franklin just waiting as the field changes. Always happy now with where the field is. Franklin looks to work leg side, hits the pad. You can hear a lot of encouragement out there. That was the other thing I noticed when I took my lap of the ground. Very vocal, the Blaze, in a good way.
Yeah, well, they're a tight unit.
Lots of encouragement for the bowlers. Well bowled. Absolutely no room for Franklin to work with. Well, as you say, it's a sign of a confident side that sort of between overs, people are racing around, know exactly where they're going. Captain hasn't really got to tell them. They just sort of know exactly where they need to be.
Well, they're a real success story, Blaze, because when they were previously known as Loughborough Lightning, or Lightning, they really struggled in the old format of the RHF. And when they made the move to Trent Bridge...
Runs here, down to short fine, no. It's good work. Franklin has to stay where she is, sent back by Capsy.
Yeah, when they made the move to Trent Bridge, took up the new name of the Blaze. Kirstie Gordon as captain. A couple of really good signings. They've had all of Prendergast available. The last couple of seasons, she's understandably not here at the minute. Bryce sisters.
Turning, leg side is Capsy, chipped away, one bounce, two bounces out towards deep mid wicket. Walks the single.
And now Maddie Green as well. They've really done well. And also, you know, nicking Amy Jones over this season as well. So even when their England players aren't available, they've got a real depth in their squad.
Franklin, oh, he's beaten on the outside. Amy Jones, lovely take off her feet. Again, it's a good over. Just as I say, the squeeze coming here. Lovely bit of keeping from Amy Jones off her feet, but the gloves going back towards the stumps. As I say, we've been treated to some wonderful glove work today. And I wonder if that Kira Chatley catch is doing the rounds now on social media.
Would you like me to have a look for
in
you?
the modern world, that's sort of what happens, isn't it?
Yeah.
Someone does something spectacular, within 25 seconds it's doing the rounds. It was worth it. Groves into her fourth over. Here goes Capsy down the pitch, driving straight to the fielder at mid-off on the edge of the circle.
Yeah, well, it was a fabulous catch, wasn't it?
Oh, it was the footwork. Outstanding. Capsy will get a single here, laying this one down towards long on. And so much ground to cover, nobody alongside her. Here we go. Now watch the footwork here. 1, 2, down. And it was going down all the time. Terrific catch. Pulled into the leg side by Franklin. And it's just the single. That's where Blaze have been good. He's getting round quickly to the ball. Yes, here it is again. This is the catch from Chatley. Covers a huge amount of ground, and that ball is always going down. And even she sort of put her hand up to her mouth in that sort of embarrassment type gesture. But that's just a wonderful piece of keeping.
What else helps taking those types of catches? A really soft, well-used pair of gloves.
Oh dear, this is a loopy full toss, which Capsy has slammed down the ground. Well, it sort of deserved the treatment there, and it got it by Capsy. Looking at the more the toe end of her bat, but she'll move on to 61. It's the first one that Groves has really got wrong. And Capsy knew as long as she's got enough bat on it.
Yeah, easy pickings there for Alice Capsy. She's kind of playing her own game now.
She's off again down the pitch, inside out, over extra cover. Now that's a super shot. And that's a lovely piece of batting from Alice Capsy. A couple of paces down the pitch, inside out, and over the top of the covers. And away for 4 off towards the flats.
Yeah, that gap between those two fielders there, just enticing her to hit in between those areas. And when Groves just slightly strays in a line, it's an easy picking.
65 now from 57 deliveries, Alice Capsy.
Just on Kira Chatley's gloves, as a former wicketkeeper, very much former wicketkeeper, spend hours when you get a new pair of gloves just over and over sat in front of the telly, banging a new ball into that pair of gloves, trying to get it as soft as possible, mould it to your hands.
Yes. Looking to sweep is Capsy, apologies. And again, lovely bit of glove work from Amy Jones. Well, I think a lot of keepers, they patch them up, don't they? There's tape everywhere. You've got your favourite gloves. Driving is Capsy. And we'll get a single.
We talk about knocking a new bat in. You have to do the same with keeping gloves. It's nothing worse than behind the stumps and you've got a new pair of gloves and you've not properly worn them in. And they're stiff on your hands and you've got to keep with them for 40 overs.
Well, I think Amy Jones is doing the same thing as Chatley, and it's the modern way now, having the pads under the trousers as well. So you see a lot of keepers doing that now.
Well, you're wearing pads for 50 overs here, however many overs. I kind of see the logic between wanting them as close to your body as possible. It's more comfortable. You've got those shorter wicket-keeping pads. Are of course not the same pads you use with batting.
That's working from home, isn't it?
Yeah,
well,
that's great.
You're telling everybody you're working from home.
Yeah, not so pleased they've been caught on the Surrey stream, maybe.
Wow. Why not, eh? Elvis coming into Capsy to start the 33rd over. And they're not too far off where they need to be here, Surrey. The only problem is that wicket column. 5 down. But as you can see, currently going at 6.34, rate required is 8.02. Franklin drives, thick outside edge. This will make life harder because she'll be caught at backward point. So Franklin goes for 17. Capsy just needs someone to stick with her for a bit, but Franklin played a couple of good shots, but has gone now for 17, and that wickets column now has 6 in it. 204 for 6.
Yeah, she's going to run out of partners here, Capsy. Just completely mistimed, bit of a heave. Another one for Georgia Elwes.
Yep, and Groves, okay, it doesn't look the hardest catch in the world, but that'll be one of those horrible ones that was sort of fizzing in the air as it's getting to you. The Blaze will be very happy with this. They're having a drink out there at the moment. And I think they'll be happy with where they find themselves.
Yeah, well, you just sensed Kira Chatley, Phoebe Franklin going to hang around for a bit, but any chance of making a serious indent on that score was going to have to come from Alice Capsy, and it was going to have to come relatively quickly.
Just from the table inside 10 seconds.
Yeah, well, Kalia Moore is out there with Capsy now. How do you manoeuvre your way through this one?
Just give Capsy as much strike as possible, I'd guess.
Well, that's the obvious way to do it.
Or you trust your tail ender. Trust your tail ender to block it out.
They can all bat.
Just
these
see what
days.
happens.
Yep. Well, I think what you've got to say to yourselves is we've got to be there in the last 10 because anything could happen in the last 10. Ideally, Capsy's still there at the last 10. But very much on top at the moment at the Blaze, defending 346 for 9 on a very good batting pitch. Owis now has 3 for 25, and Moore is off the mark straight away. Could, should, and will get 2 here. So 206 for 6. Tell you what, after Cameron Ponsonby talked about wickets, 3 now. Like buses. Moore forces off the back foot. We'll get a single here into the covers. And that gets Capsy back onto strike with 2 balls of the over remaining. Lots of people doing laps of the ground now. I think it's that time of the day to almost keep yourself awake because it is so warm. As Capsy's driving straight back to Owis. The other side of the ground, nice view looking back towards the academy here at Beckenham. We can as well see the Crystal Palace antenna away there in the distance, which is a little like the Eiffel Tower, but not quite as romantic, as this is turned by Capsy. Oh, that's brilliant work on the boundary. And they have been good out there today, have the Blaze. And Capsy gets a single.
I'd wager no one has ever described the Crystal Palace Tower as like the Eiffel Tower, but it's a very good comparison.
Thank you very
in shape,
much.
At least.
Thank you very much indeed. I just wonder how many people have sort of had a romantic stroll round the Crystal Palace antenna rather than the Eiffel Tower.
Well, that's a very, very good question.
Yep. And you can also just about see Canary Wharf here.
Can you?
Yep. Way to our right. Yep. So just see the start of Canary Wharf.
These are good weather indicators. Obviously not a consideration today, but seeing the...
Have you ever been to Paris to see the real Eiffel Tower?
I have actually several times.
Yeah, lovely. Very nice. Oh, there's a helicopter as well. There's a helicopter. We saw that helicopter earlier. Seems to be coming back now, wherever it's been.
You need to get the plane spotter app.
Oh, I don't.
Tells you where everything's going.
No, I don't. No. I do know a number of commentators that have that.
Yeah.
And they can tell you, oh, that's the 742 from Vancouver arriving. This is a wide. McCarthy's back into the attack. So she started with 4 wide, didn't she, in her first over earlier? And starts with a wide here in the 34th. Picked up the wicket of Sophia Dunkley. Moore's forward, good length delivery. So no, I've only ever been to Paris once.
Did you like it?
Well, I didn't have a lot of time there, really. I did go to the Louvre. That was very good.
Did you see the Mona Lisa?
I did see the Mona Lisa, yes. Yes, looked like I thought it would, even in real life. Moore lets this one go wide outside the off stump. Another wide. It's funny this from McCarthy, isn't it? In her first over, there were 4 wides, and then she got a couple of absolute beauties. It just takes her a little bit of time to get her radar.
Yeah, a bit of a mixed bag, but she's allowed a few freebies with the stage of the game. The Blaze have got this too.
More drives. Nice looking shot. Sweeper out there. It'll just be the single, so Capsy on strike on 69.
Interested to see now we're into the tail if Kirstie Gordon will return at some stage. She took some punishment from her 6 overs so far, particularly at the hands of Paige Schofield. She's very, very good spinner, Kirstie Gordon. Very experienced.
Yeah, she was bowling when I did my lap. And
were you watching for potential hazards coming flying
well,
towards you?
Scofer played a couple of gorgeous shots, didn't she, against it. So another 135 to win. This is short from McCarthy. It's pulled by Capsy. And we'll get a single. And as you can see there, 134 from 99 deliveries for Surrey. It's not beyond the realms of possibility, that.
It is not. The wickets column unfortunately says otherwise.
Yeah, and Capsy has to be there at the end.
Mm.
Oh no, little bit of a mix-up between Moore and Capsy.
That won't help.
No, the run out now is not ideal. After those couple of wides, good over so far from McCarthy. But yes, it's a very obvious thing to say, but if they've got any chance, Capsy has to be there till the end now. Cut away by Moore. Going to run out there to cover point. And Capsy knows that as well. So this is about Alice Capsy manoeuvring their way through. Be warm there, one of our lovely cameramen there with a super hat on the old scaffolding. Short delivery from McCarthy, swaying inside it was Moore. One bounce into the gloves of Amy Jones. So 34 gone, 16 left. It's 134 to win off 16 for Surrey. See, with 70 to her name. Moore on 4.
Yeah, she's got to treat it like her own game here, Capsy. Just go about her business. She's playing beautifully. Strike rate's well up above 100. 70 off 62 balls, sorry.
Well, that's our view you just saw there from the balcony of the academy, straight across the ground. Now Wiss, 3 for 30, starting her 7th over, the 35th of this Surrey innings, and Capsy will take a single off the first ball, just working that down towards long on. Yes, it's one of those days where when you get home in the evening, you almost feel like you've melted. Our electronics have had a bit of a moment or two this afternoon as Moore will get a single here. Gets Capsy back onto strike. What's your laptop?
My laptop is good because it's shaded by the monitor, which I'm sure is bearing the brunt of the heat. But if it's willing to sacrifice itself for my laptop, then financially for me, that's a big win.
Yes, well, don't. It's a very nice laptop, that one. Almost bowled here is Capsy. Looking to pull Elwis. Couldn't have missed the top of her off stump by a great deal.
I remember I think I was covering it for the Telegraph a few years ago when the Commonwealth Games was in Birmingham, and I was covering it from home. And it was during the 40 degrees. Was that the one when it's 40 degrees?
Oh yes, I remember the hottest day ever. Yes. Oh dear, leading edge just loops into the leg side of Capsy's bat. She'll get a single, throw it very early, that shot.
Either way, I couldn't cool my laptop down. I had to alternate between covering it and then spending 10 minutes putting it in the fridge.
Yes,
to try and cool it down.
Yes, you can do that.
It's quite a stressful day.
Yes, I can imagine. Work by Moore into the leg, so they might look for 2 here. Moore and Capsy. But they settle on the single. Getting tidy over this from Elwis. Very good over. There they are. Oh, look. Nice day to take the dog for a walk.
Yeah, as long as the dog doesn't have particularly thick fur.
As this is turned by Capsy. Out towards deep mid-wicket. And she will get another single. So 1 more to the total. 15 overs remaining. We're getting a little change to my right at the moment. Thank you to catch it. Georgie Heath is back, feeling the heat
Loving it.
Yeah, I know you
But
are.
it is on the warmer side.
It is.
Yes.
Yes. But very pleasant.
Although myself and Cameron Ponsonby went down to the ice cream van.
Oh, excellent.
Yes, problem. The ice cream van was just leaving. So
oh dear, is he gone?
I yelled and he did stop.
Reverse back with an ice cream
no, but
for
the
you.
machine was off, so we just had to get ones out the freezer. But
what did you go with?
A Magnum.
Oh, lovely, the crunchy one.
Yeah,
very nice.
They do some good ones.
Yes, they do. This is the 36th over. McCarthy, short ball, pulled by Capsy. Front of square for 4. Good shot from Alice Capsy. And I was saying, Georgie, Capsy has to be there at the end now.
She does, and she also has the opportunity to really do something heroic here because wickets are falling all around her, and she has the chance to just, as on the precipice of this England squad being announced and the international summer finally starting for the women, just put herself
still working
somewhere near the top of that list.
Still working from home.
My favourite kind of working from home is when you just wiggle the mouse every so often.
Yeah, very good. Got the notebook out
or
and
you just
the laptop.
React to someone's message on a Teams message.
Yes.
You don't even have to say anything, just a thumbs up.
Yeah. 77 to Capsy. Driving. There's Capsy. Up towards mid-off and there's no run. Don't know what you think. I was just saying to catch it that the old Crystal Palace antenna looks a little bit like the Eiffel Tower.
Oh, I don't know.
Isn't it?
It's on a clear day. You can see to France from here.
Yeah. Have to be quite high up.
I think myself and Cameron Ponsonby actually looked up the height of it, and it's a third of the height of the Eiffel Tower.
Oh, is it? We're a long way away, though. As over the wicket once again. Short ball. Captain's time this. Smashes it out towards deep mid-wicket. Do well with a difficult bounce there. Just the single. Capsy moves on to 78. She's just feeling this a little bit now. Just having a bit of a stretch there. There it is. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, the Eiffel Tower.
It does look a bit like the Eiffel Tower, doesn't it?
I think that was the joke if you lived around here as a kid and you say,
oh, was it?
Your parents are going, clear day, you can see to the Eiffel Tower.
As down the pitch comes Moore. That's a good shot. Just waited for it and then fairly slapped it straight down the ground.
I think you say that has been walloped.
Yep, good shot. On to 10. She goes 227 for 6. Comes down the pitch and then has to wait for it. Just went pretty early and then absolutely smashed it. Straight down the ground for 4. Very handy runs. So yes, there it is. The old Crystal Palace antenna. The further back you go, the more it looks a bit like the Eiffel Tower, I think. Not sure it's quite as cultured round.
If they decorate it with lights, that'd be cool, wouldn't it?
That'd be excellent. Yeah, it would be. Very good idea. Maybe for Christmas.
I'm a fairy lights all year round kind of gal.
Are you really? Interesting.
Yeah. I am
Christmas gets
all of my living room and everything, but I actually have 2 flatmates who sit in the living room with the big light on, and I just can't be having that. I walked in the other day and it was so bright I thought we were doing surgery.
Worked away down the ground by Moore. And no run there. Although Christmas does get earlier every year, it seems. Oh, there's an idea. Light up the Crystal Palace antenna. Someone's had either their lunch delivered or their dinner delivered, I think. We saw there. Last ball of the over. And, now Moore will go here. Caught at mid-off. Looking to pull that, was through it very early. It's gone straight up in the air. And Moore goes for 10. 7th wicket falls and Capsy still out there on 78. But again, she just needs someone to hang around with her at the moment. But, through it very early. Straight off the top edge. And that fairly looped to Gordon. So 7th wicket down. Just losing its way, this Surrey run chase at the moment.
Cassie McCarthy picks up another today. She's bowled pretty well, actually. Numbers don't quite reflect it, but actually she really had the openers in all of a twist, didn't she? Not Oliver Twist, Oliver Twist.
Yes, indeed. Right, so 36 gone. I will depart at the end of this over, and then it will be Cameron Ponsonby to guide you through to the finish in the shadow of the Eiffel Tower over there in the distance. So Capsy just needs to see, it's so difficult, this needs to see as much of the strike as she can, and also needs Donald Gay and the rest to stick with her now. 120 more required, 84 deliveries remaining. So there's a chat between Donald Gay and Capsy. And it'll be Elwes with her 3 for 35 to bowl her 8th over and the 37th of this innings.
Not had a bad day, has she? Georgia Elwes with the bat and now with the ball.
Well, player of the match would be quite an easy one, wouldn't it? As down the pitch goes Capsy driving, unless of course
Capsy
Alice
guide it
Capsy's
home.
there at the end. 79 with that single she is.
Number 24, Kirstie.
It's Donald Gay on strike, Gordon operating from the Beckenham end. As I say, you can just about see Canary Wharf from here.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Top of the walkie-talkie.
We are quite close to London, really. As Donald Gay is forward here to Gordon, and playing this one straight back up the pitch, and there's no run. A little expensive in her first 7. Left arm around the wicket, and looking to drive is McDonald Gay. I think that's one of those ones we saw Alice Davis and Richards do that. So drill the ball into your shin. Very painful, that. Capsy leans on her bat at the non-striker's end. Nicely bowled by Gordon. Won't get a run here. Donald Gay, and that pressure just continues to build. What they've done really well for me, the Blaze, is sort of squeeze this innings.
Yeah.
And just put the Surrey run chaser under a lot of pressure.
They've never really let them get into their stride and get going, have they?
No. Been pretty much in control of this for the last hour and a half of the Blaze. And there'll be a single here off the final ball of the Gordon over. It means that McDonald Gay will keep the strike. Capsy on 79. Donald Gay on 1. 229 for 7. 13 to go. 180 more required by Surrey. And Georgie, Heath, a few more words from you, and then it will be Cameron Ponsonby to join you to take us through to the conclusion of this game.
Well, just Capsy really, who's made the start and actually gone on to score big here. A few starts for the openers, Dunkley and Wyatt Hodge. She went for 43 in the end, just not able to stay out there to reach that half century. A start for Schofield as well, but other than that, really, it's Alice Capsy who sort of anchored this. And well, it's not over till it's over, but it's going to have to be a hell of a chase from young Capsy if they're to hope to get over the line here. 118 needed off 78, and if there to be any hope of winning this, Capsy has to be there at the end with 3 figures to her name.
Well, thank you very much to Mark Church for joining us on the stream today. A pleasure to have him involved. Hopefully we'll see him more across the season. Another bit of TV time for Surrey comms manager Adam Sofronio as well. Right, McCarthy in, Donald Gay into the offside. I think Capsy has the chance for some real CV boosting runs here.
Oh, doesn't she just? And just average boosting.
The pressure's off. There's still runs out there. McDonald Gay is more than competent with bat in hand. That's pulled into the leg side. It drops short of mid-on. And now we've got 12 minutes until the England squads are announced and appear. Then we can talk about them to our heart's content. Another dot ball
I've been really impressed by McCarthy today, actually. Especially after she started and really struggled her first over, spraying wides in all directions. But came back fighting, picked up the wicket, and has looked really good. I really liked her variations. Some that have kept low and skidded through, gone for the few bounces, not scared of sending down a short ball. And got some pace as well. She had Dunkley in all sorts of twists.
Pulled away. Oh, it should just be a single. Tammy Beaumont does the fielding. We have a bit of a kerfuffle, and the ball's bounced off Capsy and maybe Amy Jones as well, but everyone calms down. Kirstie McCarthy has been very impressive with ball in hand today. 2 wickets to her name. She's done a lot of fielding down in front of us and kind of a loud and constant voice of support across the field. And when Sarah Bryce put down that catch off Capsy, wow, many overs ago now, she kind of boomed her support across the field, urged calm, and here they are.
Well, just as we were talking about how tight she's been since those early wides, this one does spray down the leg side. It's a bonus run to the total, 1 less needed, but still 116 needed off 74. Capsy 79 off 70, and McDonald Gay just watching at the other end at the moment. Basically, she's got to get Capsy on strike as much as she possibly can.
Capsy goes for the scoop, misses everything.
It was quite ugly in the end, wasn't it?
It wasn't beautiful, but that's fine. Once you get 79, you can do what you want.
And if it had come off, then she could have it.
Now, there are 2 totals to be aware of here. There is obviously the final total of kind of 348 to win. That's cut away. That'll be a 4. That won't be 4 runs. I beg your pardon. It'll be intercepted on the boundary's edge. 1 run to bring to a close the 38th over. The score is 232 for 7, as my friend Arvind Ramesh and his girlfriend Ollie are walking around the boundary's edge. This is wonderful. A nice surprise that they've arrived. They've also got a dog. But
yeah, I was just excited they had a dog with them.
I can't remember what the dog's called. I want to say it's called Billy or something.
Yeah, well, he's cute. We like the dog.
But more importantly,
totals.
276. So, you see they're 44 runs away. If Surrey can reach that number, then they will deny the Blaze a bonus point victory. Points do mean prizes, so the Blaze will be looking to wrap this up within 276 runs being scored. Capsy moves on to 80. And I'm just going to double check this, but I believe this might be Alice Capsy's highest list day score. You're meant to gasp and shock.
I was so speechless by it that I was waiting for you to let me know if that really was the case.
Well, we get a wonderful stats pack put together by Andrew Sampson. And I'm sure, here we go. Surrey list A career, limited overs career. High score 79, recorded against Durham earlier this year. She's now ticked over into the 80s. She advances down the track. You know what? For the first time, I have just beaten Hypercourse to the punch. Hypercourse, as I often
buy you a
call
beer for
them,
that one, or a lemonade.
The patron saint of women's cricket. That's another run to the total. Peppers us with statistics, much wanted and appreciated statistics throughout our broadcast, and they're incredibly helpful. And no sooner had I said, I think this is Alice Capsy's highest list day score, than they have been in touch. But I'm taking the win there, Hypercourse. I apologise. That's down the leg side, and that's snuck away. Well fielded by Grace Ballinger on the 45. A flurry of activity in the field as Kirstie McCarthy comes out to the cover point boundary. It's well bowled from Kirstie Gordon at the end of the 39th over. The score is at 237 for 7. Exactly 10 runs and over required if Surrey are going to claim an unlikely victory. But I don't. Call me deluded.
Okay, I'm calling you delulu.
No, it isn't. It probably is impossible. I just think that there are so many runs on offer there. We've seen boundaries race away with such regularity and such ease as long as you beat that ring. Now, Alice Capsy is an incredibly talented cricketer. It will just be a case of when she wants to take her risks and whether she wants to take those risks. And how important that 276 figure is in Surrey's mind. If they go, right, winning this game is probably a bridge too far now, let's make sure we don't let the Blaze leave with their full allotted points, whether that takes precedence. But Capsy on strike now for McCarthy's last over. It's pulled down the ground for one.
She gave herself a lot of room there, didn't she?
Yeah. I'm going to indulge myself for a little bit longer. Me and my friend went to a gig last night.
Oh, yeah?
We went to see the K's at the Camden Roundhouse. They're 4 northern lads with guitars and they give it a whack, and it was good fun.
Nice, sounds lovely.
There we go.
Sounds lovely. It's a cooler evening than mine. I went rollerblading.
You're big on your rollerblading.
I love a bit of rollerblading, yeah.
It's a dot ball. McCarthy's finishing strong. Do you blade with purpose? Or what,
I do often. If I'm alone, I'll blade with purpose. If I go with someone else, we'll blade with purpose for a bit, and then we'll sort of chat as if it's a walk, you know. But there was
where are you blading?
I actually headed off around Battersea Park yesterday, which is fine, but there was some sort of veterans run going on. People wearing numbers, but it was a veterans. I'm not just saying, everyone looked old. It was
pulled away by McDonald Gay. She might get 4 there. She will. Tammy Beaumont does her best to cut the ball off on the boundary's edge, but with no luck.
Sort of had to play dodge the runners as well, which was, I guess, good for testing my ability to change direction. But yeah, it was lovely.
So what is it if you were to go on a purposeful blade?
There's groups you can go and blade around London, around the streets. As long as you're wearing a helmet, you can join.
Short again, that's pulled. That sounded wonderful off the bat. And that'll be 4 more.
This is what you like to see, because Mariana McDonald-Gay doesn't just need to keep Capsy company. She can't afford to just chew up deliveries and get herself to the other end. She's got to score runs too, because they need them.
The dream is alive. It's 9 runs off the over. 1 more, and they've ticked off one of the 11 10s they require for victory.
Okay, yeah.
Let's not rule it out just yet, Georgie.
Stranger things have happened.
We're having a little bit of a chat. Just 2 balls left of McCarthy's spell. I think she'd have been really happy to kind of get out the other side and just be like, right, I can protect my figures, finish with a knife 2 for 45. Had a slight change to the field. Long on has gone out. Fine leg has come into the ring. Slower ball, edged, and that is going to run away for 4 more. This is a very fine over for Surrey. Now 13 runs off it with 1 ball remaining.
Oh, is he going to flash?
Flash hard.
Yeah. Unless you're in a public space. But that's another story.
I found it funny. 250 up for
Surrey.
Surrey.
That says for my humour, but we'll go with it. At least someone did. That wasn't just me.
I'm glad someone else is taking risks on this stream. Normally it's just Daniel Norcross, or this kind of job security and high caliber status as a BBC TMS. We've got things to lose here, Georgie.
Yeah, well.
A dot ball to finish the 40th over. So with 10 overs remaining of this fixture between Surrey and the Blaze, Surrey required 97 to win of the final 10 overs. They've only got 3 wickets in hand, but Alice Capsy is well set on 84, and Rhiannon McDonald-Gay has just flashed away 3 boundaries in an over. Don't go anywhere. I think there's another twist in this tale.
Oh, I do love a twist. Oh, I even go northern when I love a twist. Oh dear. The sun is finally getting to me.
You see there on the match summary, the key difference between those 2 scores is the simple fact that the Blaze had 2 players making 80 and Surrey have just had 1.
They've had a few starts, that's the problem. We've had that quite a bit this season with Surrey. A few players making starts and just not going on from there.
Right, Kirstie Gordon with her penultimate over. That's driven up to long off. I think spin is probably a good option for the Blaze here. Force the batters to put the emphasis onto the ball, to provide the pace. McDonald Gay will be more comfortable slicing away pace on deliveries. She goes for the reverse sweep, a big appeal for LBW. Not given, and Kirstie Gordon doesn't like that at all. We'll have a look at the replay.
We'll have a look.
That's remarkable. McDonald Gay's gone to play with the back of her bat.
Yeah, she's almost intentionally, whether she's just not rotated it in her hand.
Well, she's gone for it again, and that's going to run away for 4. Or no, it won't. It'll be intercepted. They'll come back for 2. But I'm delighted she's gone to play that shot again, just confirming our earlier suspicions. She has absolutely purposefully played that with the back of her bat. I think we've seen David Warner do that years ago. You'll see here, she just lets the ball drop on to that slanted edge. It's another dot ball. I hope we can get another replay of
Well, it's
that.
got 4 sides. Why not use them all?
Exactly.
5 almost.
5.
Yeah.
Here we go. Thank you, Director Mark. She just goes down for the sweep.
Oh, love it. Yeah, I'm really here for this.
I wonder if you get more pace on the ball that way at all, or... Right. Single taken up to long on. Just 4 runs have come off this over. Now, does Capsy take a risk here, or does she just take a single and say, okay, the Blaze, this is your over, we'll come back and live to fight another day? Instead, the best case scenario happens for the Blaze and they force a dot ball. So 93 off the last 9, just more than 10 runs and over. I'm just going to have a quick look at the scorecard, where the bowlers that the Blaze have left. They've got 6 overs left of Josie Groves' spin. But that's the only spinner they have apart from Kirstie Gordon's final over. So if I was Surrey, I'd look to target this over. Grace Ballinger, a bit of left arm seam. That's us on screen there. Finally decked out in our... Well, you don't have a cap on or sunglasses.
I literally can't see.
I'll do the seeing for us, it's fine. I came prepared today. See, as we zoom out, see our colleagues at the BBC.
They keep us far away just in case, you know, it's like West Side Story.
Furious. I can't believe we're in the same vicinity as them. Yeah. Daniel Norcross, I want it on the record that he's abandoned our live
traitor.
stream.
And he'll never hear this.
He'll never hear it. I could send it to him later. So we have keeper up to the stumps. Grace Ballinger is going to bowl left arm around the wicket, so keeping the stumps in play, I think that's a good decision. We're just putting the finishing touches on the field.
And then we will also soon have an opportunity to discuss.
We can discuss the long-awaited England
squad.
The
long-awaited England squads, which actually, I think in my whole time of doing women's cricket covering, I've never heard more of an excitement of people wanting to know when they're coming out. People keep saying, when are they coming? When are we going to hear? When are we going to find out? Well, we have finally found out.
That's short. That could be 4. That is 4. And slowly Surrey are just going to believe that little bit more. Ballinger has to be really precise with her lines here. Backward point and short third are in the ring, so she can't give Surrey any width. But they're just getting a bit too leg side, despite having the 3 fielders. At deep mid wicket, deep backward square leg, fine leg. It's too easy. They're able to take 1, take 4 even. That's perfect. Forces McDonald Gay to push the ball into the offside. They scamper through for 1. We'll have a slight play of the field. Fine leg comes up into the ring for Alice Capsy, which means long on goes out. Can you give us some headlines?
Oh, I think I'm going to take away the fact that Tammy Beaumont is back in the T20 squad.
Lovely.
So that's my top line there. Also, Izzy Wong back in the fold there, and Emily Arlott getting the call up. So they're my top lines, I think. And actually,
it's driven down the ground.
It's nice to see Tammy Beaumont back in the T20, because you did keep wondering when she might and what she was going to have to do. She obviously scored that 100 in the 100, still didn't get her name in there. So that's very exciting, if you ask me. And Emma Lamb back in the ODI squad as well. Obviously, she's been scoring runs for fun for Lancashire this season, so that's a nice one to see. We'll run you through the full squads in just a moment.
Sliced away, and that could be 4 more. The boundary fielder has a pursuit on. She cuts off the ball, but they're able to come back for 2. 8 runs off the first 4 balls. Surrey still in this.
So T20 squad, obviously Nat Silver-Brunt captaining, Emily Arlott, Tammy Beaumont, Lauren Bell, Alice Capsy, Charlie Dean, Sophia Dunkley, Sarah Glenn, Amy Jones, Heather Knight, Paige Schofield, Lindsay Smith, Izzy Wong and Danny Wyatt Hodge. So that's the T20 squad.
So good news for Danny Wyatt Hodge. Paige Schofield of Surrey. It's driven up the ground. Well, there's a number of Surrey inclusions
Alice
there.
Capsy's in there, Sophia Dunkley.
But I think the main headline, people will be interested, there is no Sophie Eccleston. So England have said, while she has come back and played for Lancashire today, she's not got enough domestic cricket under her belt to warrant her inclusion. They don't think she's quite match fit, having been managing an injury. Capsy goes to the ramp, and they only get 1. She does make a connection, and that over comes to an end. Exactly 10 runs off it. With 8 overs to go, Surrey need 83 to win.
And would you like the ODI squad?
I would like the ODI squad.
So Nat Silver-Brunt, obviously, captaining Alice Davison-Richards, back in an ODI squad. Emily Arlott, Tammy Beaumont, Lauren Bell, Kate Cross, Charlie Dean, Sophia Dunkley, Mahika Gore, Sarah Glenn, Amy Jones, Heather Knight, Emma Lamb and Lindsay Smith.
I think the main 2 headlines from a Surrey perspective there is the inclusion of Alice Davison-Richards, but 2, the omission of Danny Wyatt Hodge, who's just in the T20 squads for this upcoming series against the West Indies. There'll be lots written about it. I know our colleague Katja Whitney was stressing down the wicket, heaved straight, and that's a misfield, and that's 4. And Kirstie Gordon will be absolutely furious about that, because Capsy's on strike. She's having to take her risk early in the over, and a misfield at long on allows her 4 runs and to stay on strike. She moves into the 90s, Alice Capsy. Cuts, finds the fielder, and Capsy hops in frustration. This is the pressure's just slightly coming back onto Surrey here, as they're realising there is a potential. Whilst Capsy's at the crease, there is a chance they can win this game. Full toss, heaved into the leg side, that's gone miles. 6 runs, caught or dropped in the outfield, I couldn't see. But no matter, it's gone over the boundary rope. A massive full toss from Kirstie Gordon. Oh no, it's off! He's dropped it!
No! Oh.
That's swept and well fielded.
Oh, it couldn't have been time.
It's 4 runs. It's Alice Capsy's maiden list day century. No one in the ground noticed, not least her. But 3 consecutive boundaries, 3 boundaries and 4 balls brings up 3 figures for the mighty talented young English batter. And she is keeping her team in this match single-handedly. Rhiannon McDonald-Gay gave her a belated hug. With all the carnage, there's still a job to be done out there. And she lofts it for 6 more. 20 runs off the over with 1 ball remaining. This is superb from Capsy.
This is quite something from the young Alice Capsy. Not a bad few minutes for her, is it? Bring up your list. List A maiden century. You're in the England squads. It's a glorious day, and you could take your side to victory if she can just stay out there.
Take 1 off this ball, Alice. Get yourself down to the other end. You've taken your risks. She gets 1, indeed she does. That is the perfect over for Surrey. 21 runs off it. With 7 overs remaining, Surrey need 62 runs to win.
And in that over, have they crossed the threshold for the bonus point?
They have indeed. We're past that now.
Yeah.
That's gone.
That was gone.
That was yesterday's news.
It was yesterday's. I think it was in this over. Denying the Blaze that extra point. I still can't get over that your mate dropped the 6.
Oh my God, I'm beside myself. I've never been so euphoric and so overwhelmed doing commentary than noticing it's my friend dropping the catch round the boundary's edge, and then Alice Capsy bringing up a century with a sweep. Goodness me, she's still got the strike as well. Ballinger to bowl. Hacked. Is that a catching opportunity? It's just fallen short. And they're able to scamper back for 2. These are the fine margins we're operating in now.
Brilliant effort coming in off the boundary. Deep cover. Gave herself so much room, just finding the outside edge, but gave it enough. But also just not enough so it would fall short. Fielder getting an absolute skate on.
She goes to the ramp. Misses.
Rihanna McDonald-Gay halfway down the wicket already.
Where's she going? Stay that end, Rihanna.
She wants to join the fun.
This has been superb. I'm going to look up what the partnership has been between this pair. Still a hell of a job to do. 60 required off 39. Just 2 runs off the first 3 balls of this over. Outside off stump. That's gone over short third. That'll be 4. And the runs continue to tick down. Capsy now on 114. 56 needed off 38 balls. 39 balls. It's even better for Surrey. We'll see here. And this is the risk that the Blaze are running with having that fielder at short third. It's so short in that direction. Any pace on the ball that gets cut away behind square has a chance for going for 4. Full toss. Hammered. Brilliant fielding at cover, but she isn't able to hold on. I'd love to have a look at that again. By the reaction.
If anyone was going to catch it, it was going to be Georgia Elwes the day she's had today.
While I was praising Elwes for stopping it, she might have thought she even had a chance to catch it. It was a full toss, and it was a catching opportunity. But goodness me, she did well to get there in the first place. And it just bobbled out at the end.
The elbow's hitting the ground, isn't it?
Sliced away again, and that is a simple catch. And this time Elwes holds on, but this time it's McDonald-Gay who is out instead of Capsy. So, a crucial moment in the game, but Capsy is still at the crease. And that 70-run partnership comes to an end.
Just as you're looking up the partnership, eh?
65 to be precise. Is that...
No, I don't believe in commentators' curses.
No, I agree with that. I was going to say, is that the end for Surrey? How crucial is that wicket in their kind of pursuit of victory, or is it pretty much kind of status quo?
Well, now it really... So McDonald-Gay, she could have a swing, and she was finding the boundary at times. She's got Alexa Stonehouse coming through the middle. She can swing the bat too. These two knew each other well from that under-19 England squad. So someone who is not foreign to having a bat. Alexa Stonehouse, not necessarily the person you'd rely on to win you a game, but she has got Alice Capsy at the other end. And she's also pretty quick between the wickets, Alexa Stonehouse. So if she needs to run, she's going to head off like a, what is it? A bat out of hell? Is that the phrase?
That works.
Yeah, let's go for that.
So, with the greatest of respect to Danny Gregory at number 11, she's not known for her batting prowess. She has worked on it over the years, and she has definitely improved. This is probably the final batting pair. They probably want to get at least the next kind of 35 runs.
And the thing is
between
here,
these two.
What they really need is a boundary or a 2.
Keep it
because
even.
They want Capsy on the strike for the beginning of the next over.
And she lofts that over mid-off, easy as you like, for 4 runs. What do you know? What do we know?
Well, there you go. Well, it seems that we do know quite a lot, actually, which is quite nice. So Stonehouse off the mark with a 4.
That's 11 runs off the over. This is a wonderful way to start your innings. Goodness me, just lifting that over mid-off. This is turning into a little bit of a classic at the moment. It's still 50 runs short. It has the chance it might all end in the next 2 balls, and we'll wonder what the fuss was about. But in the meantime, it's been a lot of fun. Right, 51 required off 36. The score is 296 for 8. Alice Capsy is on 115 not out off 90 balls. Alexa Stonehouse is on 4 off 1 ball.
And the last ball that Capsy faced was the one she was dropped off. by Georgia Elwes.
And so, returning from the City end is Catherine Bryce. She comes down the wicket, hoiked into the leg side, but that'll just be one run. It's a fantastic result for the Blaze. So, what does the field look like for Alexa Stonehouse? They're going to have a little chat, Stonehouse and Capsy. Touch of the gloves.
I always wonder what you can say in such a short chat.
Do the batting. Hit the ball.
Hit ball.
Hit ball.
Don't even need the "the" in the middle of there. Hit ball.
There is no fielder on the offside boundary apart from long off. You have 4 fielders in the ring. So this will be very straight. No width on offer. Stonehouse will look to knock the ball into the leg side for a single. She does exactly that. She's managed to get it behind square. They think about to, but decide against. So good start by Bryce so far.
But look at that equation now. 49 off 34. It's a very different looking tail to about 20 minutes ago.
Capsy on strike. She gives herself room, tries to split that offside ring. I don't think that's the worst option at all. So it's the same field for both her and Stonehouse. You have short third, backward point, cover. Then your 4 fielders splayed from long off through to deep square leg. And short fine leggers in the ring as well. That is over the top. The fielders are interested, but it lands short. Stonehouse is quick, and she is able to get back for 2. 4 runs off 4 deliveries. That brings up the Surrey 300. Georgie, I'm excited.
Oh, well, you can sort of feel it up in the balcony as well, can't you? There's suddenly the noise has got a bit more.
That's chipped into leg side. Is that 6? It is 6. That is pure timing from Alice Capsy. That wasn't even a full swing of the bat. It was a gentle sand wedge. And it's flown over the fielder at deep mid-wicket. I don't even play golf. I'm using the golfing analogies.
Oh dear. Well, it's sensational, whatever it is. Whatever sport you're playing in, that is just pure class, pure timing from Alice Capsy. Didn't try and muscle it, just a little fuller and straighter from Bryce. And Capsy says, I'll have some of that, please.
They've got their runs for the over now. They can take the single off this last ball or this final deliveries. And that is a perfect over for Surrey. 11 runs off the over. Capsy keeps the strike. 5 overs to go, 40 required. Scores 307 for 8. Alice Capsy on 125 not out. Alexa Stonehouse with a 5 off 2. Surrey have just 2 wickets remaining.
It's all getting a little bit exciting.
I'm loving this.
But you can sort of feel it around, and we've got a few Surrey fans up here with us. You can feel it in the air.
Well,
who's Kirstie Gordon turning to? Is he going to continue with Grace Ballinger here?
And we're just seeing on the replay here. Wait, did I catch it or drop it? I don't know. I can't see on the replay properly. It's too bright.
I'm not sure.
It was a fumble.
I would say you could text him and ask, but whatever happens, he's going to tell you he caught it.
Okay, this is another replay. This is really not the point of today. So in it goes.
Did he get it, the second grab?
He did get it, and then he palmed it off. That's so much worse. I thought he dropped it. Oh, goodness me. That's a disaster. Oh, well. Where is he? He's a good cricketer, Of.
Oh, well, there you go.
Grace Ballinger.
Not one for celebrations, then.
Well, I think he's painfully aware that I'm on commentary whilst he was fumbling a cricket ball. There we go. Ballinger ferrying the field about. As Capsy steps across the stumps, a catching opportunity. This should be out. Fielder underneath it. It's caught, it's held. And that could be the match. A vitally important catch.
That's the captain as well. She had to make up a lot of space there, did Kirstie Gordon. Got the sunnies on, so not going to be bothered by the brightness. She did well to make up space and make up the legroom to get there. I can't use my words. To get herself there, we're trying to say. And what a fine innings this was from Alice Capsy. Stepped across, just didn't time it. Kirstie Gordon sprinting away and sort of flips herself over onto her stomach and manages to not let the ball bobble out as her arms hit the floor, but she goes for 125, Alice Capsy. It's not over yet, but she has got them agonisingly close and dragged them out of a pretty abysmal situation, actually. Wickets tumbled around her, but she gets a standing ovation from the balcony. What a knock from the young Surrey all-rounder.
It's a very calm catch from the skipper.
Well, she set off and she was running. It was almost like she thought she was there, and then had to put a little burst of speed at the end. Wasn't quite as close as she thought she was.
Well, they did have a remarkable field set for that ball. I was just catching up as Capsy was, well, as Ballinger was running into bowl. You'll see if we have a look at the replay again, Capsy standing well outside her off stump, and they had short third, backward point, and a fielder on the deep third boundary, and a fielder out at cover point. So they were looking to go very wide to Capsy, and as a result, Capsy had stepped right across her stumps to try and still access that leg side boundary. And the Blazers' plan worked. Right, 40 off 29. We are now back in miracle territory, unfortunately, for Surrey fans. But the Blazers have held their nerve. Well, they got themselves in such a strong position. It was requiring a miracle. Ballinger starts with a dot. Well, what a phenomenal innings that was, regardless of result. Whether the Blaze do finish this quickly or slowly, Alice Capsy's 125 will live long in my memory, at least. It was a wonderful innings and almost took her team home to an unlikely victory. Gregory is off the mark, squeezes that ball out to the sweeper. Now it's handed over to Alexa Stonehouse, who lifted the first ball of her innings gently over mid-off for the most elegant of fours. And if she's able to do that 10 more times in the next 27 deliveries, Surrey will win. Same field, mid-off, cover, backward point, short third. Short, pulled away. Where's that gone? Gently into the leg side. They're not able to take a run, and there's going to have to be a concussion check because that struck Stonehouse in the helmet. I don't know if it was a direct blow or a deflection off the gloves. But we have the Surrey medics jogging out to the middle.
I imagine Alice Capsy is also in an ice bath somewhere, trying to cool down. What an innings that was. But I think what I found most, she's such a competitor for the team. She sort of trudged off, reluctantly raising her bat, knowing she hadn't got the job finished.
Well, it was a weird period of play where, when her and McDonald Gay were together, the pressure was off. It's interesting how the ebbs and flows of cricket of when you're faced with such an insurmountable task, there's no kind of fear of failure because there's no chance that if you get out now, you guys were never going to win. It's fine. You're well battered. You got 70. And then just as she edged towards 90, and McDonald Gay struck those 3 boundaries in an over, and it gave Surrey a sniff, the pressure just ramped back up again. And that's why her over to Kirstie Gordon was so impressive. It was Kirstie Gordon's final over, and I was incorrect in my prediction where I thought they were going to block out the spin and target the pace on. Alice Capsy decided absolutely not. These are the last 6 balls. I feel really comfortable and confident of being able to take this spinner down. Scored 20 runs off the over, including 2 sixes, to go past and go to her first list day century. And on she went. And unfortunately for Surrey fans, it looks to have still been too little, but Alexa Stonehouse has been given the all clear. And play will resume with 39 required off 26 balls.
Problem being, there's only the 1 wicket in hand.
Yep.
Equation otherwise, you think, yeah, you know what? If you've got 3 in hand, maybe.
That's another dot ball. Well, the Blaze will be feeling very confident. They're almost home, but not quite. See on screen there. Surrey all-rounder Tash Farrant and Danny White-Hodge having a chat. That's pulled into the leg side. Tammy Beaumont's under it, but we'll only watch it sail over her. And Surrey's dream continues. That's 6 more runs to the total. Stonehouse moves on to 11. And Surrey moves 6 runs closer.
She's really got a piece of that. It made a hell of a crunch off the bat. Quick hands across the line. And not just over Tammy Beaumont, which isn't the hardest ask of fielders, but over everyone in the bibs on the bench as well. Nearly took out the Surrey cameraman.
Well, the intrigue to this match continues. 4 overs to go. After 46 overs, Surrey are 314 for 9. But the equation you need to be aware about is it is 33 runs to win off 24 balls. Surrey have 1 wicket remaining. Number 11, Danny Gregory, is on strike. And the Blazers will be aiming to keep it that way. Catherine Bryce, ball in hand from the city end. There are 4 fielders in the ring on the offside. Short third, backward point, cover, mid-off. It's all about stock deliveries here from Catherine Bryce to just keep Gregory at that end. And she's able to drop the ball into the leg side and run through for 1. That's very well played by Gregory.
Oh, Alexa Stonehouse, we've seen what you can do once. Now 11 from 5. Bear in mind, she opened her account with a 4. And now she's sent off a massive 6. So we know she's got it in her armoury. Just can she do it facing the ICC Player of the Month?
Driven up to long off for 1. They'll have to settle for just 1. Missed a field change there for Stonehouse. It looks like they brought cover point up into the ring and then long off dropped out, so no width on offer from Bryce. We're back to where we were before now for Gregory. Cover points out, mid off is up. And Gregory again does very well just to turn the ball into the leg side. That's all she can do at the moment. That's absolutely her job to a T. Get a single, get Stonehouse on strike. And on 3 or 4 she's almost been perfect. 30 to win off 21 deliveries. So how many boundaries is that to get you home? Probably 6, 7? It's a dot ball. 30 needed off 20. 7 boundaries and you definitely win, because you only need 2 off 13. 6 boundaries and you need 6 off 14. A few dot balls in there. It's really well bowled from Bryce, angling that ball into the leg side. I don't know. 6 boundaries probably gets you the win.
It's going to be difficult. I can tell you that one. We haven't got Winviz or Wasp or anything up in front of us at the moment.
Oh yeah, what's happened to Wasp? It's given up.
It's too hot for Wasp.
I'm not happy with that at all. Gregory strikes the ball up to mid-off. And the Blazers are very happy to let her take a single, because it means Gregory will stay on strike. There are now only 3 overs remaining and 28 runs required. Danny Gregory's on 4, Alexa Stonehouse on 12, Surrey 319 for 9, 28 runs required off 18 deliveries.
Yeah, not the ideal finish for that over for Surrey. Gregory staying on strike. Not meaning to be insulting, but you would pick Stonehouse as the better of the 2 batters, the stronger of the 2 batters, and she's displayed that already today with her boundary hitting. 12 from 8 for her. Gregory on strike to Ballinger for her penultimate over. You imagine she'll bowl one more after this, should it be necessary.
It's a swing and a miss. No one knows where that ball's gone. It's just plops behind Amy Jones. 28 off 17. Such a valuable delivery for the Blaze. Ballinger will be trying to bowl almost that exact delivery again. That's just been dropped into the offside. Gregory gets off strike. Do we have a change of field for Stonehouse? Where's her boundary options here? So, once again, there are 3 fielders out on the leg side. Deep square leg, deep mid-wicket, and long on cover point remains out. So she can go over mid-off and over cover, or she can take on that short ball if it comes. It's wide and full, and that's agonising for Surrey.
What a delivery. Talk about holding your nerve. So close to being a wide. And Stonehouse just unable to get anything on it.
No, you're correct. Very well executed by Ballinger. Stonehouse would be desperate that she wasn't able to get any bat on that, because the slightest bit of bat, all she'd have had to do was beat short third and she'd have got 4. Into the leg side. Has she found a gap? Tammy Beaumont races round, relays the ball, but she's thrown it over long on's head. Can they get back for 3 here? They can. So, the good news for Surrey is it's 3 runs rather than 2. The bad news for Surrey is it brings Gregory back on strike, whose kind of MO at the moment is just to get a single, and they need boundaries. If they keep themselves in the game, they'll be okay with that. 2 balls remain in this over. .24 needed off 14. Big step across, a big appeal, but there's 2 noises there. That's definitely taken an inside edge of Gregory's bat. I say that as Sue Redford signals leg buys. Well, big step across from Danny Gregory. Now, there was an inside edge. It was pretty close. 1 ball remains of this over. Stonehouse will be looking to get back off strike to be on strike for the following over. 23 off 13 needed. Driven out to that sweeper and job done for Stonehouse. 1 run will do for Surrey there. At the end of the 48th over, it's 325 for 9. And 22 runs are needed off the last 12. He's back on the screen, doing very well. With Billy the dog, I'm sure it's Billy. Ollie, his partner, is somewhere in there. She's lying down in the distance. It's far too peaceful a scene for the tension that's in front of us.
22 needed from 12. I need to see people up on their feet, stressed. Unless it's Alexa Stonehouse, then you want her to be the epitome of calm.
Absolutely. See the match summary there. That innings from Alice Capsy standing out above everything else. 125 off 96. Next highest score in the Surrey innings. Danny White-Hodge with 43 off 40. Now, Bryce to bowl her last over. Stonehouse clips the ball into the leg side. And that will be 1 run. They think about 2, but decide against it.
Yeah, never a chance of a second there. I know that's exactly what they're trying to do. They want Stonehouse on strike, but that would have just been a gifted wicket at the end of everything.
Well, we know what's possible at the end of matches here at Beckenham after Somerset chased 30 off the final 10 balls. Gregory, that's up in the air, but it lands safely. Gregory thinks about 2. So does Stonehouse. I think they're wise to stay where they are. 20 now needed off 10 balls. Again, where are Stonehouse's boundary options? The offside ring is up, long off is out. Will she give herself width? Hits that into the leg side. It should only be 1. Gregory's coming back. Will she make it? She does indeed. That's fantastic running from Danny Gregory. She got a leap on, she got a jog on, and makes it back for 2 vital runs. 18 needed off 9.
Yeah, that's fantastic work from Gregory. She knew she was running to the danger end, and she just turned on a penny and absolutely launched herself, and Stonehouse was sort of surprised there and set off at a canter.
Straight again, Heath towards long on. That's 6! 6 more for Surrey, and they're 12 runs away now. Stonehouse is playing an absolute gem of an innings here. 25 off 14. And all of a sudden, Surrey need 12 off 8.
She didn't really look like she'd given it too much, did she? But just soared over the boundary.
It didn't sound clean off
and
the
you know
bat.
what? I think those runs, share them with Gregory after getting back for that second the ball before.
Straight again. And off the penultimate ball of the over, Surrey get a single taking an inside edge, so it goes to Stonehouse's tally. 11 needed off 7. Now, Danny Gregory has a decision to make. Does she take a single off this ball and get herself back on strike for the following over? Or do you stay put? What are you doing, Georgie?
Thank goodness I'm not down there, because I'd just be all a bag of nerves.
I think
you know when you get nervous and you can't really hold your bat. No, I think she's got to stay put. I think it's down to Stonehouse, this.
But crucially here, it's not one of those cases where it's a free hit and you just get the other person back on strike, because Surrey only have 1 wicket remaining. Cover point is out. Catherine Bryce comes in for her final delivery of the day. It's down leg side. That's sneaking away. They're going to get several runs here. Sorry, could that go all the way to the boundary? No. It's cut off. And we wait for the umpire's signal here. Leg by, so it did clip the pad through. So it's just 2 runs at the end of the 49th over. With 1 over remaining, Surrey need 9 runs to win. Off 6 balls, they have 1 wicket in hand.
And that was almost ideal, wasn't it?
Absolutely
2 or 4,
perfect.
that's what they needed. Doesn't matter what part of your body, your bat, your foot that comes off. They pick up 2. Now down into single figures, 9 off 6. On any normal day, you'd say, yeah, walk it.
Well, if they do this, it'll be the 2nd highest run chased in women's domestic cricket history. Stonehouse is on strike. One imagines Ballinger is going to bowl the final over. Just a reminder of how far Surrey have come in these final moments. Sue Redfern checks her watch. I think they're going to do a little check of who's allowed to bowl. Ballinger does have 1 over remaining, so it can absolutely be her. Surrey lost their 7th wicket with 227 runs on the board. That's 111 runs ago. What's happening here now? We've got the 12th player for the Blaze as running out. They're taking Amy Jones' cap off her. So Amy Jones is not going to stand up to the stumps. I imagine that's to just give themselves an extra fielder on the ring. If the boundary opportunity with 2 tail-enders in, 10 and 11, is probably behind the wicket. Where's your money, Georgie?
If I knew that, I would have some. I have none. No, I think my money's still with the Blaze at this point.
Well, I'll tell you what's a remarkable statistic. Surrey have hit 12 sixes this innings. Just 27 boundaries. Right, a reminder of the important figures. 6 balls left, 9 runs to win, 1 wicket in hand. Ballinger into Stonehouse. Short, that's heaved forward. Mid-on's in the ring. It's going to bounce, it's going to skip for 4. It's 5 needed off 5 runs. 5 needed off 5 balls. We're all getting excited.
This is sensational. Alexa Stonehouse, I mean, we said that she could swing a bat when she came out to bat, and he wasn't necessarily your number 10. But this is sensational. Just waits and heaves it back over the bowler's head. Lands between long on, long off.
Well, they took this risk. They had this field for Alice Capsy, where they have a short third, a backward point, and a deep third as well. So that means mid-on is in the ring. Will Stonehouse target it again? That's wide, edged down to that fielder at backward point, at deep backward point. They take 1. 4 runs needed off 4 balls. Danny Gregory on strike.
No one can sit still up here on this balcony. Everyone seems to be standing and sort of jittering around.
So what field are they going to have for Gregory? They're keeping that fielder in play at deep third. It looks very unusual, and it's quite creative thinking from Kirstie Gordon and the Blaze, and important thinking as well. So many runs are conceded in that direction. Right, we're having a bit of a hop, skip and a jump. Deep square leg is coming out. The fielder that was at short third is now going to fine leg, and that fielder right at deep third is coming into the ring. There's a lot of moving and shaking at the moment, but I'll try and explain it as best I can. You can absolutely understand why there are extended conversations.
Kirstie Gordon nervously chews her fingers.
The problem the Blaze have here is singles are now fine for Surrey. For the first time in about 3 hours, 1 runner ball wins them the game. For the first time all innings. So
you sort of wonder at this point if there's almost too much conversation. All this conversation, a little more action. You know, that's all. I know that Elvis was talking about cricket.
I think he was.
I think he was.
That's in the director's cut version, yeah. So they've made a decision. Tammy Beaumont is coming from deep mid-wicket into the ring. And I think that's probably a good decision because they can't just leave that leg side area vacant now to allow for Danny Gregory to drop the ball into the kind of massive space and score a run. They have to make her play a shot. My biggest concern for the Blaze here is that vacant deep third area. It's so quick down there. Right, in Ballinger comes. Short mid-wicket, cover in place. That's straight and well bowled from Ballinger, and you'll see Tammy Beaumont scamper across into the stumps. She's incredibly tight there, preventing 1 run from being taken. 4 runs needed off 3 balls. Yes, sir, that is the correct reaction. And covers his eyes, and I was going to say disbelief. He actually looks a bit sleepy, but he's only
I
one
thought
hit.
he might be crying.
4 needed off 3 balls. That's cut away just in front of square. Will they come back for 2? No. 3 now needed off 2 balls. What happens if it's a tie? Does anyone know?
Anyone got a book? Anyone with a rule book? Share the points on a tie.
Paper, scissors, stone. That Mark Church very unhelpfully said rock, paper, scissors, which I was listening for a serious answer, but I believe it's just a tie. Right. 3 needed off 2 balls. Stonehouse back on strike. She's on 31 off 17. What field are they going for now? Another extended meeting. You can absolutely understand why. It looks like they're going for a more conventional option. Backward point, short third, short fine leg. The 3 fielders on the boundary, deep square leg, deep mid wicket, long on. Then on the offside they have cover point out, mid off and cover. So where are Stonehouse's boundary options? Over mid off, over cover. But, well, it would be borderline cruel to drop a single into the leg side and leave Danny Gregory with 2 required off 1 run. Off 1 run, off 1 ball. We're
Now,
almost ready.
Grace Ballinger, keep your foot behind the line.
They're having some more changes. Right. Cover point has come in from the boundary. And the fielder at fine leg is now sprinting all the way out to long off. I can't quite, because of the glare, work out who it is. And Kirstie Gordon's now gone to short fine leg. In Ballinger comes. 3 needed off 2 balls. That's plucked into the offside and they scamper through for 1. Really well bowled by Ballinger. 2 needed off 1 ball. Danny Gregory on strike. Danny Gregory, how's your nerve? This has been a quite phenomenal game of cricket. The 10th wicket partnership stands at 38. Alice Capsy left with 29 balls remaining in the chase. And 40 runs required for victory. So for one last time today, the Blaze meet for a meeting. Meeting of minds to discuss how they're going to deliver this final ball. Danny Gregory on strike. Number 11. Really not known for her batting, but she's played a fine hand here. Danny Gregory. High score in this day cricket of 20, but these 7 runs, well, these have been her finest innings. This has been her finest innings so far, for sure. How many fielders do we have on the boundary? None currently, or just 1. We have Catherine Bryce at deep square leg.
So 1 to tie.
We have a ring, mid-off, cover point, cut, backward point, short third, all in the ring, mid-on, mid-wicket. They're asking Gregory to hit it through them, hit it to the boundary. In comes Ballinger, 2 needed off 1 ball. She digs it out, straight back to the bowler, it's fumbled. Will they reach it? It's a tie. It's a tie. A wonderful game of cricket comes to an end at 346 all. Everyone's both disappointed, bemused and sharing a wry smile.
My goodness, I mean, for a moment she thought she might have grabbed onto that one and won the game, catching in the follow through, but my, that is quite some innings from Alexa Stonehouse at the end, actually. 32 from 18, but Alice Capsy completely turned that game on its head. When she went for 125, they looked so far out of it, this Surrey side, that they looked like they were going for another defeat here. But as you can see, it's a pretty happy looking dugout. They knew that they were almost down and out. So you sort of wonder, they might be the best feeling. They might be feeling the best of the two teams at the end of all of this. Danny Gregory played her part at the end there, especially scampering back for that second, and then there was the 6 on the next ball after that, and that really looked like it had swung it back in Surrey's direction. But ending in a tie, it has been the most astonishing finish to a cricket match I've seen in a while.
You're absolutely correct. I know this is often said too often about one of the great cricket matches you've ever seen. I cannot remember watching as entertaining a cricket match and as entertaining finish to a cricket match as the last 10 overs we've been treated to here at Beckenham. Alice Capsy's 125 was superb, but Alexa Stonehouse's 32 not out at the end, in some ways I was going to say even better, but it's another 93 runs short. Don't forget Rhiannon McDonald-Gay, Surrey's final 3 batters, final 3 wickets, added 120 runs when the game was dead and buried. You'll see, I think you are correct, Georgie. Surrey will be the happier of the two sides. The Blaze, on the one hand, will wonder how they have not won that match. On the other hand, they've come up against several inspired batting performances. And it's the second tied match of the competition. We were wondering whether it might go to a super over. Of course, I think in the first round, Hampshire and Warwickshire tied as well. And everyone who's come down to Beckenham have been treated to a match of real quality and high entertainment. 346 all. Who'da thunk it?
Who'da thunk it? Well,
and if you want to know more about this, if you're only tuning in and want to catch up on the full day's play, make sure to click onto the YouTube channel later and catch our very own podcast, Oval and Out, where me and Georgie will be reviewing the entire day's play. Wow. Right, I think we're going to have the final scorecards up on the screen for you quite shortly, and then we'll be leaving you to it. The next time the Surrey live stream will be up will be on Saturday when Surrey take on Hampshire in the County Cup. See here the batting card, where one number dominates all. Alice Capsy, 125 not out off 96 deliveries. The next highest scored, Danny White-Hodge with 43. Well, I want you to turn your eyes to the bottom of that card, where McDonald-Gay, Stonehouse and Gregory played 3 wonderful innings individually. McDonald-Gay gave life to this chase again with 3 boundaries in the 40th over, I believe, where it turned Surrey back into believing that it was possible that even though they needed 110 off the final 11 overs, it's something that they could do and could achieve. Alexa Stonehouse struck her first ball for 4, and well, I guess it wasn't quite enough, but it was more than enough for us to be entertained from the bowling figures.
In the words of Maximus Decimus Meridius, are you not entertained? And you know what? Yes, we are.
We're very entertained today, absolutely. Georgia Elvis with 3 wickets to her name, her first wickets of the competition, and there you have it. 50 overs apiece, 346 runs apiece, 9 wickets taken apiece. Nothing could separate Surrey and the Blaze in what's been a quite extraordinary and wonderful match of cricket here at the Beckenham County Ground. There will be more coverage of this game on the Surrey YouTube channel and across all your good podcasting channels with Oval and Out, which me and Georgie are going to record imminently because we're still excited and want to discuss more what we've just seen. Aside from that, we'll be back on the live stream on Saturday when Surrey take on Hampshire in the County Cup. It's been a wonderful day's cricket here at Beckenham. We thank you for joining us, and we'll see you and speak to you again very soon.